In 2115, 4 years after four giant towers appeared out of thin air, four gods of destruction came to the world. They possessed terrifying power. Each of them led countless monsters, wreaking havoc throughout the earth. People called their natural disasters. For the sake of survival and continuation of human civilization, the strongest representatives of humanity, the apostles, decided to unite. By launching a tragic counterattack against one of the four natural disasters in the Japanese facility, they fought bravely and valiantly. But the enemy was too strong. A girl, the chief of the apostles, was lying on the ground. She was also dead. One of the apostles bent over her. They still won, but this victory cost them countless casualties among the apostles. Despite this, the apostles were able to overcome one of the four natural disasters. The young man who was bending over the girl apostle heard a noise. He turned his head in the direction of the noise. He was curious to know what was going on. During the flight, a girl approached him. It was Mo Meng Meng. She was approaching the young man. Her foot was pointed at the young man's head. Yilin quickly reacted and grabbed the girl's leg. He told her that being someone's foot is a disease, and she just needs to be treated. The girl was angry and irritated. She had already told the young man more than once that he should not get into trouble during the battle. After all, he was an agile killer, not a powerful warrior. Her name was Molly. The young man slowly rose from his knees. He knew Molly was too worried about him. The girl wanted to show everyone with her appearance that she was not worried at all. She crossed her arms over her chest and grimaced. She decided that the young man was exaggerating too much. She wasn't worried about him at all. She just didn't want to drag his corpse around with her later. Molly looked at Yilin's appearance and rushed towards him. After the battle, his face was slightly dirty. The girl quickly grabbed a handkerchief and began wiping his face. At that moment, someone shouted. The girl and the youth did not have time. The bodies of the youth and the girl were pierced by a huge sword. Scarlet blood flew to the sides. At the last second of his life, the young man managed to look at the offender. His look was very surprised. It was Xiao Yan. He knew him, and never expected that he would be the one to plunge the sword into his chest. Why could he do this to the young man? After all, they were the best of friends. Sometimes you can get a sword in the chest from your closest and most devoted friends. The man who stuck the sword at that moment smiled and was happy. Xiao Yan pulled out his sword. The guy and girl fell to the ground dead. The man mocked and laughed. He believed that friends were needed only for betrayal. Xiao Yan believed that his friend stole from him what should have been his. After all, he should have become the hero who killed the natural disaster. Only him, and no one else. Xiao Yan was ready to replace him as a hero, and expose him as a traitor in front of everyone, and the killer raised his sword again to strike again. The man lowered his sword. At that moment, the mirror into which the young man was looking shattered into pieces. He had a feeling in his head that he was being killed. The guy jumped up from his desk and started shouting at the whole class. His classmates looked at him in surprise. No one could understand what was happening to him at that moment. It was now 2121. 4 years have passed. The students continued to look at their classmate in surprise. The guy's thoughts were somewhere far away. The teacher's voice brought the guy back to class. The teacher called him by name and decided that the young man had a different opinion about the lesson on the history of the towers. The teacher decided that the guy understood his lesson very well and therefore flies in the clouds. The teacher's name was Wang Fenbi, and he was 40 years old. He was unmarried, withdrawn, irritable, and petty. The angry teacher screamed at the whole class. O threw his hands out of anger, and they flew straight at the student. He wanted Yilin to tell him everything he knew and heard in class about the age of towers. With a quick movement, he grabbed the pen, and he continued to fly in his thoughts. The events that came to his mind were 4 years ago. He went back in time 4 years. The entire class watched Yilin's lightning-fast reaction. He instantly caught the teacher's hand. All the students and the teacher were surprised. The young man began his story. On November 11th, 2111, 4 giant towers appeared out of nowhere. Following them came red rain, covering 3/4 of the world's landmass, and all the land upon which the red rain fell turned into scorched earth, no longer suitable for human survival. At the same time, artificial satellites located in cosmic space also fell to the ground. On that day, the sky became a forbidden zone for the exploration of humanity and the search for salvation from the outside. Subsequently, the surviving people restored civilization and order, and then renamed the era of modernity after the disaster as the era of the towers. The teacher was very surprised by his story. The young man accurately described the events that took place at that moment. But at that very moment, the teacher's mood changed. He became furious. He started yelling at the whole class at the student. After all, he asked the young man to answer the question, and not to tell the entire lesson plan that the teacher was preparing. At that moment, the teacher asked the young man to leave the class. Go out and reflect on your behavior in class. The young man left the class and began to think. He knew for sure that in 4 years the end of the world would come. Apparently, only he knew this information and no one else. 4 natural disasters of terrifying power will appear. They will be like the bosses who escaped from the final level of the game, with an absolutely overwhelming force, mindlessly destroying everything around them. Natural disaster submission. Dark monster with a crown on its head, glowing eyes and spikes on its back. Natural disaster famine, which will bring destruction and hunger to the planet. The ruler is a girl with long hair, dressed in fur. Natural disaster war. A warrior on the planet will provoke an offensive. The ruler is a knight in armor. His face is hidden under a metal mask. Natural disaster death. The ruler is a creature with the face of a skeleton and in a dark cloak. It will bring with it a huge number of deaths. The only warriors who can resist and fight natural disasters will be the apostles. They look like strong and brave men and brave girls. Their weapon for fighting is the sword. Apostles are the elite of humanity, called by the towers. They can enter the inner world created by the tower, just as if they were entering a game. By carrying out various life or death missions, they gained power beyond human capabilities to become the Great Wall, the defense of humanity. Natural disasters bring with them extremely powerful destructive forces. Uniting together, they can lead to the extinction of humanity on Earth. But after natural disasters demonstrated their overwhelming power before the apostles, traitors began to appear among the apostles. They submitted to natural disasters and became their executioners, killing people. The student, after being expelled from class, slowly wandered through the streets of the city. He was thinking about the end of the world and the courage of the apostles. Suddenly, he met a young man who brought him back from his time in the clouds to Earth. The guy asked why the student was wandering around here. This young man was Yilin's best friend. They were friends and trusted one another. It was Xiaoyan and his thoughts. He dared to betray him and kill him with a sword. Yilin looked at him carefully. He clearly remembered and felt how it happened. Everything down to the smallest detail. But how could this happen between best friends? Xiaoyan asked his friend to hurry up and finish by the evening, because in the morning he already needs to submit his work for inspection. Yilin listened silently to his friend. Suddenly a strong wind blew and black clouds covered the sky. The street became noticeably darker. Thunder rumbled. Lightning bolts rained down from the sky to the ground. People in the houses began to turn on the lights, because without light, nothing could be seen. Huge drops rained down onto the ground. It started to rain heavily. Xiaoyan slowly moved away from his friend. He decided that he no longer had to worry about homework, so he could calmly go home. And the tench stood in the rain. Streams of water ran down his face. He followed his friend with his gaze. I thought in my mind that there was absolutely no point in waiting until tomorrow. And tonight will turn into death for Xiaoyan. Night has come. The thunderstorm did not stop. In the high-rise buildings, lights were on in some of the windows. Jan's family lived in the city center. It was a huge house on several floors. There was a light on in almost every window. Shouts and sounds of blows were heard. Xiaoyan was conducting a training session. He was practicing punches on the bag. Strength 180 kilograms, strength 215 kilograms, strength 200 kilograms. Each time he delivered the force of the blow, his punches into the bag became stronger. In order not to injure their hands, they were bandaged with a special elastic bandage. The young man hit the bag again. He was in his gym, and he practiced punches on a special simulator. The pair was not big. With each blow, she bowed a little to the side and returned back to her original position. The strength of the impact was displayed on the scoreboard at that moment. The last value is a force of 195 kilograms. Xiao Yan was in excellent physical shape. His body was muscular. He was happy and called himself a genius. He thought that if his teacher had been nearby at that moment, he would hardly have withstood the force of his fist. Suddenly, the lights in the gym went out. The young man did not understand what was happening. There was no light in his entire house. He assumed it was just a power outage. An electronic display appeared in front of the guy. It displayed one question. Does the young man believe in God? 2 answer options were offered, yes or no. The young man opened his mouth wide. He could not utter a word from surprise. Suddenly, someone behind him said that this was a notice of his death. Someone swung a long knife and cut his neck. Xiao Yan didn't expect his opponent to attack him from behind. Yilin slashed his friend's throat with a large knife. He was calm, not a muscle moved on his face. He stood dressed in a cape. Xiaoyan turned around and saw that he was being attacked by his friend. With his last strength, he tried to find out why Yilin did this. Why did he attack him? The young man couldn't understand. Yilin replied that after 4 years, he also asked his friend the same question. After all, in his visions, Xiaoyan takes his life. And if he had not done this, then 4 years later he would have died from the knife of his best friend. Yilin was very angry. The young man could not do otherwise. He couldn't let him live without taking revenge after his rebirth. And Lin was not one of those saints who wait for a person to do evil and only then repay what he deserves. Today, he worked ahead. Xiangyang was lying on the floor, clutching his neck. A pool of blood spread around him. Information appeared on the board that the murder of an apostle candidate had been discovered by an unregistered person, a transfer of status. And Lin looked in surprise at the body of his friend. It turns out that Xiaoyan died. There are 2 ways to become an apostle. One of them is to bring the attributes of strength, agility, and soul indicator to 10. This will give you a chance to be summoned by the tower. The second way is to kill the apostle or candidate for apostle with your own hands, depriving them of their status. This is exactly the method that Yilin used. He took the life of an apostle candidate with his own hands. Information appeared on the board above the corpse. Successful status transfer. Register, registration area, Tower of Death. A chest appeared in front of Yilin. A notification popped up on the display. Yilin received the relic chest, 998 apostle candidates. An option was proposed to open the chest. The young man was grateful because it was thanks to him that he became an apostle much faster than before. This made Yilin very happy. He put his hand on the chest and opened it. The chest was successfully opened, and the breath concealment skill was obtained. An unknown force began to circle around the young man. The skill was activated. The skill had the following characteristics. Class C, 2 points of spiritual power, the effect of reducing the sense of presence by 40%. At the end of the skill, the cooldown is 300 seconds. This skill allowed the young man to silently observe anything. Energy began to swirl around in front of the line. An unknown apostle candidate module has been discovered. The system required download confirmation. The young man carefully watched what was happening. He didn't really understand what this unknown module was. He held out a gloved hand to confirm its loading. The light ball began to spin even more. An unknown module was loading. The unknown module was successfully loaded. The tree of innate skills has opened. It was possible to edit, replace, and also upgrade skills. He was in flight over this tree, and he could see everything perfectly from above. The guy looked at the scoreboard in surprise. Did he really get the skill panel of the disaster-stricken subjugation? An apostle can only have a few skills at most, while disasters have their own skill tree. Each ball of light represents a different skill. Yilin stood under the tree and watched the balls of light. There were a lot of them. The young man could not understand. Why had he not noticed the existence of this module before? If the inner world created by the tower is considered a copy of the game, then the apostles should be considered as players. And natural disasters are obtained for the final bosses. And Lin cheered up. It turns out that this happened because he took over Xiaoyan's apostle candidate status and re-established contact with the tower. At the same time, the tower activated the natural disaster module it already had. The picture has taken shape. At this moment, information appeared that the module had been damaged. The original skill was destroyed and could not be used, and Lin was taken aback. Is the module damaged? This will make it impossible to use the skill. To say that the young man was upset is an understatement. He closed his eyes and leaned on his hand. As a result, you won't be able to use the natural disaster skill of submission. The good news was that with the skill tree, he would have no limit to the number of skills he could have. The main and joyful thing was that now he could edit and upgrade his skills at his own discretion. And he imagined the brave warrior he could become if he did everything right. He will be able to turn into a completely new natural disaster that no one has ever seen. The young man has already imagined himself powerful and invincible. Realizing that he had drifted a little in the wrong direction, he tried to calm down. He doesn't need to become a natural disaster. And Lin just wanted to have similar strength to him. Suddenly a question appeared on the board. Does the young man believe in God? 2 answer options were proposed, positive and negative. Yilin thought for a moment. The tower called him. After thinking a little, he chose a positive answer. The path to the outside world began to open. The test mission for the apostle candidate will begin soon. 1010, please prepare. The young man was ready, and he flew into the portal that would lead him to the inner world. He shouted enthusiastically that he was coming and disappeared into the portal. He found himself on a plane flying high in the sky. Opening his eyes, he vaguely saw that he was on an airplane. The flight attendant's voice came over the speaker. He greeted all the passengers on flight 444. The AI chief flight attendant was speaking. He will accompany passengers during the flight. Yilin was sitting in a chair. He guessed that the test mission would take place on an airplane. It made the guy nostalgic. After all, from the moment the tower appeared, the sky became a forbidden zone for humanity. Wang Qing, the president's secretary, was on board the plane. Ah Wei is a senior programmer. Jia Ge is a death row inmate. Ma Bao Bao is a retired guy. The flight attendant continued his story. During passage through an area of thunderclouds over the sea, varying degrees of turbulence may occur on the fuselage. In general, no one will die, so there is no need to panic. As fate would have it, 5 strangers boarded the flight. The connection was lost. There was a hissing sound coming from the speaker. The connection was established again, and the flight attendant continued. He sighed heavily. Unfortunately, it was reported that the expected incident did occur. Could all 5 of them die tragic but exciting deaths? The plane was rapidly flying down. The test has begun. The main mission is to survive. And Lin heard such a painfully familiar and bad prologue. He was ready. He was always ready. And he had to fulfill this mission. The plane began to shake violently. The retired guy grabbed the armrest of his seat. He shouted to the passengers if everyone had heard the broadcast. He didn't understand what was happening to the plane. Were they all kidnapped while they were sleeping? The programmer exclaimed that this was impossible. After all, they were flying on an airplane. And the plane stopped being used 10 years ago. The condemned man jumped out of his chair and shouted to the entire salon. He said that everyone who chose a positive answer to the question whether they believe in God found themselves on the plane. He said that all villains die a painful death. But still the heavens were on his side, and he laughed out loud. The president's secretary was calm and surprised. The men really could not be relied upon. After all, they immediately started screaming when something happened. Yilin asked passengers to look under their seats for a first aid kit. To reduce the difficulty of the newcomer's mission, the tower prepared survival props for the test subjects. Yilin quickly bent down and took out a first aid kit. The first aid kit is a survival prop prepared by the tower for test subjects. The young man opened the first aid kit. The first was a fruit knife. There was also an old parachute bag. One of the features of Flight 444 was a parachute bag, with a certain age dating. It was obvious that it had not been maintained for many years. Yilin picked up a knife and a parachute bag. Everything depended on luck, whether this parachute bag would open at all or not. According to the unshakable rules of the tower, the person who uses it will die. The young man thought about it. This bag was not needed for escape at all. It was a trap. In the young man's imagination, a fight arose between the passengers of the plane. A trap that forces them to take them away from each other and then kill them. The retired guy also took out a container. He couldn't understand how Yilin knew that there were some useful things under the seat. The man had a life jacket and a bottle in his first aid kit. The man quickly turned his attention to the bottle. It had coconut oil in it. But judging by the date indicated on the label, it was long overdue. Gigi had also already taken out his attributes. It was a life jacket and a helmet. He was surprised, which means he must land on his head. The man held these items in front of him and did not understand how they could be useful to him in order to survive. The programmer grabbed his head. When he looked under his chair, there was no container there at all. He grabbed his head. Why didn't they give him anything at all? Did this mean that he had no chance of survival at all? Yilin thought about it. The lack of a container was irrational. Even if the props were maliciously hidden, the tower would not skip preparing the props. The secretary was happy to see her first aid kit. There was a parachute under her chair. She decided that she was the lucky one. After all, a parachute is one of the ways to stay alive. If you don't think about whether it is intact or whether it will open at all during the flight. The passengers crowded around the secretary. They looked enviously because each of them wanted to get a parachute. For the sake of salvation, each of the passengers was ready to snatch this thing from the girl's hands. At that moment, the programmer grabbed the girl by the neck and began to shake her. He asked to give him a parachute. After all, he really wanted to survive. He was not ready to die at such an early age. The girl began to choke. She could not utter a word. Someone grabbed the programmer by the collar. It was Tsege. He pushed the young man away from the girl. The programmer fell to the floor in the cabin with a crash. The girl squatted and tried to come to her senses. The condemned man approached the programmer. He began to hammer the programmer. His blows were strong. The programmer only managed to cover his head with his hands. He lay on the floor and did not resist at all. Itsege was a strong man, which cannot be said about the programmer. The suicide bomber shouted that the parachute would be his and continued to hit the bespectacled man. At that moment, Lin approached the girl and handed her a parachute. Lin looked at the girl and thought, this woman was too calm from the very beginning. He noticed it immediately. As soon as she found out that there was a parachute in her box, she immediately told everyone about it. The girl probably knows something. Yilin approached Zej. He asked him a question about the fact that he did not have a parachute. The man looked away from the actions he had performed earlier and turned his surprised gaze to Yilin, and Lin replied that he would give his, and he handed the man a parachute. He continued to sit on the bespectacled man in bewilderment. A silent question froze in front of Zagay's eyes. He was surprised. He didn't expect that someone might donate their parachute to someone else during a plane crash. The man, as if anticipating a catch, slowly took the parachute, and Lin thought that the sooner he threw out this hot potato, the better it would be for everyone. And he smiled slyly at the man. The man was indignant. He foresaw a catch. He asked if the young man really wanted to show himself as a fearless and good person, and he agreed to play along. He put on a parachute. Immediately, the door of the plane opened. A joyful ZG jumped out of the plane. He laughed merrily. The breeze seemed noisy to him. There was only one parachute left. He invited the remaining passengers to slowly fight for it. He was very happy, hoping that he would be saved. Yilin looked after the man. This was the first time he had met such a person who rushed towards death with a smile. The guy thought about it. After all, there can be no absolute dead end in this mission. He must figure out how to do the right thing. If there are no saviors on the plane, all that remains is to go into the cockpit. The young man decided to do so. He headed straight to the cockpit. He opened the cabin and saw a human hand. The guy was surprised. It was another man who was lying on the floor. Was he sick or was he dead? The young man could not immediately determine it. Yilin thought about it. From the broadcast, it was clear that there were only 5 people on board the plane. This is him, the secretary, the programmer, the grandfather, and the condemned man. But then the 6th one appeared. This was very strange and aroused suspicion. And Lin realized that there was someone else among them, and it could be some otherworldly demonic creature. Just how to find out. Yilin saw another container in the cabin of the plane. He quickly walked over to it and opened it. The box contained a life jacket and a regular life hammer. They weren't very good, and the guy couldn't do anything with them. Since the tower had prepared props for him, this loser he found must also be one of the test subjects. Yilin was surprised. Are such tasks really given to beginners? One of the subjects was killed, which means he was replaced by some other person. 2 people were suspected. This is a male programmer. After all, there was no container under his seat. And the secretary girl, she was too calm for someone who was in the inner world for the first time. At this time, a conflict arose again over the parachute. The girl screamed at the old man because he was snatching her parachute from her hands. The grandfather was indignant that the girl had not been taught to respect her elders at all. In his opinion, she is simply obliged to give up the parachute to him. The grandfather snatched the parachute from the girl's hands. The secretary pulled away and hit her back against Yilin, who was lurking behind her. She quickly turned to the young man and asked him to help her take the parachute. This was her only chance to escape from the falling plane, and Lin wondered if she would really just let go of her only chance to escape. Looking into the girl's eyes, the young man thought, what if something goes wrong? Demons are definitely involved in this, and with a high probability that this demon is standing right in front of him in the guise of a girl. Yilin sharply pushed the girl away with his hand. The girl began to fall to the floor. At this moment, Yilin raised his hammer above his head. He decided that the girl had lousy acting skills. It was clear that she was the one who wanted to provoke the start of a fight. She just wants to make them fight and kill each other for this useless parachute. The girl lay on the floor and moaned in pain. She hurt her hand when she fell. It was indeed an ordinary hammer. At that same second, the young man hit the glass door that separated the passengers from the pilots. The girl called out to the young man. She said he was heading in the wrong direction, but Yilin did not pay the slightest attention to her. Yilin quickly walked into the cockpit. One of the pilots was sitting in the seat. He was dead. A fire broke out on the instrument panel in the cockpit. There was no need to try to land the plane. After all the devices were disabled by someone. At this moment, Yilin heard a hissing noise coming from the speaker. The voice said that there were 7 minutes left before Flight 444 crashed. The young man decided after some thought, that parachute backpack is just a trap, and he fixed his gaze on the new parachute backpack, which was in the cockpit. It was perfect for escape. At that moment, in the cabin, a grandfather with a parachute behind him was standing near the open door. He turned to the girl and said that the old horse would not spoil the furrow, and the girl is not yet old enough to fight him. He said that he was like that and said goodbye to the remaining passengers of the flight. As soon as Grandpa put his foot on the threshold of the door, he heard Yilin's voice. He asked if he had heard the death notice on the broadcast. The young man holding a new parachute in his hands asked a question. Does grandfather know who died? But the grandfather did not know. A silent question froze on his face. He guessed that the guy who jumped out probably didn't make it to the ground alive. At that moment, the grandfather suspected that something was wrong with the old parachute. Grandfather was sitting near the open door and holding the handle that was nearby. He was incredibly scared, but he didn't want to stay on board and die either. At that moment, the programmer rose from the floor. He complained of a severe headache. He spoke swear words to the man who beat him. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on the parachute that the old man was wearing at that moment. He ran through the cabin of the plane. He asked that it be given to him immediately. After all, the programmer really wanted to live. The grandfather screamed and asked him not to come closer. He was ready to give up the parachute at that moment. Just give it away. The programmer was already around the corner. With wild eyes, he stretched out his hands to the parachute. At that moment, the door of the plane was open, and the two of them fell out of the plane with lightning speed. The programmer grabbed the parachute that the old man was wearing with his hands. A few more seconds of struggle, and the programmer got a parachute. He simply took it off his grandfather, and was simply happy. He finally got his hands on that ill-fated parachute. Now he had hope of salvation. At the same time, the grandfather called the programmer all sorts of names. He didn't want to die either. He was not yet ready to die. And then the remaining girl's hands fell on Yilin's shoulders. Lin, distracted for a second from the situation in the cabin of the plane, suddenly turned around. The girl hugged the guy. She saw that he had found a safe parachute. She asked to take her with her. The young man was now sure that it was she who killed that guy in first grade, and then stole the box from the bespectacled boy. Yilin pounced on the girl and grabbed her by the throat. If anyone suspected that there was an extra person among them, then all suspicions would naturally fall on the bespectacled man, because he did not have a case under his seat. The young man knocked the girl down and pinned her to the floor with his body. She carefully prepared 2 levels of safety net. Unfortunately, the girl did not take into account the fact that Yilin was much higher than her. He continued to express to the girl's face everything that he thought about her, and the fact that she was completely calm for someone who first entered the inner world. At the same time, her desire to survive was at the bottom, and thus she immediately became suspicious to the young man. She said it was very good for a beginner. It was as if he saw right through her. She regretted that at the very beginning of the mission, she did not finish him off first. At this moment, Yilin ran through the cabin of the plane. He wanted to run away from her, but it didn't work out the way he wanted. At that moment, the girl turned into a demon. This process was accompanied by smoke. She quickly threw a piece of cloth after the young man. The fabric wrapped tightly around the young man's waist. She caught him very quickly and slowly pulled him towards her. She promised to eat it slowly, piece by piece. She asked him to scream as loud as possible. After all, this really turned her on. She wanted to fully enjoy the process of eating a person. The fabric was wrapped several times around Yilin's body. At this moment, he cannot move his arms. They were pressed tightly to the body. Apostle candidates numbered 897 and 1002 have died. The young man guessed what kind of demon it was. It was undead. Rumor has it that you were apostles in the inner world. The restless souls imprisoned in the tower are filled with grievances and become undead, which specialize in obstructing the path of the apostle and hunt them. At this moment, Yilin used his skill hidden breath. It made it possible to reduce the sensation of his presence by 40%. The demon suddenly lost sight of the young man. She couldn't figure out where he was, and she searched with her gaze. Her eyes burned with a bright red flame. A long tongue hung from the open mouth. Sharp teeth and fangs were visible in the mouth. The young man spoke at that moment, and the demonic creature realized that the young man was right in front of her. But for some reason she doesn't see or feel him. The young man did not understand with what eye the creature saw that he was about to escape. At this moment, Yilin decided to attack the monster. He spun the knife in his hand. The knife was practically invisible in the hand. All that was visible was the circle in which he was spinning. He stopped the knife in his hand. The knife was intended for peeling fruit. It was clear to the naked eye that it was perfectly sharpened. Yilin swung and swung his knife. The trajectory of the knife was in the area of the demon's neck. He wanted to cut her neck. After all, this was a single reliable strike that Yilin had already used. The demon managed to escape the blow. The creature was surprised that a newcomer had such powers. After all, she had previously seen newcomers who were frightened, afraid, and panicked at the sight of danger. And Lin was completely different. There was not a drop of fear in his eyes. His actions were planned and thoughtful. The demon reminded that she too was once an apostle, and he's not the only one here who has supernatural skills. At that moment, a glowing ball of energy appeared in the demon's hand. It was spinning and a purple light was emanating from it. The demon with a quick movement of her hand threw this ball at the guy, but Yilin was ready to take the blow. He crossed his arms over his chest and the ball hit his elbow. The young man withstood this blow. The demon laughed terribly. Compared to the youth's skill, the demonic skill was at a higher level. The demon had a tempering skill. She could strengthen every muscle in her body. She was glad that she had an immortal body. The demon tried to convince the guy that she was not invincible, but was it really so? Yilin held a fruit peeler in front of him. This was the only weapon he had. A plan appeared in his head. He had no desire to take risks, but he still had to do it. The guy simply didn't see any other way out. He decided to tear the demon into pieces. To do this, he pushed off the floor and quickly jumped up. He held the knife in his right hand. The demon was surprised by this. After all, the guy had some other skill. He swung and slashed the demon with his knife while using the vibro edge skill. This skill had the following effect. The continuous use of vibrations causes a resonance that destroys the original structure of the object. The demon did not like this course of events. The creature screamed that this was impossible. After all, a beginner who has just entered the inner world cannot have two skills at once. This confused the demon, and Lin took advantage of this and struck the demon. It was all because the young man himself created this skill and successfully applied it in practice. Due to his rebirth, the youth lost the skills he had gained in the tower, but the fighting skills he had created after hundreds of battles were still imprinted in the depths of his memory. This is what he took advantage of. The demon could not believe that it was possible to create some kind of skill himself. She was sure that the young man was simply joking with her and making her believe something that was not there. The demon believed that no matter what skills the guy had at the moment, she would be able to defeat him and the result would be what she wanted. The creature was sure that it had an immortal body. Eno Yilin did not give up. He continued to attack without rest, trying to plunge your knife into the demon's body. The demon was funny. She repeated to the young man again that during the attack she only felt as if someone was tickling her. She decided that Yilin just wanted to amuse her. She mocked the young man. She ordered him to try and try again. She was laughing. She wanted to experience at least a little pain. At this moment, Yilin stopped. He was tired and wanted to rest at least a little. From the demon's reaction, he realized that all his attacks had absolutely no effect. Something needs to change. But what? It was clear that after using the vibrating skill, the knife blade began to crack. The blade simply crumbled in the young man's hands. Pieces of metal fell to the floor, the knife was lost, and the young man threw the remaining handle onto the floor. The demon did not understand why the guy stopped so abruptly. She called the guy a non-entity. She decided that the guy could only scratch his tongue beautifully. From such a hunt, she did not feel even a drop of pleasure. She was very disappointed with the actions of the young man, and she considered the line just trash. She asked the young man to go to hell to his mother, and she swung her bony hand with sharp claws. The young man was happy. After all, the demon did not notice one fact. Countless blows and shocks left her body full of cracks. The same thing just happened with his knife. The young man had no choice but to strike the final blow. This could not be considered a powerful blow. Yilin simply pushed the demon lightly with his finger. At this moment, the demon's body began to collapse. This made her furious. She didn't understand how this was possible. After all, she had an immortal body, and now, before our eyes, it's simply falling apart into pieces. She was furious realizing that she had lost this fight to some noob. At the same time, the young man was happy and proud of himself. He succeeded. He's a winner. One survivor of all the passengers on the flight. He watched with emotion as the demon fell into pieces. His hands were stuck in his pocket. There was no need to do any more actions. He noticed that if the demon had an immortal body, then she would not have turned into an undead. The demon's head fell to the floor, but she could still talk. She told the guy that he shouldn't be so happy, and he did not prompt this mission at all. After all, they are all his toys. Who are we talking about? It wasn't entirely clear. Apparently there was someone else who was more powerful. The demon said that if not, the guy would still die, and then she would be next to him. She will be waiting for him inside. And the demon laughed loudly. At this moment, Yi Lin raised his leg, and the sole of his shoe was approaching the demon's head. He didn't have time to listen to her for long. After all, there was very little time left before the plane crashed. He simply slammed his foot down on it. Viscous red liquid flew to the sides. He won this fight, but the mission is not yet fully accomplished. For destroying the E-rank undead, he received 800 chaos points. There was a hissing sound in the speaker. There were 3 minutes left before Flight 444 crashed. The young man did not really understand what kind of chaos points he had earned. He had killed the undead before, but he had never heard or seen anything like this. Why chaos points? What do they give? Yi Lin decided to deal with this a little later. And now we need to save ourselves. He opened the plane door. A parachute hung over his shoulders, the one he found in the cockpit. At that moment, he jumped out of the plane and quickly flew down. He made it. As soon as the young man jumped out, an explosion occurred, and the plane was completely covered in flames. Apostle Candidate 1010 has completed the main task, Survive. This enabled him to activate some functions. He received an attribute boost, +0, 8, distribution based on Apostle 1010 data. Unlocked, spatial pocket and function. Connections received status, Apostle first rank. During the flight, the host body went into recovery mode. After the restoration of the host body has been completed, he returned back to his old life. How long he was absent from Earth was unknown. A day later, police cars arrived at the house where the Yang family lived. At the top, signal beacons were on and a siren was heard. The police received information that the murdered man's name was Xiao Yan. He was 18 years old. He was in 3rd grade at Qingcheng Middle School. The total number of attribute points upon admission reaches 10. The girl leader came out to the policeman. The policeman noted that the girl turned somewhat pale at the sight of him. It was a pity for the guy because, judging by the information that was available, he was a promising talent. Girl Gu stopped the policeman mid-sentence and asked him to get down to business. Gu Sanan was the team leader of the Joint Inspection Department. The policeman agreed and began his speech. The deceased lived alone in the house. According to the preliminary investigation, the cadaveric marks on the body had already spread, so the estimated time of death was 7 p.m. before dawn. There were no signs of struggle or dragging of the body at the scene. The blood spray continued unabated. The throat was cut with one deft blow of the knife. Apart from this, no other evidence was found at the scene, and more specific circumstances can only be expected during the subsequent investigation. The murder case was handled by Xu Jiang, a member of the platoon of the Joint Inspection Department. He suggested that the murder was not spontaneous. Everything indicated that the killer came well prepared. Most likely, he was a professional in his field. The girl gave an order to her subordinates to search every corner because the killer could not perfectly erase all his traces. You definitely need to find some kind of clue. The men accepted the order and were ready to begin fulfilling it. Leader Gu asked Xu who reported the incident. The murder was reported by a classmate of the deceased. Yi Shu pointed to the place where this guy was now. Yi Li stood near the stairs of the house. A man had already interrogated him. The manager carefully assessed the guy from head to toe. Leader Gu walked closer to Yi Lin to ask her some questions. She asked him his first and last name. The guy answered. She asked what his gender was. The young man was stunned. Can't she really see his gender with her own eyes? And Lin replied to the leader that he was now at the age when he could tell a man from a woman with the naked eye. The man's fists were clenched, and they were wearing black gloves on their hands. The girl continued the interrogation of the deceased's classmate. She asked him not to talk nonsense and answer clearly the questions she posed. Xiao Yan was the only son of the president of Hengyang LLC Medical Equipment. This meant that the deceased was not the simplest person. After all, his father was a big boss, and this was one of the versions of the motive for the murder. The girl walked closer to Yi Lin, and he looked straight into the young man's eyes. But for some reason he lowered his eyes, and this was suspicious. Most likely his conscience is gnawing. And Lin replied that everything she asked him about had already been asked by the man who was standing next to her. And he pointed his finger at the man in the black suit. The man immediately approached the manager and handed her a stack of papers. All of Yi Lin's testimony was recorded. The deceased did not come to school today, therefore, due to his good relationship with the deceased, the head teacher asked to visit him. At the same time, his personality did not cause problems. His parents worked abroad all year round and were rarely at home, very similar to the situation of the deceased. Due to these circumstances, they became friends to such an extent that they even know the passwords to each other's house. And this was also suspicious. After all, the killer entered the deceased through the door. There were no signs of forced entry. Yilin was tired of interrogations. The girl quickly looked through the compiled protocol, and Lin asked if he could be free to go. Or maybe he still has questions. The man who compiled the protocol answered that the young man can be free for now. After all, the killer is most likely a very dangerous professional killer. Oh asked Lin, if he remembers something that could serve to clarify the identity of the killer, he is obliged to notify them about it. He hoped that the young man would not leave Qingcheng and would cooperate with them until they found the killer. It was all for Yilin's own safety until the authorities found the real killer, and he repeated once again that all actions are aimed at his own safety. He asked to be allowed to protect him as best they could. The young man agreed. Yilin turned around and began to leave. He thought of everything, fingerprints, CCTV. He took care of all that yesterday before he left. The voluntary filing of an application is intended to better understand the dynamics of an IIO investigation. As for Xiao Yan's corpse being left behind, it was a kind of bait. In 4 years, great changes will again arise in the world. The end of the world will come, and corpses will roam the streets of cities. And those who are hiding in the darkness will switch to natural disasters and begin to kill their own kind. And Lin came up with the idea that by this time he would accelerate and send all these traitors to the next world, one by one. This was Yilin's house. Welcome Yilin home. The current date is July 9th, 2121. The young man was at home and talking on his mobile phone. He said that Xiaoyu Yang was dead, which meant she should be safe. He promised that they would see each other soon. The girl on the other end of the line was named Molly. Yilin also asked Xiao Yi to brew coffee and add half a teaspoon of salt and heat it up. Molly responded positively. With the crash of the satellites, the wireless networks covering the entire world also disappeared. Instead, a single city local network covered by a transmission tower is now available. Yilin entered passwords on his phone. The first level password was entered correctly. The second level password was entered correctly. The third level password is an audio one. It was necessary to pronounce the password at a level above 80 decibels. The password was the following: I am a unique monster. And Lin was noticeably amused by such a password. The phone again asked to pronounce the sound password as soon as possible, otherwise the user would be blacklisted forever. After this, the countdown will begin. 10, 9, 8. Yilin said the password with lightning speed. The attempt was unsuccessful. The sound was 56 decibels. The entry is incorrect. After all, the password was spoken with insufficient volume. Again, you were required to say the password after the beep. It was very shameful to say such a password, but the young man simply had no other choice, and he loudly shouted the password into the phone. The system accepted the password. This time, the input was successful. A girl's voice was heard on the phone. She called and asked to speak, and Lin was very glad that he finally heard her voice. He replied that in this era they were not yet acquainted. A minute later, Yilin sat on the sofa and held his mobile phone in front of him. The girl asked to prove it. After thinking a little, the guy said. He said a word to Mo Meng Meng. It was her nickname that no one knew. The girl got angry. She said that her late grandmother gave her this shameful nickname. She didn't tell anyone about him. Not a single living soul should know about him. The girl asked to tell her the address where to come, and Lin was delighted. It turns out that the girl believed him. The voice again asked to tell her the address. Yilin sat back on the sofa with satisfaction. As soon as he told Molly his address, she said that she would be here in 22 hours. He decided to take this moment and see how things were going with his status and characteristics. He requested the Apostle panel. An electronic scoreboard appeared in front of him. Yilin was surprised. Why luck and charisma are not constant attributes? After all, he completed the mission, but his charisma and luck indicators decreased. And Lin decided not to focus on these indicators. He breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, the charisma attribute has nothing to do with appearance, and as for luck, it has always been and will be an unpredictable thing. She either exists or she doesn't. And no one knows when it will appear. It's luck. Some people are luckier, and some are not. He continued to review his skills. Active skill. Hidden breath causes a single target within a 200-meter radius to become dizzy. The effectiveness of the skill directly depends on the characteristics of the psyche and will of the target. He tried to see these skills on the tree, but the created skills were not displayed on the panel. The disaster module recognized skills available for improvement. It was offered a choice of replacing the damaged module skill with subsequent improvement. And Lin, without a doubt, decided to upgrade his skill and press the button. At this point, 500 chaos points have been spent. 300 chaos points left. At the same time, the skill of hiding your breath is improved and following the shadow. And it now became clear to Lin why no chaos points were given for killing the undead in his past life. They are only needed to improve skills in the natural disaster module. After improving the skill, the reduction in sense of presence increased from 40% to 70%. And Lin decided to upgrade his shadow following skill again. But this was impossible to do. There weren't enough chaos points, so the upgrade couldn't be made. In this case, Yi Lin decided to upgrade another skill, Mind Concussion. The points were also not enough to make an improvement. The young man decided that if chaos points were not enough, he just needed to earn them. The most important thing that the young man found out was that after leveling up, the next leveling up is available. Therefore, now you need to figure out a way to earn chaos points. He saw one of the skill fragments. He was surprised. After investing a new skill into a natural disaster module, the previously existing skill was destroyed. Yi Lin touched one of the skill fragments with his finger. He realized that there were other fragments of the skill. He sat back in his chair joyfully again. He needed to collect 3 skill fragments before he could recreate a new one. He was rich and happy. He wondered how many skills such a huge innate skill tree from the natural disaster module could give him. Suddenly the phone slipped out of his hands and fell to the floor with a crash. The phone screen is cracked, and Lin now saw that his luck was declining. As soon as Lin bent down to pick up the phone, someone knocked on the door. He picked up the phone and looked at his watch. Mo Meng Meng was 2 minutes late. The young man opened the door to the girl. Door opened. At that moment, a foot appeared from the door. The blow was aimed at Yi Lin's face. It turns out that the girl had already developed the habit of hitting people in the face by this time. And Lin quickly pulled out a knife. He told the girl that beating people in the face is a disease and needs to be treated. The girl came in and sat down on the sofa. She didn't care who Yi Lin was, but she warned that if the young man even once called her by the nickname Mo Meng Meng, she would simply trample him to death. She also added that she would do this with all cruelty. Yi Lin was surprised. After all, it was just a childhood nickname. Why does she have such a negative attitude towards it? It disgusts her greatly. He said that he believed the girl and would try not to call her that again. He handed her hot coffee with salt, just the way she likes it. As soon as the girl took the cup in her hands, she put on her glasses and analyzed the contents. The analysis has been completed. The main ingredients of the drink are water, caffeine, and tannic acid. Does not contain harmful substances. The drink can be drunk calmly. Only after the analysis was carried out did the girl start drinking coffee. Yi Lin did not expect such an approach. This amused him. Butterflies flew around the girl. Miniature insect bombs are ready to be detonated and can be set off at any time. Yi Lin was stunned. It was worthy of a scientific and technical genius. He was glad that the girl demonstrated technology that was ahead of the current time. He realized that the girl was going to blow up his house if something went wrong. The girl took a sip of coffee. She warned the young man not to even try to curry favor with her. Not only was he somehow able to find out her encrypted phone number, but also this nickname. She was drinking coffee. The coffee was prepared exactly the way she liked it. After all, the girl loved freshly brewed coffee with salt. She had such strange preferences. She took another sip and made surprised eyes. How could he know that the girl really loved coffee with salt? Who is this guy, and how does he know so much about her? Is this really an accident? There are a lot of coincidences. And the girl remembered that at the time of the last call, Yi Lin told her that they knew each other. But the guy's face was completely unfamiliar to the girl. She had a good memory for faces, and if they had ever crossed paths, she would have remembered him. The girl did not find answers to many questions. She decided to ask the guy directly. Who is he and how does he know her? She asked not to say only that he came from the future. Molly thought for a moment. If the guy really travels through time, then he is a valuable subject for study. Molly's questions puzzled Yi Lin. The apostles must not reveal the secrets of the tower as well as the inner worlds to ordinary people. Otherwise, they will suffer a terrible punishment. He didn't know how to explain all this to Molly. She shouldn't be punished, but she should know that he can be trusted and that he is her good friend. The young man came very close to the girl's face. He agreed to tell Molly everything in confidence, but he really asked that no one know anything about their conversation. He stood very close. This distance was completely unacceptable for a conversation with an unfamiliar person. The girl quickly leaned back on the sofa and tried to kick Yi Lin in the chest. Her plan didn't work. The girl made surprised eyes. Yi Lin grabbed her leg and moved even closer. He said that in fact there was an invisible angel who had been protecting her all this time, and he appeared only now to ask the girl for one favor in return. Molly was surprised. She thought the guy was just an object for research, and at the same time he wants to ask her for something in return. And Lynn realized that the girl did not believe him at all. She decided that only an idiot could believe this lie. But she wasn't like that. Now it was 2121, and he was telling her about romantic things about time travel from 2021. It was strange, however, and in Molly's opinion it was not true. Suddenly the young man, who was a few steps away from the girl, suddenly disappeared. Molly jumped up from the couch in surprise. She simply couldn't believe her eyes. How is this possible? Where did he go? The girl quickly put on her analyzing glasses to scan the room, but they were unable to detect any biometric waves. He did not become invisible, but hid somewhere. He just disappeared. That was incredible. Molly had never seen people disappear before that day. The channel of the inner world has opened. The current level of Apostle 1010 is 4. It was transferred to the 4th floor. The system requested Apostle 1010 to be ready for transfer. And Lynn knew that level 4 was not really a level, but more like an indicator of the rating of his current tower strength. Based on the overall rating, the tower sends the Apostle to the appropriate floor of the inner world, and Lynn found himself on the 4th floor. Long ago there was a mountain called Phantom Mist, which was inhabited by both humans and demons. Eventually, 5 young hunters wandered onto it. They carried demon-slaying blades to slay ghosts, bringing a faint light to the Phantom Mist Mountain. This is the legend about the Mountain of the Phantom Mist. The test for Yilin was beginning. The main task of the test is to defeat the leader of the demons. In case of failure, the Apostle will be completely destroyed. The instructions also included a friendly warning to keep the front doors locked at night. The plot reminder was still the same. It was not new for the young man. Suddenly, the young man saw a girl running along the road. She screamed loudly and asked for help. She ran to Yilin. She frightenedly recommended that he run away from here. After all, there was a demon behind her. The girl was seriously scared. She passed the young man and moved on, and Lin seemed to be waiting for this demon. Instantly activated supernatural mode. He analyzed. If killing the undead brought him chaos points, then how many will be given for killing a demonic creature? And Lin headed completely in the wrong direction. The girl looked at him in surprise. She warned that the demon eating people was in the other direction, and she showed the approximate direction. She was ordinary and did not arouse suspicion. The young man went to where the girl pointed. Under a large tree, the form of a demon could be seen. It was dark, so it was difficult to see the demon. He squatted over the man's body and apparently ate him. And Lin just walked towards him. He was fearless. Footsteps were heard behind him, and Lin turned around. He was followed by the girl who told him where the demon was. The young man was surprised. Isn't she afraid to follow him? Why did she need this? They walked side by side. The girl was shaking all over. She was either cold or out of fear. She told Yilin that the demon ate her dad. Apparently the demon was just sitting over the body of this girl's father. At that moment the demon heard a man approaching. He stood up and looked in the direction where the girl and the boy were coming from. Now it was possible to see the man's body. Birds flew over the demon and the man's body, smelling the scent of the corpse. The girl screamed loudly, which attracted the demon's attention. The demon screamed and walked straight towards Yilin. The frightened girl commented on his every step. Her voice was very loud. It was as if she was doing this on purpose to attract attention. And Lin guessed it. Something is not clean here. Or the girl is not saying something. Or this situation was specially arranged. The young man was not taken aback and picked up the girl in his arms. He held it out to the demon, as if hiding behind a shield. The girl screamed at the top of her lungs. She was upset that the young man decided to use the cute child as a shield, and she called him a vile little man. With this word, she gave herself away. At that time, the demon swung to strike. Yilin activated his skill, following the shadow and the effect of reducing presence by 70%. He was 100% sure that the girl was not human. She deliberately lied to him about her father in order to mislead him and then strike him. Yilin was smart, which many demons did not expect from him. The demon wanted to attack the girl, but at that moment Yilin simply disappeared. The girl was confused. How did he do it? The demon did not try to attack the girl. He simply turned away from her and headed in the other direction. At that moment, a young man appeared behind the demon. He had a knife in his hands. Another second, and Yilin plunged his knife up to the hilt into the demon's back. Now he knew for sure that the girl and the demon were at the same time. After all, demons do not attack their own kind. They hunt exclusively for people. Blackbirds circled and landed on the ground as if they were anticipating something. A little further, there were 4 people walking. These were 2 girls and 2 boys. According to the plot of the main quest, there should be 5 demon hunters. The young man counted everyone again. There were only 4 of them: Ji Tianyu, Li Changge, Vin Mani, Pan Zhenyi. There was some kind of inconsistency. Where's the other person? The system detected a violation during the movement of Apostle 1010. The coordinates were lost. He deviated from the main quest's storyline. Since Apostle 1010 is still alive, the storyline will be rebuilt. The stab in the back enraged the demon. He began to attack Yi Lin. Where he drew his upper limbs, there was a red line. And Lin realized that the coordinates along which he was supposed to be moving were incorrect. He was a little upset that he had gotten himself into a situation that had been rumored so much. According to them, if the apostle has low luck, the likelihood of such a mistake when entering the inner world will be very low. Yi Lin analyzed the situation and understood. For everything to go awry like it did with him, the incorrect coordinates must be related to a rare stealth mission mode. Yi Lin tried to activate another skill. This skill caused a single target within a 200-meter radius to become dizzy. The effectiveness of the skill depends on the characteristics. The route for Apostle 1010 has been replanned, and Lin needed to go to the nearest village and study the technique of exterminating demons. After this, he could become a real demon hunter. The demon felt dizzy from using the skill. The system issued a warning. The young man was upset that he would not be able to kill the demon. After all, in a second, he came up with a lot of ways to do it. The young man was not going to give up so quickly. He decided to try each of them. Perhaps luck will be favorable to him. The system asked Apostle 1010 not to offer fearless resistance and to return to the main quest storyline as soon as possible. The young man was surprised that the brain is not responsible for motor skills. You can move even with your brain destroyed. The heart is also a weakness, and he decided to stab the demon several more times with a knife. To do this, he quickly chased after him. The demon's limbs grew back after he cut them off. The demon was very resilient. The girl was at a loss. She did not expect such atrocity from the apostle. Most likely he was insane. She urgently needed to escape. After all, if he remembers about her, he will turn her into a cake. The system issued a message that Apostle 1010 had won. As compensation, the young man received an achievement that he was too persistent. Yi Lin also received 666 chaos points as a reward. The young man guessed that he had just completed a hidden task against the leader, which was skillfully disguised as a mistake. The young man was happy. They did a great job. The demon did not agree with the young man. Tears welled up in his eyes. The disaster module recognized a skill available for improvement. It was possible to replace a skill from a damaged module with subsequent improvement. While Yi Lin was distracted for a while, the demon took advantage of the situation and ran as fast as he could away from the young man. To improve the skill, it was necessary to spend 999 chaos points. Apostle 1010 has absolutely no chaos points left. Mind concussion upgraded to bindings of catastrophe. 1 fragment of skill X was also acquired. The number of skill fragments available became 2. The chain of disaster skill consumed 200 points of spiritual power. To activate the skill, it was necessary to say a certain phrase. The girl who deceived Yi Lin ran as fast as she could. She was overcome with fear. She was upset that she met this abnormal young man. After all, she is also a demon, and the young man already knows about it. Therefore, you need to move your feet as quickly as possible, and wear further. Suddenly the girl heard Yi Lin's voice behind her. He asked her not to leave so quickly. She was taken aback. Yi Lin caught up with the girl and stabbed her back with a knife. The girl fell to the ground. Scarlet blood flowed from the knife wound. The young man did not believe that the girl was dead. He decided that she was just pretending. Indeed, in the last battle with the demon, after inflicting numerous blows with a knife, he still remained alive. But he only hit the girl and Lin once. At that moment, the demon girl stood up. She didn't expect him to dare to do this. Did she really play implausibly? After all, the girl wanted to seem very sweet and defenseless, and her eyes flashed red. The hand became larger, and long black nails appeared on it in front of the eyes. Yi Lin activated his newly acquired skill at this moment. A random fear effect has been activated, and Lin began to look very scary in the girl's eyes. Even being a demon, the girl was very scared. After all, the burden had 1 eye instead of a mouth, and on its head there was a mouth with teeth. The demon girl fell to the ground dead. Foam was running out of her mouth. The girl had a very low mental profile. It was strange that she called herself a demon. The way this skill was activated was very strange. Suddenly, a red glow appeared behind Yi Lin. Yilin was very surprised. It was a beautiful girl dressed in a red outfit. She had long blonde hair. At the same time, she was cute. Yilin looked at the girl in fascination. At this, the demon girl came to her senses. She called the girl in red her mother, and she said that he arranged it all. She also complained that Yilin hit her. The young man could not believe his eyes. Are the demons really connected here by a strong relationship? He has already fought with dad and daughter. And now mom appeared. She looked at the young man carefully. And Lin realized that it was time to make his legs. After all, there were already 2 demons in front of him. Yilin has not yet received the demon extermination technique, so the best solution is to get away from his mother. The nickname suited her better, the demon in red. He needed to rush to the village in the west at full speed to study the technique of exterminating demons. Only then will he be fully armed and be able to easily deal with the demons. But no matter how hard the guy tried, the demon caught up with him. She was very fast. In this case, all he had to do was confirm his guess. The demon caught up with Yilin and hugged him. She inhaled the scent of his young body. His scent was different from the hillbillies she had seen before. It was a first-class variety. The young man said, "Let this world be overwhelmed by suffering." No one knew that this statement activated a specific skill. Yilin couldn't understand what was happening. After all, the girl hugged him and looked intently into his eyes, as if spellbound. The disaster shackles skill was activated. The random effect this time was charm. The girl was lying on Yiling. She said that Nihongshu greets her dear husband. The young man was surprised if this was the leader of the demons. The girl turned her back and exposed her shoulders. She wanted to bewitch the young man. The girl sat and caressed the young man with her foot. She was surprised that the guy initially called her mother, and now called her the leader of the demons. The girl in red invited the young man to play a role-playing game with her. The demon woman stroked the young man's neck with her foot. Yilin threateningly pushed the girl away from him. She fell to the ground with a groan. The girl did not expect that he might not like her caresses. She immediately rolled over onto her back and assumed a seductive pose. The young man seemed to her very energetic and hot-tempered, and it hurt her. The young man did not give in to temptation. He ordered her not to put on a show, but to quickly get up and get out of here. He regretted that he did not have enough spiritual power to reactivate the path of disaster skill. The girl obeyed his order. She immediately stood up, covered her body a little with her dress, and ran into the distance. The demon girl ran after her. Yilin was surprised that the local demons did not seem to know about the demon leader. Who then is the one mentioned in the assignment? It's most likely someone else. The young man did not quite understand how he would determine which of them was the leader of the demons. He was sure that when he met him, he would immediately understand that it was him. At dawn, Yilin finally reached the village. The village was crowded. Seeing Yilin, enthusiastic shouts rained down. Everyone was happy that another demon hunter had appeared. It was just one person that was missing, and Lin got there. He was surprised that there were many people in the village, and on the way to it, no arable land or livestock was seen. The young man was worried about how the local population survives here. One guy shouted cheerfully to Yilin and waved his hand at him. He called him the fifth, and he asked to go to him and together find out about what was happening from the village headman. The young man who called Yilin seemed familiar to him. The monster hunters lit a fire. They started talking. The young man called Yilin his younger brother. He said that he was the only one who was late in coming to the village. They had already begun to think that he was lost or completely dead. The hunters sat around the fire, warmed themselves, and cooked soup. All the hunters smelled a wafting, pleasant aroma. Someone thought it was coming from a cauldron. Yilin analyzed the smell. It smelled of beeswax, rosin, and tar. This mixture clearly did not come from the cauldron. It smelled like the village chief. The man was lying on the bed and sleeping. Next to him was his son. He apologized to the demon hunters. His father had already fallen asleep by this time. He asked permission to familiarize everyone present with the local situation. After all, he knew her no worse than the village chief himself, and maybe better. He began his story. Their village is cursed and is located on the western side of Phantom Mist Mountain. No matter how hard you try, no one can get out of it. At the same time, ordinary people, on the contrary, cannot enter it. The only people who can come here are demon hunters like them. Ghost Mist Mountain is shrouded in thick fog both day and night. If you look from a distance, it resembles a giant skull. This is where its name comes from, Mount of Phantom Mist. All day long, demons hide in a dense mountain forest and only come out at night. Yilin thought about it. If demons only come out to the village at night, It can be assumed that they are configured in such a way that they are afraid of sunlight. A little further from their village, there is a place that is surrounded by a darker fog, similar to the darkness of ink. Previously, there were many people in the village who did not believe in demons, but when they wanted to leave it, they were all swallowed up by a black fog. As a result, not even bones remained of people. The son of the village chief continued his story. Over time, no one dared to approach the black fog anymore. We ended up calling this damn fog the Cannibal Phantom Fog, and Lin, after speaking, thought about it. Phantom Fog Cannibal. Most likely this is the border of the map of this world. At the same time, the demons do not know about the existence of the demon leader, and they also leave the village, leaving a border for his existence. Strange, it was all very strange. One of the demon hunters suddenly jumped to his feet. One of the demon hunters suddenly screamed loudly. At this moment he was near Yi Lin. Something was happening to his hand. Yi Lin looked at the young man carefully. The guy was screaming. He almost completely lost control of his right arm. He asked her to obey and carry out the commands that he told her. At this moment, the hand grabbed the black flame dragon blade, and I didn't want to let go. The young man stood up. He asked his sword to calm down. After all, the time for battle has not yet come. He couldn't let the sword cause trouble in this world. When the time comes, he will free him, and they will go together to get rid of the demon. No one will be left behind. This strange behavior indicated activation of the background music skill. Effect. Bonus to characteristics. All the demon hunters rejoiced because they now had such a mighty demon hunter. It was great, just great. Their village is now saved. At this moment, Yi Lin remembered. This guy is Li Changj, an actor who is in the second year of high school. He always showed up with musical special effects. The young man met him in a past life. All his skills are tied to musical special effects. It's of no use in a real fight. Yi Lin turned to the son of the village chief. He wanted to clarify, since they could not leave the village, how they knew about the existence of demon hunters then. After all, during all this time, the headman's son never once mentioned the technique of exterminating demons. This only meant that he was not the key NPC to obtain it. He said that long before they came, 3 demon hunters came to them. One of them even stayed in the village and lives there now. The son of the village chief continued his story. During their campaign against the demon, they put themselves in mortal danger, and as a result, 2 of them died at the hands of demons. The only one who managed to heal lost all his fighting spirit and abandoned his duty and mission as a demon hunter. After all, without certain forces, he simply could not resist them. Yi Lin asked his son to introduce him to the senior demon hunter. The village chief's son agreed. He invited the hunters to follow him. They approached a small house. The man knocked loudly on the door with 2 fingers. Someone coughed loudly behind the door, and the voice clarified who had come to see him. The headman's son replied that several young demon hunters had arrived. The demon hunters stood under the door and waited for it to be opened. When they entered the house, they saw an old man sitting on the bed. He coughed loudly. The old man had no hands and was busy with a strange activity. He sat on the bed and drew something on a human skull with his foot. He said that these guys haven't even learned the demon-slaying technique yet, and the fact that he should not call them hunters. After all, they still don't know how to do anything. The old man looked up from what he was doing and looked carefully at the hunters. He said that sooner or later, each of them would die on Phantom Mist Mountain. There was a girl among the demon hunters. She said the man looked scary. She was very scared. Yi Lin turned to the old man. He asked if this technique was familiar to him too. After touching the old man, Yi Lin began to gain familiarization information. It seems that this old hunter was once side by side with, and after fasting, but now just an NPC in this world. It was the legendary demon hunter, Ni Shu. And the smell of an oil lamp filled Lin's nose. It was the same as that of the demon he had met before. Everything was falling into place. Suddenly, a book appeared in front of Yi Lin. She fell out of nowhere. Demon hunters took the books in their hands and began to look at them. This was a secret technique for exterminating demons. The demon hunters continued to stand near the old man's bed and watch what he was doing. This made the old man somewhat angry. He said that they had already received everything they wanted, and now they could be free. The old man, meanwhile, began his work. The demon hunters have left the house. They approached another house. The young man, one of the demon hunters, said that this old man had a very terrible character. Suddenly, a sound was heard. Someone was slurping. The sound attracted the attention of one of the hunters. He turned his head and saw that one of the hunters was eating a book. This surprised the young man very much. The guy who was chewing the book asked if maybe he wanted it too, take a bite. The book was the secret teaching of demon extermination. One of the rose hunters was angry that he ate the hidden teaching. The guy calmly bit off a piece over and over again, chewed and swallowed. It felt like he was eating a piece of bread. All hunters received a dark-sealed secret demon technique, and this book, Eating Young Man, received the red-sealed secret teaching of exterminating demons. This book was exclusive, therefore it was not recommended to lose it. The demon hunters realized that everyone had now left the village. Everyone, including even the son of the village headman. At the same time, the doors of each house were locked, and Lin remembered the recommendations that when night fell, all the doors of the room should be closed. It is recommended to do this for personal safety. The hunters were enveloped in thick fog. There was no way to see where to go. Everyone remembered what the son of the village headman said. During the day, all the ghosts hide in the dark forest in the mountains, but when night came, they all went outside. The hunters did not know what they might encounter at that second. They did not know extermination techniques and were completely unprepared. For some, this caused panic. Yilin was calm. He was ready to fight every second. All demon hunters had one mission. It was to kill the leader of the demons. I'm lucky in that this story mode is a group 1, so it will be more difficult for them to get hurt individually. They will work in a group as one. Suddenly a noise was heard. Yilin turned his head sharply. At that second, a girl with a knife from the demon hunters was flying at him. And Lin at first didn't realize who she wanted to attack. Miraculously, the young man managed to bend over. At the same time, the girl worked harmoniously and with lightning speed. As soon as the young man had time to bend over, she cut the demon's head with a knife. Yilin thought about it. This girl was going to save him, or kill him along with the demon. And Lin was grateful to the girl for saving him. The young man knelt in front of the girl. She was surprised whether he really wanted to propose to her. Even if this was done in gratitude for saving her, she still would not have married him. Yilin's charisma stat became 2.5. The system congratulated you on learning the passive skill, demon extermination technique. The demon slaying technique only worked to kill the demon. It was a shame. Suddenly the girl's eyes widened in surprise. Yilin crouched down and swung his knife. He was ready to attack. The girl did not immediately understand that he wanted to attack the demon who stood behind her, and not her. He shouted that there was another demon behind her. He pressed his hand to the girl. He waved his knife and successfully defeated another demon. This time the young man saved the girl. They were even. Now the boy and girl stood with their backs to each other. This gave them the opportunity to analyze the situation that was happening around them. Yilin scanned the slain demon. It was just a piece of meat. Everything was as he had expected. So he found a source of food for the villagers. In the past, NPCs hunted demons for food. That's why there were no pastures or cattle around the village. It was so unusual. Demons eat people and people eat demons. Some hunters began to panic. They didn't expect demons to look like this. That they are so strong and powerful. The demon hunters stood at the edge of the forest. There were already 2 dead bodies of demons lying around them. Thousands of eyes were visible in the darkness. They glowed with red fire. There were a whole bunch of demons around the hunters. The young man tried to count all the demons that were around him. There were too many of them. It was impossible to count them all. One of the demon hunters realized that his skill was only good for deceiving people, and not at all suitable for real combat. He had no choice but to use other hunters. He asked for a moment of attention. When there are so many enemies, they must unite and fight back. He ordered to listen to his command. They had to divide them equally among themselves. The young man grinned. He quietly assumed a secure command position, saved face, and strengthened his leadership position. He was simply a genius. The young man courageously raised his sword and was ready to fight the demons. One of the demon hunters was hiding behind him and was afraid. It was his fan. Demons surrounded them. They came closer and closer. Yilin flew up to them and began waving his knife. He turned to Li Chang and said that his useless skill could only be used as bait. He did a great job. Nothing to say. He was just a good guy and a movie star. Yilin said that he had more important things to do than killing demons. Suddenly, he turned his attention to one of the men. He was surprised that he also came. The man said that many years had passed since their last meeting and called Yilin his friend. Was he really thinking about the same thing as the young man? Or maybe he was pretending to be an idiot all this time. The man shouted that today the heavens would judge the outcome of their battle. It was amazing. Yilin was very strong, as expected from a sworn enemy. The man said that you shouldn't underestimate him. He uses both of his fists against Yilin. The young man apologized and asked to be forgiven for disturbing him, because he had thought too much of himself. The demon hunters forgot the most important detail. The conditions for passing this world are to defeat the leader of the demons, and not the demons themselves. This mission has no time limit, so they also organized an NPC to provide technology for exterminating demons. There is a high probability that the demons will become stronger and stronger every night. If they don't find the demon leader, sooner or later the demons will exhaust them and finish them off. The true meaning lies in the phrase of the main task. In case of failure, everything will be destroyed. Yilin began to analyze. The demoness in red from the Phantom Mist Mountain did not meet with the leader of the demons. We can only hope for a layer of black fog, the border of the map. It turns out that the only place where the demon leader can be is the area between the Phantom Mist Mountain and the border of the fog. And Lin approached the village. This was a new village, a village of shadow puppets. The villagers immediately crowded around him. They were happy that the young demon hunter had come to them. They said they haven't had one like this for a long time. The young man was surprised that the residents of this village looked exactly like the residents from the previous village. And it wasn't just about skinny bodies, shaggy clothes, and appearance. They seemed not at all afraid that demons might attack them in the middle of the night. The eldest villager said that Yilin simply doesn't know. Once upon a time, there was an old demon hunter in their village with his hands cut off. He gave each of them a carved demon skull. These were their amulets. As long as they had the skulls, the demons would not get near them. Therefore, almost all people held a shard in their hands. Yilin turned around and quickly ran away. Yilin ran, and remembered the old hunter without arms who painted the skull. He realized that it was the same village, the same inhabitants, only different positions. Old demon hunter, with cut-off hands. Carved demon heads. Everything was mixed up in his head. Does this really happen? The young man guessed that the new village turned out to be the same. It was past, present, and future. The villagers were advancing behind him. Each of them held the demon's skull in his hand. They made strange sounds. It turns out they weren't people, they were demons. During the day, they looked like ordinary people, and at night, they became demons. And Lin began the battle. Some demons were not fully transformed into demons. For every kill, Yilin received a demonic aura +1. The amount of demonic aura was 8. Yilin bravely waved his knife and fought with the demons. During the battle, he also received chaos points. And Lin guessed that killing these demons did not require a demon extermination technique, because even after killing the demonic aura, the aura continued to accumulate. This meant only one thing. They were both people and demons. It was about an old demon hunter who painted skulls without hands. While hunting, he obtained pieces of meat and fed them to the villagers. Using the carved skulls of demons, they turned into them themselves. The young man stood in the middle of the forest. He felt with his back that demons were approaching him from behind. They made disgusting sounds, growled, lisped. Now the young man was amused. He laughed. Hunting for them poses the least threat, which means they are free points. Yilin quickly began to attack them with a knife. He quickly cut them down one by one. Skulls fell out of these hands and fell to the ground with a ringing sound. These were the same skulls that the demon hunter painted. An old hunter sat in his house and painted skulls. He said that the new demon hunters would make excellent prey. He addressed a certain Shu Er. He said that soon she would no longer be locked in this damned place. Most likely, he was addressing the leader of the demons. Congratulations to Apostle 1010. His demonic aura points have reached 10%, and the hidden function of demonic aura has been unlocked. To receive a temporary bonus +1 and characteristics. It was necessary to distribute points in the Apostle panel. Attention! The temporary bonus to characteristics cannot be transferred from this world. After adding points, only 3 characteristics are available for enhancement. These are Strength, Agility, and Psyche, and Lin was given a hint. Rapid temporary improvements in performance may cause physical discomfort. You need to be careful. A temporary buff was received from the demonic aura. Beginners are most often given an increase in strength and agility, which can help during battle. But they don't know that increasing the characteristics of the spirit increases the total amount of spiritual power. For apostles who rely on their skills, constantly using their skills is the best guarantee of being protected. Someone was running not far from the monuments, kicking up dust. 2 hunters were running away, a guy and a girl. They managed to escape from the demons surrounding the village. The girl was upset. She thought Li Chang was stupid and incapable. At the beginning of the mission, she wanted to pretend to be a stupid fangirl in order to use him. But she didn't think his skill would be so useless. Li Changyi shouted to the girl to be careful because someone was coming towards them. They looked in surprise in the direction where the sounds were coming from. The man greeted the demon hunters. He said you several times, it was Pan Zhengyi. Li Chang was furious. He was angry with this man. He asked where he had been. Seeing something, the man turned around and began to run away. The guy and girl looked around them. There were again a large number of demons around them. This man brought with him a huge number of demons and decided to run away. The guy and the girl decided that the best salvation was to escape. In a clearing, a girl demon hunter fought with demons. A demoness in a red robe and her daughter had already appeared. They were surprised. The girl was a master of her craft because she had already defeated so many demons single-handedly. The demon daughter began to attack the demon hunter with a club. The demon hunter stood with her back and heard the saying, "Let this world be overwhelmed by suffering." This was Yi Lin's catchphrase. He came to the rescue. The girls looked at the young man in surprise. The demon daughter was upset and surprised. The demon hunter was happy that help had arrived. The red-robed demon said that she would now properly serve him, and she pointed her outstretched hand straight towards the young man. Yilin asked the girl in red if she knew an old demon hunter named Niu Shu. At the same time, the girl called the young man dear. She asked what role he wanted her to play this time, because she might even devastate him. Yilin said that this was not the answer and began to attack. He killed the demon in the red outfit. But to his surprise, he received nothing for killing the demon. This meant the hunters surrounding the young man were stunned. They didn't expect the young man to be so cruel. And Lin shouted to the hunters to leave quickly, because the technique of exterminating demons did not work on her. At the same time, the girl in red was already regaining her strength and rising to her feet. She was furious. She screamed that this was the second time the young man had done this to her. Her eyes were black. She screamed at the young man that he was a damned demon hunter, and she promised to tear him into thousands of pieces. The long-haired demon hunter who had saved Yilin earlier was outraged. She had no intention of going anywhere. After all, a true swordsman will never retreat in the face of the enemy. She was upset that her wounds were so severe that she could barely move. And Lin said that she might not go anywhere. He realized that the wounds were causing her suffering. At the same time, he quickly threw her over his shoulder and carried her. His skills are not suitable for fighting in the front ranks, but hers are. It will be valuable to them in the future. So he decided to take her with him. The rest of the demon hunters followed Yilin. Everyone decided that Yilin and the girl he carried in his arms were much stronger and faster than them. They approached the old demon hunter's house again. Li Chang exclaimed. He realized that Brother Lin was smart. If they lack the ability to deal with demons, let the old demon hunter deal with them. They entered the house of an old demon hunter, but to their great disappointment he was not there. They were surprised where the old man had gone. Yilin said that he taught them the demon slaying technique, but this is the most common version, only good for killing small demons. Yilin didn't believe it. The old hunter did not inspire confidence. He was some kind of suspicious guy. The other hunters did not understand what to do. After all, a group of monsters was approaching the house. Yilin Yi said that you just need to close the door. He remembered the hint that was given to him at the very beginning of the test. Li Chang cursed. He decided that Yilin wanted to kill them. The demon is about to open the door and deal with them. Yilin said there was nothing to worry about. They won't die at all. After all, they were given a hint. At night, they just need to bolt the door. When the horde advances, all the villagers are locked in their houses. It's simple. Houses with closed doors are inaccessible to demons. This method of survival was left to them so that if something happened, they could escape from pursuit. We can agree that the method was quite simple and effective. Yilin carried the girl to the sofa and laid her down. The girl thanked the young man. She was grateful to him that he did not leave her on the battlefield, but took her with him to a safe place. He quickly began to untie her belt. She asked what he was doing there. The young man said that he has demon fat. It had to be applied to wounds received from demons. He received this fat after killing the demon and really wanted to see the effect of it. The fat that formed after the demon liquefied slowly restores the physical damage inflicted. However, it cannot be taken out of this world. The young man began to apply fat to the girl's wounds. The girl started screaming. She was terribly cold. She asked to turn off the lamp. The young man quickly extinguished the lamp and continued applying the grease. Old demon hunter Niu Shu was approaching the rock. 10 years. They were stuck in this damn place for 10 years. He asked Shu'er and Xiao Xiao to be patient a little longer. After all, the new hunters are very young. They do not yet know the true ending that happened to the previous demon hunters. He approached the graves. The old hunter said that very soon they will replace them, and they will be free from this damned phantom mist mountain. Dawn has arrived. All 5 hunters spent the night in the house of the old hunter Niu Shu. Some hunters sat on the floor and slept soundly. Yilin and the girls sat near the wall. Yilin opened his eyes. He got enough sleep. The old hunter was already sitting on the bed. He returned and asked the young men and women to leave here. Bright light entered the home through the window. The hunters realized that morning had already come and they were safe. They got ready and went outside. Li Chang said that the old man still has the same disgusting character, and they got into this mess because of the demon-slaying technique. They must take revenge on the old man. Yilin asked Li Chang, Did he ever wonder why he gave them this particular version of the demon-slaying technique? The young man didn't think about it. First, he wanted to protect these two demon girls, and secondly, Yi Yilin thought for a moment. Li Chang realized that that old hunter was not a weakling. Then why did Yi Lin bring them all to his house? The young man asked if no one had looked at the description of the doors in the village. There is only one house available to them in the entire village, and this house is precisely the house of the old hunter. The girl he saved approached Yi Lin. She asked to add him as a friend. The girl saw that the young man was capable and purposeful, and he also has all the skills to resist demons. Suddenly, Yi Lin looked at the panel. The apostle sent him a friend request. There were two answer options: accept or reject. Li Changyi screamed with joy. He called little sister Ji Tian very prudent. He completely forgot about the unlocked chat function after completing the beginner task. He suggested adding each other as friends. After all, one had a brilliant brain, and the other one is incredibly strong. He must hurry at all costs and become their leader. But do these hunters need such a leader? The girl asked Yogo to leave. The others didn't need such a friend either. Li Chang was surprised. The girl yelled at him. Her opinion very quickly changed from one person to another. He is an actor, and she didn't really like his handsome face. And Lin asked the guy not to take everything to heart. He asked me to add him as a friend, and he would tell me how and what to do. Suddenly, someone called out the hero. One of the villagers ran towards Li Chang. The man took the hunter's hand. He admired him. The man knew that he would not sit idly by and would kill all these wicked demons. This hunter was an actor, and therefore flattering words were like balm on his heart. He looked back and saw that the other hunters had already gone far away from him. The man once again called the hunter a hero, and he asked to accept the gift as a sign of gratitude from their village. It was a round gray ball. Li Changge was surprised by this gift. He didn't quite understand what it was. At the same time, he was very pleased to receive a gift from the villagers. It was a demonic aura. This core increased the demonic aura. The description says that after taking it, a certain amount of demonic aura is absorbed. This may cause some discomfort. Li Chang's was a city. He asked the villagers not to worry at all and to leave everything to him, and he, in turn, that same night will go and kill 7 generals of the demon army, sprinkling their blood on his sword. Yi Lin analyzed his achievements. Killing the demons last night had given him quite a few chaos points. He realized one more thing. Although the description of the extermination technique says it can only be used in this world, what will happen if he adds it to the natural disaster module for improvement? And Lin was always experimenting. To improve the technique of exterminating demons, you need 10,000 chaos points. Due to the nature of this skill, you will need to leave the world before editing it in the module. And Lin was glad that it could not only be improved, but even taken out of this world. Yi Lin looked to the side in surprise. Among the monuments stood the same man whom he had seen earlier. The man said that today he took with him a blade that could kill him. At that same second, the monument cracked, and Yi Lin clearly felt it. After adding a few temporary stat points to his psyche, his understanding sharpened. Yi Lin asked the man to provide it to him, and he put his hand on the man's shoulder in a friendly manner. And Lin decided that they were wrong to ignore Panzhenyi's madness. But still, only he received that cheat, the secret teaching of exterminating demons. With him, the world he sees with his own eyes may not coincide with ours. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Li Chang appeared. He said that he used the chat function and even sent Yi Lin a message, but unfortunately he did not respond to it. He suggested taking advantage of the day because the demons were afraid of him. Go to the edge of the foggy forest, defeat demons, and accumulate demonic aura points. And Lin said that thanks to him and his blows, cracks had already appeared in the stele. He said that he would attack. The man behind asked the guy to attack. After all, whoever shed blood with him enters into a bloody brotherly alliance with him. The girl who always accompanied Li Chang said that he was another crazy person, and she suggested leaving here. At this moment, Stella cracked in half. Several bright red stones fell out of it. Apostle 1010 was congratulated for identifying a side mission, the pursuit of the legendary demon hunter. The last piece of bloody jade was found, and the secret of the legendary demon hunter Ni Shu was revealed. The young man could also gain the skill of being a demon eater. And Lin invited the guy to follow him. He offered to take him to a great place. The young man wondered where they were going, and Lin said that they would go up the mountain. The old demon hunter was not in the village last night, so he decided to go around the Phantom Mist Mountain again. The only place he could go at night was the top of the mountain. And since the bloody jade is connected to his plot, Yi Lin will only be able to get all the answers by climbing to the top. Yilin's guess was correct. In just one night, the D-rank demon soldiers turned into C-rank demon soldiers, with more dexterous body movements. Yilin killed a C-rank demon soldier and obtained a demonic aura of 3 points. The longer they delay, the more unfavorable the situation becomes for them. One of the demon hunters ran after the demons, screaming loudly. The demons took off running. This young man scared them too much, and Lin knew that if they wanted to reach the top of the mountain, they must first overcome the misty forest. There is a possibility that by chance they might encounter those 2 demons. Unfortunately, the technique of exterminating demons does not work on them. Only a hunter who has the secret teaching of exterminating demons can cope with them. Yilin's demonic aura rating is -400, Ji Tianwu, demonic aura points 372, Wenmani demonic aura points 300, Yilin 294, Pan Zhenyi 64, Li Chang 43. Yilin was surprised. It seems like everyone is working hard to slaughter all the demons in the misty forest. Even Li Cheng began to accumulate strength. The young man was surprised. He felt something was wrong here. Just what exactly he didn't know yet. This needed to be dealt with. The young man decided that he would think about it later. And Lin called Bro Pan to follow him. This guy was slaughtering another monster. On the way, they saw a lycoris flower. According to legend, lycoris grows only at the boundary between yin and yang. Blooms and fades every millennium. Flowers bloom without leaves. Leaves live without flowers. Flowers and leaves are crossed forever, without connecting life and death. The approach to the top of the mountain was simply lined with these flowers. Finally, the young men reached the top of the Phantom Mist Mountain. At the very top, there was a stone skull. Bropan and Yilin stood on the top of the mountain, and everything around them was in flowers. This flower was the source of the so-called curse. Suddenly, Yilin saw his friend Molly. She asked for help and did not want to die. There was a black hole in her chest. Black liquid flowed from it. The young man did not expect to see Meng Meng here. Was it really her? Or is it some kind of illusion, and all this seems to him? Another girl called Yilin. This voice belonged to his other friend An. The girl told the guy whether he had really forgotten about their promise. She was waiting for him. Why didn't he come to save her? Yilin closed his eyes. This simply cannot be. No, they just can't be here. The young man thought about it. He failed to protect them in the past, but he has returned. This time no one will harm them. The young man will definitely save them. This world was associated with ghosts. He was sure that there would be something here that influenced the mental state. The young man put all the temporary points into his psyche, and now the characteristic points are 8.8. Such illusions are absolutely not enough to make his heart tremble. Therefore, Yilin remained practically unperturbed. At that moment, the young man saw some constructions. These were drawn pictograms, and there was some kind of stone on top. Was it really their influence? The youth's mental characteristics were at a high level, but Pan Zhenyi's were completely low. And Lin expected this. Why should he be afraid of mental influence? Because he is already a psycho. And Lin looked carefully at the young man, who at that moment was gnawing on a straw. The young man felt someone's presence. They heard someone's voice. It was an old hunter. He approached the young men from behind. He was surprised that one of the hunters was able to notice him while he was hiding his breathing. The old hunter was also surprised that new hunters found this place. Now the old hunter will have to kill them ahead of schedule. The young man felt the presence of a demon. He said he couldn't escape this time. The old hunter was very close to Yilin. Pan Zhenyi was unshakable. The remaining 2 pieces of blood jade should probably be inside these graves. And Lin remembered. The elder said that 3 demon hunters once came here, and 2 of them were killed by demons. It must have been the old hunter who made the graves for the dead hunters. Moreover, after death they themselves became demons, that pair of mother and daughter. And Lin said everything correctly. The old hunter wanted to jump and attack the young man. Yilin held the blade in front of him and was ready to fight. The old hunter took the knife away from the young man with his foot. It was so fast that Yilin didn't even have time to react. The old hunter said that those 2 girls were his daughter and granddaughter. They used to be top-notch demon hunters. The old hunter said that no one had ever managed to escape from here. After all, this is the cursed land. The old hunter added that everyone here is dead, and Lin used his skill, following the shadow. As expected of the legendary demon hunter, he noticed this instantly. The young man wondered, if everyone is dead, then why are they still alive? Niu Shu laughed. How could the young man know whether he was alive or not? The old hunter said that the young man was very smart, but he made an irreparable mistake when he decided to fight him alone. He said that the girls were not killed by demons. The old hunter began to tell his story. 10 years ago, there weren't as many demons on Phantom Mist Mountain as there are now. When they destroyed all the demons, a demonic aura began to corrode them. That's why they became demons. The hunter said that if he had not cut off his hands in time, he would have long ago turned into a full-fledged demon. The only way to free them is to create new, more powerful demons to replace them and maintain the curse. At this time, unknown things happened to the old hunter. He grew tusks like a mammoth. And Lin decided that it was time to start a real fight. He was more ready than ever. The monster was faster and the young man practically did not have time to deviate. He looked at the demon in surprise. The demon was changing before our eyes. The old hunter called the young man a damned savage. Today's youth had no respect for the prowess of martial arts at all, and this surprised the demon. And Lin saw that many pits had formed around him. The young man was surprised why his partner dug so many holes. In principle, he didn't expect anything else from the psycho. This crazy guy was looking for something. He dug up all the graves but did not find what he was looking for. Everything he smelled before was just a residual smell, and he couldn't find what he wanted. Yilin analyzed. The graves that Pangenyi dug up were empty. This means that there are no bloody jades in them. Suddenly, the demon appeared again. He realized that the young men were looking for bloody jades. These stones were made from Shu'er's blood essence. Not only are they key to maintaining the structure, but they also keep it alive. The old hunter said that last night he did two things for them. Firstly, he would leave an unlocked door for the hunters to prevent a powerful demon from appearing among them, otherwise everyone would die. Secondly, he hid the bloody jades in another place. He calculated everything down to the smallest detail. Suddenly, a second hunter stood up for Yilin. He asked not to touch the young man because he is his brother and they entered into a bloody alliance. The monster was surprised that they were in such a hurry to die. The old hunter said that if he wanted to touch him, he would do so. If the guy wants, he can try to stop him or bite him. Without thinking for a long time, the young man opened his mouth wide. His mouth had fangs like a vampire's. The hunter jumped up and grabbed the monster's neck with his teeth. The demon did not expect such a turn of events. He really bit him now. From the bite, dark liquid flew to the sides. Most likely it was blood. The demon was very angry. Could it be that a man has just been bitten by a demon? This person is either a complete idiot or a psycho. There is no other option given. The demon asked the man not to bite him anymore. Yilin joined the conversation. The young man who bit was truly a madman, but this madman was able to expand the path. Yilin swung his knife. He plunged the knife straight into the demon's back. At this moment, the young man was very angry. The demon screamed. He said that he gave him a low-rank demon extermination technique and it was only effective on low-rank demons. With her help, he will not be able to defeat him. The demon said that today's youth are too green, and he can play with them freely. Apostle 1.010 received congratulations for completing a side mission, the plan of the legendary demon hunter. The demon was panicking. After all, he believed that he had hidden his bloody jade safely. And Lin had a skill unlocked, Demon Eater. This skill was only available for use in this world. This skill did not consume anything. With its help, you can absorb demon generals of rank B and below, and also receive double demonic aura points from them. And Lin was interested in one question. What rank did Ni Shu have? Will he be able to use this skill to defeat him? The young man analyzed it a little and understood. Ni Shu has rank A. At this moment, two young demon hunters ran into the distance. They stole the blood jade from Ni Shu. The demon laughed. They were very naive if they wanted to just run away. Suddenly, the young men stopped. They were surrounded by a large number of demons. There were more than 100 demons. They made disgusting sounds and came closer and closer with their hands raised up. Ni Shu was very cheerful. He laughed out loud. He would never have thought that he would one day summon demons to the mountain, being a demon himself. He shouted to one of the guys that although he managed to bite him, he would now take revenge for it. Ni Shu commanded the demon to attack the demon hunters. And Lin was ready for such a turn. He expected Ni Shu to ask for help. And the young man began to use a new technique, absorbing demons. Ni Shu was discouraged. He didn't understand where the young man got such a skill. After all, the guy was very young, and already a demon hunter with a long-lost technique. The demon said that even if the young man were the greatest genius, he would not be able to master this technique without 10 years of hard training. But the young man used it effectively, and the demon could not understand how he was able to master it so quickly. That was incredible. It was inexplicable. The use of this technique also had the opposite result, and Lin began to hear the voices of the dead. They screamed that they were in pain, very painful. They no longer wanted to be stuck in this samsara of damnation. They called and asked to save them. These voices are the lamentations of the dead. Their negative emotions consumed the young man. He had never had such sensations before. Black liquid flowed from Yilin's eyes. He screamed desperately. Using this skill was not easy. At the same time, the demon triumphed. He was one step ahead of the young man. The top of the Phantom Mist Mountain is the border between yin and yang energies. Using this technique can consume the youth himself before he can consume anyone else. In his current state, the young man was already half human and half demon. Very soon he will become a demon and completely lose his mind. This only amused the demon. For Yilin, his condition was not a surprise. This is the state he sought, to be half man and half demon. He turned around and punched Niu Shuya with his fist. The demon was surprised that the guy did not lose his mind. He still maintained the state of a demon man. Niu Shu called Yilin crazy. He was really crazy. After all, only a complete madman would take such a desperate step. The demon continued to mock. He said that the young man was green and remained so. Niu Shu was sure that he could not kill him without a high-ranking demon extermination technique, and he himself was going to eat Yilin. Yilin didn't look like himself at this moment. His eyes were black and they glowed. The young man did not say that he would be the one to kill the demon. The young man had a better plan. At that moment, demons began to attack Niu Shu. They clung to his back and bit his arms and legs. Niu Shu began to scream hysterically. At this time, the demons were not at all interested in the young men. They were very attracted to the demon Niu Shu. And Lin foresaw this. He had assumed that low-ranking demons would only obey the strongest representative of their species. Without brains, they still wouldn't be able to tell if he was really one of them or not. At this moment, the young man looked like a man. A general notification has been sent to the system. It was accompanied by a sound effect. Due to the end of the hidden side mission by Apostle 1010, in order to balance the difficulty of the world, the demon's power will be increased. As night falls, demons of rank C will be promoted to demons of rank B. Yilin thought about it. His complexity increased. He had encountered a similar situation before, but even if C-rank demon generals were promoted to B-rank demon generals, they were still within the rank range, and he could absorb them into the demon devourer. Increasing the difficulty makes it more difficult for your teammates to complete. His plan will be impossible to fulfill. Then there is only one option left. The higher the rank of a demon, the more demonic aura you can get from them. This difficulty tempted Yilin to absorb as many B-rank demons as possible and quickly increase the number of demonic aura points. Demon Niu Shu screamed hysterically. He was in pain and he couldn't do anything about it. He could not resist the demons that attacked him. The demon grinned. He didn't understand where he had miscalculated. And what kind of guy is this who doesn't look like a newbie at all? He was not ready to accept his defeat. There was very little left, and he began to call his daughter and granddaughter for help. The young men stood aside and watched what was happening. The demon shouted that they would all die on Phantom Mist Mountain. No one will be able to escape from here. No one will be able to survive. Yilin turned around and said that he came from a world in which he had killed more demons than him. Yilin analyzed the ranking. The young man was surprised that Wenmani rose to first place in such a short time. It was incredible speed. She had the highest level of demonic aura and was 87.2%. The girl fan of Li Changzhe turned out to be not so simple. At first glance, she seemed such a sweet and defenseless girl. But the rating said otherwise. Apostle 1010 was congratulated. He had exceeded 50% of his demonic aura points. This made it possible to unlock the hidden form of the Demon Decapitation Blade. Demon Decapitation Blade upgraded to Demon Slaying Blade. This made it possible to receive a 0.1% increase in demonic aura after killing demons. And Lin was very pleased. It was a small improvement, but now is the time to take advantage of it. And he entrusted a hidden mission to their movie star. At this time, on the Phantom Mist Mountain at the edge of the misty forest, someone was sighing heavily. It was Li Changzhe. He was simply tired of fighting demons. There were so many of them that the young man couldn't even catch his breath for a second. Suddenly, he heard a voice reminder arrive on his phone. He guessed that the message came from Yilin. The guy felt that it was already difficult to kill demon soldiers, and now there were also demon generals. How much can you play with them? When will this all finally end? The movie star wanted this mission to end as soon as possible. He's tired of this game. The young man looked towards where his fan was standing. He asked about what the current situation was like. The young man was taken aback. His fan was not nearby. The movie star remembered that she had not followed him from the very beginning. The system showed that his friend Apostle 1010 sent the message. Li Changzhe was surprised why Yilin suddenly wrote to him. He probably wanted to brag that he had completed a hidden mission. At this moment, the young man's face became surprised. He just approached the village and saw many dead villagers. The guy ran as fast as he could. He decided that Yi Lin would try to drive him into a trap. When he ran up to the village, he saw Ji Tianwu standing next to the bodies of the dead villagers. He couldn't believe his eyes. She couldn't do that. At this moment, Li Changji's fan peered out of the house. She was very happy to see her brother. Her blade was covered in blood. She said she was very scared and hid in the house. She decided not to go out and observe carefully. The fan saw everything that was happening at that moment on the street. Ji Tianyu wanted to buy a demonic aura core from the villagers, but the villagers did not agree with her and she was refused. After that, the huntress simply killed them all. The fan confirmed that she saw everything with her own eyes, and Li Chang believed her. The girl fan rushed into the arms of the film actor. The young man reassured her and said that he would definitely protect her. A minute later, they heard strange sounds. Turning their heads, they saw that the daughter of a demon was heading towards them, accompanied by several demons. The daughter laughed and said that demon hunters are very cruel. The hunters were tougher than even the demons taken together. After all, they dared to kill their own kind. At that moment, a demon in red flew up to them. The young man began to panic. He shouted that this was the end. They were surrounded on all sides, with virtually no way out. Suddenly a foot in an elegant high-heeled boot sank down in front of them. It was Ji Tianyu. She hurried to their aid. She tried to attack the girl in red with her blade. The fan screamed that the cannibal must die. At that moment, the fan attacked the hunter girl with her whip. She asked not to blame her. After all, no one asked the girl to stand up for the villagers and try to take away the core of demonic energy from her when she was destroying the village. Ji Tianyu was the first to become her enemy because she stood up to protect the villagers. Blood flew from Ji Tianyu's mouth. The fan had a very long whip, at the end of which there was a sharp metal tip. The huntress girl had numerous wounds. For swordsmen, it was a shame to receive a wound on the back. The girl thought it would be great if someone had her back. The huntress made surprised eyes. At that moment, Yi Lin ran up to her and grabbed her in his arms, preventing her from falling to the ground. The young man asked the huntress if she really couldn't evade. It wasn't worth throwing all the temporary stat points into strength. You should have thrown a little into agility as well. At this moment, the attention of the demon in red was attracted by Yi Lin. He had humiliated her last night, and now he had to repay her twice as much. The young man turned to the demon and asked what she could offer them that evening. Suddenly, her daughter appeared along with the demons. She was glad that they met again and was very happy about this meeting. The demon's daughter called Yi Lin to come to her quickly so that her children could bite him to death faster. And Lin stood with her back to the demon's daughter. He held the demon hunter in his arms. The girl warned the young man that there was danger behind him. Yi Lin said he was safe. They should take care of themselves. After all, Yi Lin brought friends with him while going down the mountain. The demon girl jumped on Yi Lin from behind. She wanted to bite him. A demon hunter, whom everyone considered a psycho, came to the rescue. He grabbed the demon and bit her. The demon did not expect such a turn of events. One group of demons was going to meet another. A bloody battle ensued. At this moment, they were not at all bothered by the hunters. Demons fought against each other. The demon in red was surprised how a person could control a horde of demons. It was impossible. There were two options. Either the young man was clearly not a demon hunter, or he was a demon. Yi Lin smiled and replied that he was just her husband. This infuriated the demon. She asked if he really wanted to die. Her eyes turned black and glowed red. The demon in red rose high above the boy and girl. She let her hair down like a spider's web. And Lin shouted to his friends, who at that moment stood rooted to the spot. He asked to take advantage of the moment while he distracted her. They had to finish off as many demons as possible and fill up the demonic aura rating. Of all the demons present here, they cannot kill only the red-robed demoness. Most likely, she is the leader of the demons. Yi Lin said that when his demonic aura points reached 50%, the demon decapitating blade upgraded to the demon slaying blade. But why this was necessary, no one knew. Most likely, this was necessary in order to be able to defeat the leader of the demons. And Lin said that he may have upgraded his blade, but he only upgraded the psychic characteristic. He lacked the strength to kill the demon leader. And Lin said that this is a team mission, so the passage depends on them too. Li Chang wanted to shout something to the young man. At this moment, Yi Lin lost control of the demon generals who were fighting among themselves, and they immediately switched to the demon hunters. The fan said that she was very scared, and she grabbed the young man's hand. The fan quietly downloaded temporary characteristics into agility, and her blade was also upgraded to a demon-slaying blade. The only thing she needed now was to find cannon fodder that would distract all the demon generals so that she could concentrate on fighting the demon leader. Li Chang knelt down. He told his little sister that perhaps their first meeting took place in this world. In reality, all his life he did what he played on stage, and in all this time he never met a nicer fan than her. The girl and the boy raised their blades and were ready to fight the demons. Li Chang looked at his fan in love. He was very pleased to be an idol for her. He protected the girl with himself and promised to do everything to protect his devoted fan. At this time, the demons were getting closer and closer to the hunters. Li Chang fought desperately in battle against them. The fan was surprised. Her plan worked as she planned. She was pleased with herself. I thought my idol was stupid. After all, he still thought that she was his fan. In fact, the girl simply ingratiated herself into his trust by playing the role, and he fell for it. She did not feel sorry that the young man would go to the next world with a calm soul, becoming cannon fodder for her. She said that they would all die here, and she would single-handedly finish off the leader of the demons and top the rankings. The fan approached the girl in a red robe, ran her hand along the blade of the blade, and said that now it was the turn for her sister, the leader of the demons. It seems that Ni Hongshu is quite angry with her, and Lin knew that the fan would not directly kill the demon. After all, she wrapped them in silver hair and released corrosive demonic poison. She wanted to help him so much so that he would rot and understand how great the hatred that she felt for him was. The girl whom Yilin was holding in his arms grabbed the guy by the chest. She asked why he dragged her into this deadly trap. Her blade has also been upgraded to a demon-slaying blade, and all its temporary characteristics are rolled into force. She could kill the demon leader. The girl looked carefully straight into the eyes of the young man. Yilin smiled. Was she really going to kill the demon leader with the demon-killing blade? Did the hunter really not hear the notification from the system? At the same time, the huntress was wounded, and the young man would not have allowed her to join the battle. The huntress realized that the young man had lied to the fan. What he wanted then now, she could not understand. Oilin continued to hold the girl in his arms. He wanted to prevent her from being exposed to the corrupting demonic poison and just wanted to protect her. The girl was now afraid for the young man himself. How can he resist this poison? The young man said that she needn't worry about this at all. This poison does not have even the slightest effect on him. Thanks to the old demon hunter, he was able to change his form. At this moment, the young man's eyes became dark. Cracks appeared around the eyes. Right before our eyes, at that moment he was turning into a demon. The hunter girl told Yilin that it was Wen Mani who dealt with those villagers. She wanted them to give her all the demonic aura cores, but they did not agree. And Lin was taken aback why she didn't tell Li Chang about this. The huntress did not consider it necessary to explain anything to anyone. She did not see the need for it. Yilin was very close to the huntress's face. He asked why she began to explain herself to him. Why didn't she tell anyone else about this? Something began to happen to the Tench's body. He quickly changed his position. Now he stood behind the girl, holding her tightly by the waist. He was afraid that the huntress would be scared if she saw him now in this form. Yilin once again analyzed the ranking of the demonic aura. The fan continued to fight the demon in red. The girl saw that everything was as expected from the leader of the demons. Her agility stat has been upgraded to 10, but she still can't hit it. She didn't know why, but after reaching 10, she could no longer add temporary stat points. The actor fought with demons. He was very worried about his beautiful face, because he made money with his face. The demons knocked him down, and he was in great pain. He did not understand why they continued to hit him only in the face. It was his face that he valued most. At this time, the hunter, whom everyone considered crazy, was fighting with the demon's daughter. The daughter screamed and asked her mother to save her. After all, this hunter was simply crazy. The demon in red heard her daughter's call and was distracted for a second. The fan had a great opportunity. She threw the hidden blade forward. A tight rope quickly wrapped around the demon's waist and pinned her arms to her body. The demon was immobilized. The fan planted her blade in the demon's stomach. She believed that by killing the demon leader, she could rise to the top of the rankings. The demon in red quickly freed herself and said that the fan would die for all the pain inflicted on her. The fan bravely fought the demon in red. Why the girl in red still doesn't die? After all, her blade had been upgraded to a demon-slaying blade. She should be able to kill the demon leader. And Lin, with the girl in his arms, accelerated and jumped. He landed next to the fan, and at that moment she realized that the young man had simply deceived her. The fan was upset that now the demon's hatred was entirely directed at her. She just needed to somehow get her to change her goal. The fan ran up to Yilin. She said that he needs an eye and an eye. Even after pumping all the temporary characteristics into agility, she could not reach it, and now it would be better for everyone to just retreat. The demon hunter realized that the laugher was going to pass the buck. She said it made her sick. The fan giggled and said she couldn't keep up with her speed. At the same time, she said that the unkillable leader of the demons was already rushing straight towards them. Yilin received and thanked for the bloody jade. The stage was completed successfully, and the young man held the firestone in his hand. The young man checked the demonic aura rating. Wan Mani had 990 points, which was 99%. And Lin realized that they could not be killed because their weaknesses were outside their bodies. And he squeezed the jade tightly in his hand, crushing it. The demon's daughter cried and said that she was finally saved. The girl tried to evoke a feeling of pity in the hunter. Perhaps this will touch the young man, and he will simply let her go. Apostle 1010 was congratulated on his successful liberation of souls from damnation. The favor of Ni Hongshu and Bai Xiaoxiao was obtained, and charisma increased by 0.2. The demon thanked her husband, and Lin was surprised that he received 0.2 to his charisma. He didn't understand why he needed such a reward. What benefit does he have from the favor of the demoness in red? The fan was surprised. Did Yilin really have a way to kill the demon leader all this time? The fan guessed that it was probably all about that stone stela at the entrance to the village. The demoness's weakness was hidden within her. Now everything becomes clear what the young man and that psycho Panzhenyi were doing there together. Yilin asked the fan who told her that the girl in red was the leader of the demons. Indeed, the fan did not hear the message about the completion of the mission. It turns out she was deceived again, and she had no idea about it. Yilin analyzed Wen Mani's rating again. Her aura was 99.5%. Vona called brother Yilin very smart, but modern girls like smart guys. She asked to tell her where the real leader of the demons was. After all, now she has the highest characteristics of all those present. She proposed to unite to obtain leading characteristics. The girl told the young man that if he told her this, she would thank him properly. At this moment she lifted her dress. She promised to do whatever he wanted. The Devman hunter said that Yilin is not like that and will not fall for any depraved poses. And Lin was happy. Since the girl started talking about it, he invited her to do something for him. The huntress girl who stood behind the young man was stunned. Most likely she was mistaken about him and considered him completely different. The fan agreed to do everything that the young man could wish for, and she stuck out her seductive tongue. The girl knew that men always fall for it. She had a plan. As soon as the young man reveals the location of the demon leader, she will immediately finish him off. Yilin smiled and said if it wouldn't be difficult for her. He asked her to transform herself into a leader. The girl did not expect such a turn. What did he mean by this request? How can she accomplish this? Wen Mani's demonic aura rating became 100%. Something started to happen to the fan at that moment. Her body stopped moving and a red glow formed around her. Yilin asked why she thought there was a limit to the demonic aura rating. He who kills demons eventually becomes a demon himself. The aura crosses the available limit, and the person turns into a demon leader. The fan did not expect everything to be exactly like this. Even if the young man were telling the truth, her demonic aura points should be within 800. She tried to open the rating at that moment, but the system did not listen to her. The demonic aura rating is an interface that can only be opened by apostles. At that moment, she became the boss of this world, the leader of the demons. Yilin said that when they first entered this world, there was one sentence in the plot clue. They had demon-slaying blades with them, capable of killing demons by bringing a faint light to the phantom mist mountain. In other words, each hunter has his own blade for killing demons. Whoever uses it gets aura points. The fan realized that she was now holding a completely alien blade in her hands. She could not understand when the exchange of blades took place. Later, she remembered one of the scenes with Li Chang'e. It was he who exchanged blades with her in order to set her up. She was slowly turning into a demon. Her legs were covered with thick veins. She called Li Chang'e a scumbag. She wanted to outwit him, and at that time he outwitted her. Yes, so masterfully that she didn't even understand it. Now the real leader of the demons stood in front of them, with long horns, claws, and a pumped-up body. Li Chang'e. GE was lying on the edge of the forest on his back, with many dead bodies of demons around him. He said something that life is a theater, and the people in it are actors. He told the fan that she had a good acting game, but laziness had already warned him through the chat a long time ago. The fan planned everything very clearly. Li Chang'e asked to have pity on his handsome face, because he was an actor who single-handedly dealt with so many demons. The demon leader shouted that she was an apostle, and she did not want to become a boss. She had no desire to be tied to the Phantom Mist Mountain for the rest of her life. She was very aggressive and wanted to kill everyone who came at her on the way. Li Chang'e approached Yi Lin and said that he remembered an important problem. The demon leader may have shown up, but they won't be able to deal with him. And Lin said, has the guy forgotten that killing demons accumulates aura points, and by increasing them, you can get temporary points for characteristics. Li Chang'e understood everything. The demons were approaching them again. The actor shouted for them to come to him. He said that the heavens could not hold him because the path of the sword is as eternal as the long night. The demons made terrible sounds. Li Chang'e started to feel sick. Yi Lin decided that they would not have time to kill one after another. It was very slow. And Lin decided to take control of them so that they would commit mass suicide and immediately use the demon eater to absorb the demonic aura. At this moment, Yi Lin turned into a demon. The huntress shouted to Yi Lin that in order to kill the demon leader, he needed to have strength similar to him. Could it be that Yi Lin has also turned into a demon leader? Well, there can't be two of them. Li Chang'e asked the young man not to do this because he was such a great man, and Lin alone was ready to sacrifice himself for them. The fan who turned into a demon leader laughed loudly. She called Yi Lin a fool for forcing her to become a demon leader. To deal with her now, he will have to turn into a demon leader himself. And the fan hit the ground with her fist. The fan suggested that it would be better to absorb her aura than theirs, and she began to quickly absorb the demons that came in her way. She felt less and less. It wasn't enough for her. She must absorb even more. She screamed that everyone would die. Every single one of them must die. No one will be able to leave. Everyone will stay here with her. Li Chang'e and the demon hunter quickly ran away from the demon leader. She was chasing them. Li Chang'e asked that Lin also begin to act. After all, they couldn't hold out for long, and they had no way to resist the leader of the demons. Trees flew up in her path. Yi Lin had absolutely no intention of becoming a demon leader. He just needed to collect enough temporary points to add their psychic characteristics. At this moment, the demon leader saw Yi Lin in front of him. She was very surprised that the young man was right above her. Yi Lin said that those born as humans have a limit in three main characteristics: strength, agility, and psyche. This limit is also called shackles. The fan encountered the limit of human shackles when she began to pump everything into one characteristic and reached 10 points. Only by breaking through the shackles will they be able to cross the threshold of human strength, reach a new level, and become exceptional. In his past life, he had already broken through them. For him, it's like a walk in the park, as long as the glasses are above the performance limits. Right now, Yi Lin could hardly sense the existence of the shackles. In an instant, he overcame the psyche and mastered psionic power. Yi Lin commanded forward and extended his hand straight towards the demon. The demon leader said, "Stop acting like a tough bastard." If he managed to break through, does he really think that she won't be able to do the same as him? Or he just continued to fool her and fool her? She decided to kill the young man. And Lin began to attack the leader. The leader laughed. Is this really all that the young man is capable of? She said that the guy was in vain pretending to be tough. He's just a braggart. She asked me to put out all my skills and try. She asked the young man to come to her and laughed loudly. At that moment, something inexplicable began to happen. The whole earth began to shake. The leader did not understand that this was happening. The Phantom Mist Mountain was shaking, and Lin decided to try to satisfy her with a big stone, whether she could bear it or not. The demon leader was in a frenzy. She didn't understand which one was boss at this moment. The young man's behavior could hardly be called human. He was probably a cheater. Now a huge stone flew straight to the demon leader and covered her. Yi Lin decided to use the first move. The young man decided that it was time to end this and flew down towards the leader of the demons. There was a powerful explosion. A demon's head flew out from the epicenter of the explosion. Apostle 1010 received congratulations for successfully killing the demon leader. He received 650 chaos points. The plot task, to kill the leader of the demons, was successfully completed. Yi Lin was upset. Only 650 points were awarded for killing demons. Still, this was a temporary increase in performance. Although it is easy to break through the shackles, right now his body cannot withstand such a load, and he fell down. The head of the demon leader flew next to him. Suddenly this head became a mask on Yi Lin's face. Was this really such equipment? The young man received a parasitic growing equipment, Fury. It was one of the rarest parasitic growing equipment. The young man had already heard someone say his name. He came to his senses for a second. These were demon hunters who fought with the young man at the same time. They stood on the ground and watched as the young man descended from heaven. Yi Lin looked like an ordinary person. He descended towards the demon hunter. Their gazes met. The girl touched the boy's head with her hands. At this moment, the completion score was being calculated. The score for completing it was 999. The apostle's level was increased. Congratulations have arrived for the first rank apostle on reaching the 8th floor of the Tower of Death. His current level was 8. At this moment, the picture that had stopped for a moment cracked like a mirror. As a reward, all characteristics increase by 1.5. According to the success of Apostle 1010, points are distributed as follows. Strength plus 0.4, Agility plus 0.6, Psyche plus 0.8, Will plus 0.2, Luck minus 0.3, Charisma minus 0.2. The Apostle received an item, a special demon fat, and I acquired the skill of running fast. Because Apostle 1010 completed the hidden storyline, the cherished wish of the legendary demon hunters, which helped Ni Hongshu and Bai Xiao avoid the tragic fate of becoming demon leaders. After completing the mission, the Apostle received the attached spiritual map, red and white. It was a super rare spiritual card that could give a psychic weapon. Yilin's body was found damaged. The system offered to spend death points to restore a damaged body. 2 options were offered, yes or no. The young man was ready to restore the damaged body and clicked the yes button. 450 death points were spent on restoration, and Lin was healed, and it was a miracle. Yilin's body recovered completely. He was returning to where he came from. He flew into the portal with a beam of light. He flew to his destination and sat down. Suddenly, the young man felt someone touch his chin. He came to his senses and saw a girl in front of him. It was his girlfriend. The girl said that the young man disappeared for exactly a minute, no more and no less. Yilin was surprised. So many events happened in that minute that it's simply beyond words. The young man turned to the red-haired girl. He asked if she now believed him. The girl said that this defies logic. At best, it's just proof that you have some kind of supernatural power. The girl thought for a minute and decided that he did not deserve her trust. Yilin laughed. He knew it wouldn't be easy to get Molly to trust him. However, Molly became thoughtful. She told the young man that he was certainly a rare subject for research. The young man was surprised why he was the object and needed to be examined. He's just an invisible angel protecting Molly, and it's time for her to reward him. The young man wanted to ask Menmayan for a favor. But as soon as the girl heard her nickname, she immediately swung her foot at the young man. She warned not to call her by that name. Yilin quickly grabbed her leg. He asked her to make a dagger for him from star steel. The girl was surprised. How did he know about this? The young man replied, if he remembers correctly, Molly has her own laboratory. Since last year, she definitely had some star steel lying around as research materials. The girl still couldn't find a use for it. The young man offered to make a dagger for him. For some reason, this made the girl angry. Who was this young man? Did he really travel back in time? The young man explained, not for the first time, that he was Molly's invisible angel protector. The girl turned away. She decided that clearly nothing good could be expected from a bad person. She was not ready to help him. The young man insisted that the girl think. After all, he is an invisible angel protecting her, which means that he can calmly watch her at any time. The young man set a condition. If she does not help him make a dagger, he will look after her all the time. While she eats, while she sleeps, takes a shower. He will watch, protect, and wait. But Molly won't like it. The girl got angry and called the boy a pervert. The young man was happy, so they agreed. Molly doesn't have to worry. He's ready to pay her at the market price. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of his apartment. The young man quickly ran up to the girl and covered her mouth with his hand. He gestured that it was necessary to remain silent now. He wanted to pretend that there was no one in the apartment. Outside the door, someone said that the eldest master said that young Master Yang was most afraid of loneliness. Everyone knew that Yilin was his good friend at school. The 16th guard of the Xiao family stood at the door. He said that the elder gentleman invited Yilin to go to the next world in order to keep the younger gentleman company. When the guard entered the room, he saw a girl sleeping on the sofa. The guard was surprised. Why sleep while alive? You can sleep much better if you are dead. The guard was surprised. There was a woman lying on the bed. He swung his fist to strike but stopped in time. According to intelligence data, his target is a boy, a teenager. Something was wrong here. At that moment, the guard was attacked from behind by a young man. He hit him with his blade. The guard turned around. He became happy. He finally found the teenager he needed. The young man could not believe his eyes. Was it really a real cyborg standing in front of him? Now it was only 21:21. Had cyborgs really appeared already? Such research should now be officially prohibited, and the young man knew it. At this moment, Yilin used his shadow following skill. He has gone. Cyborg looked around. It was impossible for ordinary eyes to see the young man. He just disappeared. The cyborg launched the thermal induction mode and began to scan the space around him. At that time, the young man ran up to the girl and took her in his arms. He said that his plan to pretend to be asleep was a success. The sneak attack also failed. Now we need to move on to plan B, run away. At this time, Cyborg focused on the target. He found them. The laser gaze has been activated. The beam is ready to fire. The cyborg fired a beam straight at the young man and girl. Molly screamed. There was no way they could avoid it. She asked the young man what he had done to attract such a terrible enemy. And Lin worked according to plan. He managed to dodge the laser beam. The guy activated the skill, fast running. This skill allowed you to increase speed by 20%. When using this skill, the god of running was with the one who used it. Yilin admitted that he killed someone. He invited Molly to hold on to him tighter. The young man was about to speed up. Cyborg was confused. He couldn't understand why this happened. How did any person manage to evade his transformed life attack? Molly was shocked that the young man ran super fast. The girl did not understand who this guy was in front of her. After all, what he has now demonstrated is beyond the power of ordinary people. Yilin turned to the girl and asked her to run away as quickly as possible. The girl was worried about one question. How would he stay here alone? The young man was pleased that Molly was worried about him. The girl said that it seemed to him, and she is not worried about him at all. After all, the young man is just a stranger whom she recently met. The girl pretended that she did not care whether he died or not. But be that as it may, for some reason he evokes in her an inexplicable feeling of familiarity and intimacy. This has never happened to strangers. And Lin said that it would be better this way, and he didn't want Molly to get hurt again because of him. Molly didn't understand what was going on. When did she get hurt, and why doesn't she remember it? The girl replied that they really didn't know each other. At this time, Yilin said his catchphrase, "May this world be filled with suffering." The girl looked the young man straight in the eyes in surprise. What did he mean with this phrase? At this time, the young man began to turn into a demon. His eyes lit up with red fire, the skin around his eyes became covered with cracks, and fangs appeared in his mouth. The girl was very surprised. The young man told Molly to run away from here as quickly as possible and not look back. The bonds of disaster, fear. The girl obeyed the guy and ran as fast as she could to the door. She screamed loudly. At this time, the young man again took on his former appearance. He just wanted to scare her into leaving the room. The random effect of fear was in place now. The young man was surprised that the girl ran very fast. At this time, Cyborg approached Yilin. He was struck by the touching scene with the hero saving the beauty. The cyborg, after mecha transformation, went beyond the boundaries of human creatures. Initially, he plans to kill the young man, and then go after the girl and kill her too. And Lin couldn't let that happen. Therefore, it was decided to fight to the end. Yilin began to transform into a demon. He asked the cyborg if he really wanted to kill the girl. The young man said that Cyborg simply considers himself strong, because he is not human. He asked the cyborg if he wanted to know why the young man stayed. The young man's eyes glowed with red fire. The young man stayed to finish off the cyborg. He had one rule. He never left those who were potentially dangerous. And Lin promised the cyborg that not even ashes would remain from him. Cyborg was surprised. At that moment, the human being made the cyborg feel afraid. It was impossible. After all, Cyborg has transformed and should not have emotions. What kind of aura came over him, he could not understand. At this time, Yilin practically turned into a demon. He requested a level increase, next to the shadow, increasing the level of demon extermination techniques. Raising the level is a disaster. The cyborg stood opposite the young man. He watched his actions carefully. How could a person level up? Most likely this young man is also a cyborg. Moreover, his transformation is of a higher level than his. The young man was simply a living machine, capable of improving on his own. That was incredible. The disaster module was launched, and the optimal plan for strengthening the user was planned. Following the shadow can be promoted from the first star to 5 stars. 15,000 chaos points will be spent. The young man confirmed all the points with lightning speed. And Lin did not expect from himself that in one breath he would spend the chaos points that he had saved with such difficulty. Well, this could be considered full preparation. His level improved and he acquired the necessary skills. Cyborg looked carefully at the young man. He did not notice even the slightest change in the young man's appearance. Cyborg laughed. He asked the young man how he was going to deal with him. His improvement was most likely just meaningless nonsense, and he laughed loudly. While the young man was improving, he made the cyborg waste so much time. Cyborg was angry with the young man. Cyborg considered the young man very brave because he decided to waste his time. The cyborg said that when he dealt with the young man, He would have fun with the girl who ran away. Yi Lin didn't even think about hiding or running away from the cyborg. Yes, he was brave and ready to fight. The cyborg struck the first blow to the young man. Yi Lin bravely repelled the cyborg's attack. The robot was confused as to how this was possible. The human body was able to withstand his blow. This has never happened before. The young man said that all these preparations were not for a fight with a cyborg. After all, he doesn't deserve it. All of the cyborg's self-confidence comes from the fact that after the transformation, his entire body is covered with super strong metal. Cyborg cannot be defeated until the internal chip is damaged. The young man knew in advance the weak points of the cyborg. The robot was surprised how he knew this. Few people knew this secret. Only those who created the cyborg knew. Yi Lin was very smart. His gut feeling almost never failed. And Lin began to think further. Using conventional internal methods, the cyborg chip, located under layers of protection, would be difficult to break, but the young man was prepared for this. And Lin promised the cyborg that not even ashes would remain from him. The young man told Cyborg to prepare to melt and launch a self-destruction program. Cyborg obeyed and launched the program. A burning portal opened above the guys from which fiery sparks rained down. Cyborg thought that the guy had most likely gone crazy. He will also die at this moment. Cyborg considered the young man a complete idiot. The fire portal consumed the cyborg. The cyborg said goodbye to Yi Lin, and the young man said goodbye in return to Xiao Yi. The young man quickly entered his inner world and disappeared. The action took place in a closed city psychiatric hospital. Someone said that patient 9527, it was time to return to the ward and go to bed. Pan Zhenyi was a patient in a mental hospital. He stood on the street and looked into the distance. A nurse came up behind him and asked him to return to the room. Pan Zhenyi originally wanted to get along with those who occupied the position of ordinary people. But in exchange, the young man received only alienation. The nurse listened carefully to the young man's story. The nurse laughed. If only he were an ordinary person. But everyone in this institution is a patient. The nurse repeated that it was already very late and it was time to return to the ward and go to bed. If the young man obeys her, she will treat him with delicious sweets. The patient said that he would no longer hide. It was time for him to reveal his cards. He was about to face disaster. The nurse didn't quite understand what the guy was talking about, but she's used to working with crazy people. The nurse listened carefully to what the guy was saying. At that second, the patient simply disappeared before the nurse's eyes. The nurse screamed in surprise. Where could he have gone? She started screaming and calling for help from the orderlies. If she told the staff that the patient had disappeared, no one would believe her. She said that the patient simply escaped and that an interception plan must be used. Welcome to the city of simple folk customs. The system issued a warning. An unknown error was detected. The system was making adjustments. The adjustment failed. Yi Lin opened his eyes. He began to hear voices coming to him. He woke up. Directly above him was a lamp, the kind of lamps used in operating rooms during operations. The young man had difficulty breathing. Molly sat astride him. One of the nurses said that Molly had better get off the guy, otherwise he would simply suffocate. Molly was in despair. She asked the young man for forgiveness. Her behavior was very strange. It was due to excitement. She was very excited by the awakening of the young man. Yi Lin was surprised to see Molly and the demon hunter he fought with. This girl saved him. The girl turned to her doctor. She asked Dr. Jack how the young man was doing. The doctor made an angry face and said that things were not optimistic. The young man suffers from manic psychosis. The problem is that he believes that he has abilities that an ordinary person cannot have. The young man also imagines that he can enter worlds that no one else can enter. The doctor invited the girls to discuss the current situation in the corridor, and they quickly walked towards the exit. The young man was confused. Who is Yi Lin? A second later he remembered. It was him, it was his name. And the two girls who were in the ward were Molly and Lin and Eeyore. The young man was surprised when Molly became so perfect. The young man tried to raise his hands, but he failed. His arms and legs were securely fastened with chains. Yi Lin had a very bad headache. Questions bothered him. What kind of place is it? How did he get here? What is he doing here? Why couldn't he remember anything? Yi Lin tried to open the Apostles' panel. Open the spatial pocket. Open the natural disaster module. All in vain. None of the modules opened. At that moment, a doctor and two girls entered the room. The doctor said that the condition can be described in general terms. You just need to come up and look at the patient's current condition. The doctor approached the young man and shone a flashlight into his eyes. The pupil diameter is 3 mm. Sensitivity to light is present. It seems that the effect of the sedative has already worn off. The doctor asked the young man whether he was feeling any discomfort now. The guy said he felt uncomfortable because he was tied up. Molly was very surprised and upset. She said that the young man was emotionally unstable and had masochistic tendencies. The fact that he is attached is all for his own good. As soon as he gets better, he and his sister Eeyore will take him home. Sister, I also turned to the young man. She told him that he had lost a lot of weight. He and his sister Molly are very worried about him. For his own good, it is necessary to undergo treatment here, and wait until he gets better. The young man asked if the girl could see his face. The girl touched the young man's face with her hand and said what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Did he really not want her to look at him? The girl said that the doctor recommended rest for the young man. They said they would visit him again tomorrow. We said goodbye and headed out. The young man thought he could forget anything, but not her. He could never forget that demon hunter who fought side by side with him. Eeyore suffers from optic nerve atrophy and has completely lost her vision. At this time, the doctor entered the room. He asked the guy to relax. This is one of the stages of his treatment today. The doctor was holding an object that looked like a helmet in his hands. The young man began to protest. He screamed and shook his head. He said that he was not sick. He asked to let him go, but the doctor forcibly put the helmet on his head. The doctor agreed that the young man was not sick, and this was a simple and fun procedure. The doctor put rubber gloves on his hands. After treatment, the patient will notice how pleasantly the world around him has changed. The young man was wearing a helmet. He looked through its glass with wide open eyes. At that moment, the light in the room went out. The traffic jams were knocked out. After some time, the generator started working. There was no light for literally a few seconds. The doctor was very surprised. After all, when he approached the bed, the young man was no longer there. There was one helmet lying on the couch. How could a young man just disappear? It was impossible. At that moment, someone put a blade to the doctor's throat. It was Yi Lin. He asked the doctor not to move and stand still. The doctor was at a loss. How did he manage to open the lock so quickly? There was no key nearby. And if the young man really has supernatural powers? The doctor asked Yi Lin not to panic and to discuss everything in a calm atmosphere. He asked you to believe him. After all, he really is his doctor, Jack. They had such a nice time together. Yi Lin asked the doctor to shut up. Now he asked questions. The doctor was obliged to answer them. Yi Lin asked the doctor to answer 2 questions. The first question is, what kind of place is this? And the second question is, why is he here? The doctor said that this place is a hospital. The young man is undergoing treatment here. He asked Yi Lin to relax. Sit down and talk. The doctor had a proposal for the young man. The doctor could show him his medical history. After this, the young man could trust him. The young man agreed. But he had one condition. If the doctor decided to throw something away, he would simply die. They approached the doctor's office. Entering the office, the young man noticed that there were absolutely no video cameras in the room. They approached the table and the doctor showed the young man his medical history on the computer. Personal information came first. The young man was 18 years old. He was an Asian of Mongoloid origin. Hazard category, high. IQ level is high. Personality type, suspicious. Patient's diagnosis, manic psychosis, cognitive impairment, personality disorder, pseudonesia, schizophrenia. Treatment status, in the process of complex therapy. Note: the above patient has serious violent tendencies. In his false memories, he mistakenly believes that he has killed many people thanks to abilities that violate common sense. Public consciousness is extremely low. The young man was stunned to hear about such diagnoses. Is he really that sick? End of the world, Renaissance, Age of Towers, Test of the Inner Worlds, Apostles. Is all this really a lie? At that moment, all the events flashed before the young man's eyes. And asked the young man what he plans to do if he survives when everything is over. The young man replied that he would get married and have children. The girl was interested in the question, who is he going to marry? E and I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I heard people calling Molly a real beauty. She also heard the tone in which she communicated with the young man. And Lynn agreed that Molly was pretty and not a bad girl. But she can't compare with Eeyore. Promised when Eeyore could see again, he would introduce them to each other. The girl agreed and smiled. His answer was exactly what she wanted to hear. Yi Lin clutched the knife tightly in his hand. He couldn't believe it because the memories of Eeyore were still fresh in him. They cannot be false. The doctor was cheerful. He managed to calm the young man. Now, all that was left was to press the button under the table to call the security guards. The young man was too naive, and the doctor was too cunning. Well, as soon as the doctor reached for the key, the young man cut his throat with a sharp movement of the knife. He warned the doctor that if he thought of anything, he would kill him. Now he has fulfilled his promise. The doctor slowly descended to the floor. He didn't expect such cruelty from the guy. The young man was one of those people who always keeps his word. The computer displayed information about the first story mission. First story mission, escape. If he was given a story quest, then he is in the middle of a test. Why did the tower launch the task this way? What does escape have to do with it, and where does he need to run? Most likely he needs to escape from the hospital. After asking questions, the computer could not stand it and exploded. The young man managed to cover his face with his hand. He thought that it wasn't necessary to explode to answer his question. Could it be that this space is limiting the power of the tower? At this moment, a beep sounded. Anxiety. Anxiety. Patient 9527, Yi Lin, arrives in an abnormal condition. And Lin checked that there were no video cameras in this room. So why was he still identified? And in what sense is it in an anomalous state? He is in complete control of his thoughts and actions. It was impossible to use the apostle panel, limiting the power of the tower. Also ideal Molly, and that they are watching him without any surveillance equipment. At this time, the young man had an epiphany. He understood. The girl's sister came into the attending physician's office. She said that the condition of patient 9527 was extremely dangerous and asked to follow her. For some reason, the nurse put her hand in her bra. At that second, she pulled out a pistol and pointed it at the young man. This was not to scare Yilin. He refused to go to therapy with her. After all, they had nothing to talk about. He made quick work of this nurse. When the young man went out into the corridor, he saw a group of guys from the security service. They noticed the young man. Someone gave the order to catch him. He had to be taken alive. Yilin was surprised. When he entered the attending physician's office, there was only one passage, but now there are several. There is no way to escape from the hospital using normal methods. This is not so easy to do. It was necessary to come up with some way out. At this time, a group of guys ran straight towards the young man. They asked patient 9527 not to resist. They can help him and cure him. They asked me to trust them. The young man thought about it. It would be nice if he could see Molly and Eeyore one last time. The men came closer and closer. The young man could not believe his ears. He heard the voices of Molly and Eeyore. The girls were furious. They asked the young man if he knew what he had done. I asked the young man to come back and talk properly. They insisted that the young man agree to treatment. They guaranteed that the doctors would not harm him. Everything was clear. To provide him with the authenticity of the situation and make him believe that this world is real, everything possible is done to satisfy his demands. But he wasn't going to give in to it. He took his blade and plunged it straight into his heart. The girls called him different names. They didn't believe he could do this to himself. He had faulty memories. What the guy was thinking about now were false memories. Molly said she and her sister Eeyore took him all over the world to find a way to cure him. They just found this place. Why did he calmly not succumb to treatment? Why was it necessary to stage this whole performance? Molly fell to her knees in front of Yilin, a knife stuck into his chest. Suddenly his eye opened and he saw Eeyore crying in front of him. She said the young man did a good job. The young man lay on his back and thought, regardless of whether this is reality or a memory, only she fully understands him. Only I could understand him in half a word or half a glance. At that moment, the young man was wearing a mask for artificial respiration. Bubbles were flying around. He seemed to be floating in weightlessness. He was naked. There was an oxygen mask on my face. Suddenly he opened his eyes and realized that he was now in an experimental cabin. Is he really being examined? Was he really the subject of an experiment? He did not agree to put up with this and quickly broke the glass with his fist. The young man jumped out of the cabin and cleared his throat. He finally came to his senses. So he came to his senses. It was an inner world inside a dream. The perfect Molly seeing Eeyore is all fake. Now it became clear why the tower gave the mission in this form. Apparently this was not the end yet. After all, there was no message about its completion. The young man stood, and in front of him were several sets of hospital clothes. He walked over and took one of the sets of clothes. Durability of the set, 50 to 50. The description said that you shouldn't worry about it. This is the most ordinary clothing. You shouldn't expect anything more from her. You just need to put it on. The young man stopped for a minute. He had a déjà vu effect. He remembered that he had already experienced this world in a past life. This is Red's secret laboratory, anthill. Next to him, in flasks, he saw many human bodies. Each body was in a separate tank. All bodies were naked. An oxygen mask was connected to his face. These were other apostles who also took part in this task. It seems that these apostles did not pump up their psyche as much as he did. They will not be able to escape from the dream world on their own because their memories are repressed. and Lin decided to help them at all costs. After all, he remembered that the more people there are, the better the team mission will go. The most important thing in it is to preserve humanity. And he began to break the tanks one by one. People began to fall out on the floor and cough heavily. Among them were not only men, but also girls. The young man freed almost all the apostles. There is only one left, the last one. And he walked up to the tank where the man was, and Lin looked at him carefully. At this moment, the experimental cabin opened automatically. A large amount of liquid spilled onto the floor. A man came out of the cabin laughing. He said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked whether his skills had improved much. The young man slowly walked out of the cabin. Yi Lin listened carefully to the stranger's voice. He was painfully familiar to him. Is this really the same? Incredibly, it was Pan Zhenyi. He came out and started joking that he was as lonely as the snow. He approached Yi Lin and asked if the young man had also come to end this disaster. And Lin fell into thought. Why does he constantly say all kinds of nonsense and do inexplicable actions, being a psycho, but his words constantly make others feel like an idiot? The apostles who were released asked each other questions. They were interested in where they were and what was happening here. These were the same apostles in the inner world. They were surprised why the tower did not give the task this time. Yi Lin said that the task was published a long time ago. It may not have been completed, but everyone should have noticed. Their main mission is to escape from here. One of the girls turned to Yi Lin. What did he think? Does he really perceive all the remaining apostles as 3-year-olds? They did not receive any task from the system. At the same time, the door of the room is wide open. Is the mission really about walking out of here with an air of importance? And this is not what Lin wanted to say. He was talking about escaping not from this room, but about escaping to Earth. Right now, they are in a secret laboratory deep underground in some biological company. It's not that easy to get out of here. The blue liquid that filled the experimental capsules is a dilute solution called C-virus. At an early stage, it calms the nerves and helps people sleep. But over time, people under its influence begin to mutate. They are originally in this world, experimental material that the company uses for experiments on people. Could they really mutate after some time? If you do not get out of this capsule, then after a while the apostles will begin to lose their minds, and then they will turn into monsters who only know what to devour and drink the blood of living beings, not just people. He had no rank. Analyzing all of the above, we can draw the following conclusion. Before escaping, they need to find the antidote, which is hidden somewhere here. And the young man made a friendly reminder that the antidote looks like a green reagent. One of the girls of the apostles began to cry. She was very scared. Another girl from the apostles did not believe the young man. They all just entered this inner world. How could he find out so much? So that the girl would believe him, Yi Lin asked her to open her apostle panel and see the countdown in it. This countdown is to becoming a monster. At this moment, the apostles began to open their panel. They were stunned. It was true. How did the young man manage to find out? And Lin looked around. Pan Zhenyi was not among the apostles. Where did he go? At this moment, a beep sounded. Anxiety, anxiety. The escape of a virus carrier has been detected, and the security protection mode has been activated. The system works specifically for Pan Zhenyi. He calmly walked along the corridors of the hospital. He said that the one who has reached the highest level is lonely like snow. At this moment, the apostles came to their senses. How could they let him get out? After all, with his similar actions, he is digging a hole with his comrade. And Lin used his skill, fast running, and he quickly rushed off somewhere. It was dangerous to run. After all, Brother Pan almost killed him. The young man ran up and looked around. The rest were clearly less fortunate than him. Now it was much more important for the young man to get the antidote reagent than to take care of all the apostles whom he freed from the test tubes. At this time, the apostles began to measure their strength. Some were stronger, some less. One of the apostles called the girl brother. She didn't like it terribly, and she launched the apostles into the distance with the help of a click. The young man fell and broke the floor with his body. Foam was visible from his mouth. Yi Lin slowly opened the door. He used his favorite shadow following skill and entered the room. After that, he cancelled the skill. He was there. The most highly carcinogenic reagent, the antidote, should be stored here. In front of him was a powerful metal door with many locks. Without a key, this door cannot be taken out using ordinary methods, but he activated the hammer. It was an ordinary rescue hammer. He had no rank. The description stated that this was an ordinary rescue hammer, suitable only for knocking out doors and windows. There was nothing special about it. It could only be used 3 times. The young man had used it twice before. And Lin was happy that he had an ordinary hammer. And without hesitation, he hit the door with it. He punched a round entrance into the door, and he got into the room. There was a box on the table in the room, and in it were 3 test tubes. Yilin walked over and took one of the test tubes in his hand. An experimental antidote reagent type 2 was obtained. He had excellent rank, sample 65%. The effect is a high probability of getting rid of the virus, made from amazing chemical, cleaning done with skill. Without hesitation, Yilin immediately injected this capsule into himself. At this time, the apostles were already looking for him. They called him a prankster because he first lured them into a trap, and now he decided to rob them. And laziness watched the apostles from behind the door. At that moment, Pan appeared. He threw the case to the young man. This case contained 5 experimental antidote reagent type 1, and Lin caught the case with lightning speed. When the young man opened the suitcase, he saw 5 capsules filled with a bright light green liquid. Experimental type 1 antidote reagent. The reagent was of ordinary grade. At that moment, 2 apostles ran up to the young men. They realized that Yilin and Pan Zhenyi were at the same time. At this time, the young men stood opposite. They thought about how the other apostles managed to get out. The girl pointed her sword directly at Yilin. She demanded to give her the case with the reagents, and Lin extended his hand to the girl. In his hand were 3 vials of antidote. The young man said that there was little time left. It was necessary to inject the antidote as quickly as possible. The girl was shocked. Did he really go get reagents for them? And they thought that the young men wanted to deceive them. The girl told Yilin not to even think that she would be grateful to him for finding reagents for them. The other apostle was glad that the young man brought and shared the reagents with them. The apostles quickly injected themselves. At this time, Yilin suddenly injected Pan into his buttock. The young man let out an exclamation that he really liked it. Pan Zhenyi looked at Yilin with a suspicious look. He wasn't against gays at all. Although Yilin didn't mean it at all, he wasn't gay at all. But his psycho brother always perceived information differently. The largest apostle was also catching up with the company. He was in a lot of pain, and he actually wasn't dead yet. He was outraged why the apostles left him alone. He asked, and was immediately given an antidote reagent. And Lin, with lightning speed, threw the test tube directly into the apostle's hands. The apostle did not expect that Yilin would be a conscientious guy. At this time, an alarm sounded. Anxiety. Anxiety. A large concentration of the virus has been detected in the main corridor, and the cleanup process has been activated. The apostle, who was just about to give himself an injection, was very surprised. Did the system really react to him? Yilin said that the anthill is artificial intelligence. At this time, he begins to hunt them. You need to be prepared for any turn of events. They must all stick together, work together. At this time, a laser beam appeared in the room. The 5 apostles stood nearby. They were surprised to see this phenomenon. The laser beam moved and scanned the entire room. It was a danger. The apostles bent down and covered their ears with their hands. They tried to get away from the laser beam. After all, then the system immediately understood where they were. One of the apostle girls exclaimed that everything is not so complicated. Pan Zhenyi stood almost on the bridge. In this way, he also tried to escape from the laser beam. He talked about some incomprehensible things, that loneliness is like snow. At this time, a laser wall appeared in front of the apostle. It was no longer possible to hide from her. It had 2 small cells. It was impossible to get through them. The apostles were stunned. How can they hide from the rays now? What should they do now? How to find a way out of this situation? Pan Zhenyi has always been in his repertoire. The apostles did not yet know that he was crazy. The young man said that God told him that there would be light, and light poured out. The young man straightened up and walked towards the rays. The apostles were at a loss as to what he was going to do. They began to guess that he was somehow not whole. Now they don't have to worry about the rays, but about the fact that they will all soon come to an end. Pan Zhenyi said, "Let the light perish," and the light faded. The apostles watched the young man in surprise. He was already very close to the wall of rays. He came closer and closer and extended his hand. The faces of the apostles became surprised. How did he manage to turn off the rays? Pan Zhenyi, who turned off the rays at all. Yilin did it. After all, at the end of the corridor there was a button to turn off the lasers. The young man reached it and pressed. The girl was surprised. Everything was so simple. But no one except Yilin figured out how to do this. That's right, it's simple. These lasers were originally intended to fight people. Also for fighting creatures that are unable to press a button. At least that was the case for now. The apostles approached the elevator and pressed the call button. The elevator arrived quickly and a beep sounded. The apostles entered the elevator. They began to think. It was a laboratory. But why haven't they met a single scientist yet? Someone said, there is not a single scientist, because they are all behind them. The apostles were riding in an elevator. The walls of the elevator were transparent, and they looked around. There were a lot of bodies in the area. These were the scientists from the laboratory. But unfortunately, they were all dead. Yilin replied that the scientists were still dead, and this meant that they were able to be reborn. But for this, it was necessary to take some action. Resurrection was not so easy, but it was possible. Suddenly, there was a flash in the elevator. Everyone was wondering what was happening, and Lin realized that it was the laboratory that was watching them. The elevator is about to fall. They must open the door as quickly as possible and get out of it. There was some kind of inconsistency. After all, there are only 3 elevators, and this one is the only one who did not fall during this mission in a past life. Yilin didn't understand why the plot of this mission had changed. Does this really happen? The apostle, in good physical shape, picked up a huge stone. She lifted the stone above her head and walked towards the door. The girl acted with lightning speed, but Yilin decided that it was too slow. They wouldn't make it in time. Someone pushed Yilin out of the elevator with his hand. Pan Zhenyi pushed everyone out of the elevator, while he himself remained standing in it. He said that even if there were tens of millions of people here, he would be the one to go. The elevator quickly flew down. The apostles simply could not do anything. They really wanted to save Pan Zhenyi, but this was impossible. The apostles tried to quickly find a way to save him, but it was already too late to do anything. The apostle girl said that she perceived him as a psychopath capable of killing people, but it was he who saved them all at a critical moment. The apostles heard the sound of an elevator landing. The elevator fell to the ground at high speed. Is Pan Zhenyi really dead? And Lin thought about it. The elevator landed. Well, there was no notification of death from the tower. This meant only one thing, that the young man had survived. Friend Apostle 1010 sent a message to Pan Zhenyi, and Lin said that the dead should not stop the living. They needed to move on. The apostles were against it. They considered Yilin to be ruthless and cruel. Someone agreed with Yilin. He was right. After all, this was not the first time they encountered the apostle in the inner world. Death is the norm for them. So why pretend that this is your first time encountering this? There were 2 doors in front of the apostles. It was necessary to decide which one to go through. At that moment, a group of demons ran out of one of the doors. The well-fed apostle panicked. Are the monsters that Yilin spoke about really zombies? The plump apostle has watched countless films, and his favorite is the remake of the old film Nephrotic Crisis from a century ago starring actor Li Chang. The apostles were divided. They didn't know where to go because there were zombies on the right and the sounds of gunfire on the left. It was obvious that they simply had to take the left path. Maybe the sound of gunfire means someone has come to save them. The 2 apostles took the left path. The girl and Yilin stood rooted to the spot. The girl realized that Yilin would not go with them. The shooting in that direction made quite a loud noise. One could guess that it was there that a large number of zombies would run away. Moreover, those people who are shooting clearly did not come to save them. Everything was rather the opposite, because of their arrival, and released the zombies that were in suspended animation. The 2 apostles ran along the left path, with zombies chasing them. At this time, the apostle girl pointed her sword directly at the line. She was surprised why he didn't tell this to the other apostles. But the young man was calm. They ran so fast that he didn't have time to explain. Yes, and recently it was said that the death of the apostles is the norm. The girl clearly now wanted to prove herself as a benefactor. At this moment, a bloodthirsty demon appeared behind Yilin. Without thinking twice, the girl hit the demon right in the forehead with her sword. The demon fell behind the apostle. The girl calmly pulled her sword out of the demon's head. What surprised Lin was that the apostle girl had a very fast sword technique. This ancient sword also makes a clanging sound when used. This girl was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. The young man already knew how to understand the people around him. The girl asked the young man to follow her if he did not want to die. In case Yilin gets lost, she will not look for him. Their path was blocked by several zombies. At this time, the telephone rang in one of the rooms, but the girl apostle quickly dealt with them. She thought for a moment Yilin's suggestion was correct, because there were far fewer corpses here. While the girl fought with the zombie, she missed Yilin, but when she looked around, the young man was nowhere to be found. Yilin suddenly appeared behind her. The girl realized that she was in vain to worry about him. How was he able to run behind her and enter the room so quickly? Yilin walked to the ringing phone. He picked up the phone. Someone on the phone was apologizing. The interlocutor did not at all expect that someone would pick up the phone. The voice asked if the young man was really from the squad sent to the anthill to capture the original sample from the virus. The voice also inquired about the situation. Yi Lin didn't want to listen at all. He asked to tell where the interlocutor was. He asked me to speak faster because he was in a hurry. The interlocutor replied that he was located at 98 Senyue Avenue. The interlocutor asked to hurry. The apostle received congratulations from the system for finding a hidden side mission, saving Xin Yu's. The apostle needed to go to the avenue and protect the target of salvation before arriving in the safe zone. If successful, the apostle will receive 1,000 death points. Yi Lin decided that this time he could successfully complete this side mission. There should also be a big trap in this mission. Yi Lin knocked the girl down and they fell to the floor. A demon appeared behind the girl. The young man began to think that if he hung up without waiting for the end of the message from the person on the other end of the line, he might be attacked by a crawling corpse lurking nearby. And Lin remembered that during the last call, 2 apostles from his team died. The girl asked to get off her immediately. The apostles quickly stood up and stood directly in front of the demon. And Lin asked the girl to leave. He was ready to deal with him himself. The girl thought that the young man was just joking. She was not the type to abandon her comrades in danger and run away in hopes of saving her life. The demon began to attack. The young man also went on the offensive with a knife. The apostle girl with a sword stood behind the young man. And Lin asked the girl not to be stupid. After all, she runs slowly, he has the skill of acceleration, but he doesn't want to leave her and run away alone. The young man said that if she repaid him with friendship in exchange for help with killing the zombie, they would be even. The apostles decided that they could kill him only by joining forces. This type of zombie has a strong collective consciousness. If you kill one, it will immediately attract others. In addition, when you leave, you will meet a group of mercenaries surrounded by zombies. You don't need to pay attention to them. You need to get on the train. That's the only way to get out. The girl shouted to Yi Lin to take care of himself. She also asked him to catch up because she would be waiting for him. The girl turned around and quickly ran towards the exit. And Lin decided that it was somehow inconvenient to dodge while on defense. In a past life, someone killed one of them, so subsequently, they were surrounded by hordes of reptile zombies and were almost destroyed. What is the right thing to do now? It was necessary to think through every step. The 2 apostles, along with the security men, stood surrounded by hundreds of zombies. The men were holding pistols in their hands, but they would hardly help in the fight against zombies. The security man turned to his captain. He said that everyone at the research institute had turned into zombies. It looks like they won't be able to get down to the bottom floor to get the sample. The other man replied that he could see all this without him. You just need to find a way to break through and climb onto the train for evacuation. The apostle girl said that the men from the security service have weapons. You just need to use it and shoot it at the heads. All the zombies' attention was turned to the group of people. At this time, the girl who was with Yi Lin ran after them. The zombies were distracted, and they didn't notice her. She ran and remembered the young man's words. When she comes out, she will find a group of mercenaries surrounded by zombies. You don't need to pay attention to them. You need to get on the train. This is the only way to get out of this place. At that moment, the girl stopped. She looked back. She mentally asked Yi Lin for forgiveness, but said that she couldn't do that. If she had boarded the train now, it would not have had time to evacuate. Her goal is to unite with the survivors and try to hold out as long as possible until Yi Lin arrives. She turned around and began to desperately fight the zombies. Blood flowed down the zombie's hand. The girl looked at her hand for a moment. The demon said cuckoo next to the girl. This brought her back into the room. At this moment, the zombies were already fighting the demons. The demon bared his teeth and waved his tongue. And Lin said that he was born with the same roots. Why then do they strive to kill each other? It's almost time. It's time to go. Brother Pan should have arranged everything by now. And Lin activated the skill of following the shadow. He consumed 2 points of spiritual power. The skill had the following effect. When out of sight of the target, the sense of presence is reduced by 100%. Sister Yun. Ir came to the aid of the apostle. The apostle girl said that it was good that she had come to save them, otherwise they would have already been killed. The well-fed apostle said, as soon as they break through, it is necessary to run quickly and not hesitate. Yun-Er did not intend to leave her position so quickly. She asked the apostles and the security men to wait. They need to hold their position until Yi Lin returns. The girl tried to block the way for the man from the security service, but he pushed her away. If she wants to die, then so be it. There is no need to drag all of them along with her. Every man for himself. At that moment, the girl twisted her leg badly and could not walk. The man from the security service who pushed her was to blame for this. The girl was sitting on the floor and was confused. She won't be able to escape now. What to do? The apostles and security men had already reached the evacuation train. The man shouted to the other mercenary to start this train faster. The man understood the order and began to start the train. The well-fed apostle intervened in the conversation. He asked to wait. The Yuner girl had not yet climbed into the carriage. She could not be left here. She helped them break through the zombies. How could they leave her at this moment? It would be wrong. The man got angry. He answered the apostle, "Since he is so caring, he can go and save her. Nobody will stop him from doing this. To save her, it would be necessary to leave the evacuation train." But the guy was not ready for such a step. The apostle lowered his eyes to the floor and fell silent. The male mercenary realized that he did not have enough courage and laughed loudly. The train has already begun to pick up speed. The girl apostle appeared from the carriage. She stretched out her hand and called Sister Yun-er to hurry up. But the girl could not run fast because her leg was injured. She said it was too late, and she won't be able to make it in time. Many zombies were advancing behind her. Tears flowed from Yun-er's eyes. She saw off the departing train and asked Yi-Lin for forgiveness. She couldn't live up to his expectations. She did not have time to board the evacuation train. She did not listen to the young man and decided to help the apostles. The zombie was approaching the girl and wanted to bite her. At that moment, someone stabbed the zombie in the forehead. Red liquid flew to the sides. Well, of course it was Yi-Lin. He asked Yun-er if she was really waiting for him. Why would she stay here then? The girl was very happy. She wanted to see him so much at that moment. The young man put his hand on the girl's waist and hugged her. He told the girl that she ran very slowly. Now it didn't matter anymore because he decided to carry her. The girl fell into a daydream, but he still came to save her. He is so caring. At this time, the young man grabbed her by the waist, pressed her under his arm, and carried her. Yun-er did not expect that the young man would carry her with one hand. The apostle girl looked in surprise at the open door of the train. She tried with all her might to delay the train a little so that Sister Yun-er could catch it. She continued to shout at her for the girl to hurry up. At this time, Yi-Lin was already running towards the train with the girl on his arm. They managed to board the evacuation train. The train was rapidly picking up speed. The experimental center and hundreds of zombies remained behind. The young man was happy. This time he was lucky. It's good that he has the skill of running fast. Therefore, he was able to catch up even with a high-speed train. Yun-er still hung under the young man's arm. She had already protested. She asked him to let her go. At this time, the young man sat the girl on the couch. He took her leg in his hands and began to feel it. The girl asked what he was doing this time. She was surprised. And Lin handed the girl a bottle of liquid. It was demon fat. The young man said that in order for it to heal early, it is necessary to apply this fat. It was a special demon fat. The effect is whitening, a signature product from Mount Phantom Mist. Applying it to the skin can make it brighter and smoother. At the same time, it helps to quickly restore physical damage. The young man has already used it 19 times out of 20. The young man began to apply fat to the skin of his leg with light movements. The girl was very cold. The fat was simply icy. At the same time, my leg no longer hurt as much. Fat was effective in controlling pain. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. She asked Yi-Lin to stop because it was very ticklish. Once again, she was surprised at the young man's experience. He was very smart, experienced, just not a young man, but a dream. At this time, some noise attracted their attention. It was as if some creature was sneaking onto their train. It clawed at the metal and tore the lining. Another second, and a hole appeared in the ceiling. A demon looked out of this hole and made disgusting sounds. It had one glowing red eye in its forehead and a long tongue. He managed to catch up with their train and climbed onto the roof. Nobody expected this to happen. At this time, the demon had already made his way into the train carriage. The apostles and security men saw him. The order was given to open fire to kill. They wanted to get rid of the demon with firearms. The Yuner girl asked the man to wait and not shoot. After all, by killing him, they will only attract even more of his relatives. The man from the security service did not like the girl's remark. He presented his pistol directly to the girl's forehead. He called the girl names. He didn't like what she suggested he do. He suggested that perhaps he needed to bleed her and throw her out of the carriage so that the demon would be distracted by her. He said that if the girl continued to talk a lot, she would become acquainted with his gun. The girl was a little scared. It is unknown what was going on in this man's head at that moment. What if he actually pulls the trigger and fires a bullet right into her forehead? At that moment, the security man fired. At that second, Yi-Lin ran up to the girl and cut the man's throat. He said there really wasn't much need to talk. His duty was to protect the girl and prevent her from being killed. The murdered man was a captain among the mercenaries. At this moment, two men ran over and pointed their guns at Yilin. They were stunned because the young man had killed their captain. They were embittered and promised to make a sieve out of the young man. Yilin quickly crouched down and put his knife on the floor. The men realized that the young man was already scared. Was he planning to evade them? It was impossible to escape from their bullets. Yilin sat down and watched the men carefully. A plan was born in his head. No one could predict his actions or read his thoughts. The men became furious. They realized that the young man did not want to escape at all. The young man simply bided his time until the demon approached the men from behind. At that moment, they were distracted from the demon. This was their fatal mistake. The demon approached from behind, and with its long tongue pierced both men through and through with lightning speed. And Lin didn't even have to do anything. The demon did everything for him. The apostles began to panic. They said they were doomed and had nowhere to run. Yuna replied that they would have nowhere to go if they were pursued by the likes of this demon. The only option is to finish him off. But this, in turn, will attract even more of his relatives here. Yilin was against killing the demon. He said that items and equipment are divided into 6 ranks, from low to high: primitive, common, uncommon, rare, epic, and legendary. Special types are unranked and are not included in this list. And the ancient sword in her hand is most likely an epic rank weapon, capable of cutting through almost anything. And he looked at the girl to see if she agreed with him. At this time, he approached the girl from behind and gently hugged her waist. What was he up to at such and such a time? The girl asked why she was asking this. The guy grabbed the girl by the waist with lightning speed and turned it around in a circle. The girl drew a circle around the carriage with her sword. When Yilin turned the girl over to her normal state, she felt very dizzy. The young man did this in order to disconnect the carriage where the demon was located. No one would even suggest that this could be done. The carriage was cut in half into 2 parts. All the apostles remained in one half of the train, and the demon was in the second, which was cut off. The train moved forward, and the demon remained behind. In this situation, the demon quickly straightened his long tongue. He tried to cling to the moving part of the train. Yilin used sonic power at this moment. It was as if he had made a protective barrier in front of himself. The demon's tongue reached this barrier and crashed. He could not advance further, much less cling to the train. The train was speeding off into the distance, and the half with the demon slowly stopped. Although the temporary stat points from Phantom Mist Mountain disappeared, the young man still managed to break through the shackles and master psychic power. Without a high psychic stat, it would be impossible to use a powerful force. But now the young man could still use a small version of psionic force. The well-fed apostle ran up to Yilin. He was amazed at what Yilin had just done. That was incredible. It was as if an invisible wall appeared that blocked the zombie's tongue. For the apostle, it was just some kind of cool thing. The plump apostle asked Yilin to teach him as well. He didn't know that he had gone through many tests to gain such skills. This skill cannot be taught so easily. The girl continued to admire Yilin. She had never met such people. He was incredible, imperturbable, strong. Who he really was unknown. Suddenly the train slowed down. The well-fed apostle decided that they would soon be able to escape. The apostle girl said that it was necessary to get out of this terrible place. This had to be done as soon as possible. The mission will be completed only when they escape from here. And Lin said that everything is correct, but this is only the first mission. After it, they will not be able to return. The girl looked at Apostle 1010 in surprise. What did he mean? She didn't quite understand his words. Coming off the train, the apostles were stunned. Men in chemical protective suits, special masks, and respirators were moving directly towards them. There were weapons in their hands. They asked to stop, not to move, and to raise your hands. Otherwise, they were ready to open fire. The apostles raised their hands. Only Yilin and the girl in his arms did not do this. The well-fed apostle asked to wait, because the girl in his arms twisted her ankle. It wouldn't be fair to shoot just because the boy couldn't raise his arms. The command was given to quickly capture and dispose of the experimental subjects. The rest of the men had to follow their captain. It was important to collect the original sample from the virus. The girl asked Yilin what they were planning. As she heard, they are test subjects for them. If they can be captured, they will decide to continue their crazy experiments on the apostles. Men most likely did not consider them to be people. At that moment, the masked men stopped. They heard some suspicious sound, and Lin said that it's completely the opposite. They are the non-humans. There were eerie sounds that were always made by demons or zombies. One would think that a large number of creatures were approaching. At that moment, they saw a man. It was Pan Zhenyi. He always appeared at the most needed moment. One of the mercenary men ordered the young man to stand. He asked him to immediately raise his hands, otherwise he would open fire to kill. Pan Zhenyi did not pay attention to the mercenary's words. He ran and sang a song. The Arbiter of Destinies, he will burst into the world at will. The Arbiter of Destinies, he has no need to turn back. A huge number of zombies were running behind him. The young man asked the soldiers to follow the king. Which of them dares to say that his zombie husbands cannot afford to capture mountains and rivers? At that moment, the zombies ran up to the mercenaries and began to gnaw at them. Pan Zhenyi approached Yi Lin. He said that he arranged everything as he asked. The young man gave the girl a test tube with the C virus. He said, "Let's go." He turned around and ran into the distance. He asked the young man and everyone else to follow him, and as always, this was not an easy request, and the request was expressed in song. An original sample of the C virus was obtained. The girl was surprised that this guy could really order zombies, and Lin replied that it was simple. He just lured them outside. The apostles began to run after the psycho-apostle. Yi Lin said that Brother Pan is a real demigod. He didn't die, he also saved them. The first plot task, to escape from the Underground Research Institute anthill, was completed. Reward, +1 random reward when calculating points. The well-fed apostle was perplexed. Has the system issued a new task again? After all, they just completed it. If this was the first task, will there really be another one? The second story mission, the hunt has begun. Please do your best to complete the kill list. Scene. Binhai City outside this area will definitely be destroyed. Kill list activated. This is a group assignment. When the total score on the kill list reaches 100%, the surviving apostles in Binhai will be able to complete a group mission. The score will depend on the ranking in the kill list. Clever hunters often appear as prey. Please enjoy the killing to your heart's content. And Lin put the girl on her feet. He asked her to wait for him here. The girl asked what he was up to. Didn't they want to escape taking advantage of the turmoil? So why not start killing in this turmoil? They also used them for the sake of an experiment on people, and the young man was absolutely not going to let them go so easily. If someone causes problems for young men, he will not live. And Lin used the skill, following the shadow. And Lin ran straight into the crowd of zombies. A knife was clutched tightly in his hand. Besides, it was a good reason to score points for kills. For killing a mercenary in chemical protection, you received +10 kill points, +1 chaos point. For a killed ordinary zombie, +20 kill points and +2 chaos points. Yi Lin cut down the zombies and mercenaries in chemical protection one after another. The young man did not know that you can also get chaos points for killing people. The system issued a message that Apostle 10 killed the chemical protection mercenaries and an ordinary zombie. 10 points were received. The young man analyzed the list of murders, added 10 points, 0.101%. When the young man stopped, mercenaries in chemical protection and zombies lay at his feet. The apostles looked at him in surprise. It was not just a man, it was some kind of wolf. He scared some people. Everything was obvious. Kill points are obtained only by killing. But Yi Lin killed a lot of zombies and mercenaries, but received so few points. How many of them have to be killed to get 100%? The tower increased the difficulty of the quest again. This time, the number of kill points for people is less than 1/10 of his previous life. Looks like we'll have to come up with something else. The young man thought for a second. He noticed that Brother Pan had disappeared somewhere. The apostles looked around in surprise. The young man was nowhere to be found. And Lin realized that his Brother Pan was in his repertoire. The best option now was to take on the side quest. Apostle 1010 sent a message to Pan Zhenyi. Pan Zhenyi walked to the women's restroom. At the entrance there was a sign, "Repair. No entrance for unauthorized people." Pan Zhenyi kicked this sign. He opened the door and went inside the women's restroom. The system issued a message. Since he shamelessly entered the women's restroom, fair restrictions will be applied to him. The system removed 2 points from the charisma stat. This did not upset Pan Zhenyi one bit. He considered himself to be justice. At this time, a zombie appeared and gave up its terrible roar. Zombie voices were heard throughout the city. All residents of high-rise buildings could hear this eerie sound. The apostles began to run away. Behind them was a crowd of zombies. Yi Lin continued to carry the girl, whose ankle was sprained. The girl turned to the well-fed apostle, whose name was Pan. She couldn't believe he could run so fast. The young man replied that now is the time to worry about such things. It is much more important to find out where there are so many zombies, because they have already filled almost the entire city. Yi Lin said that the limit of the side mission lies ahead. The apostles reached 98 Sanus Avenue. Therefore, the address was Shuanghua Kindergarten. The purpose of the rescue side missions is in a kindergarten. This was unexpected. The apostles approached their destination and stopped. From behind the fence, eerie sounds were suddenly heard from zombies. The apostle girl exhaled sharply. It was dangerous here. She was very scared because she thought that she would not be able to escape. The girl apostle, who was in the arms of the young man, asked him to let her go. Now her legs were much better. The danger is over. And now there is no need to hold her in your arms. Yilin looked the girl in the eyes and lowered her to the ground. Yilin asked everyone to remain vigilant. The school was suspiciously quiet. The young man remembered that last time he was unable to accept a side mission. He simply had no idea what awaited them next. The apostles moved along the corridors of the school. It was clear that the lights were on in the corridor and classrooms, and if the light is on, then the workers must be in place. It's just suspicious why they haven't met anyone yet. Erpan said that sounds were coming from one of the classrooms. Yilin said that the purpose of the mission is somewhere inside. The young man came up and wanted to look at the door. At that moment, a zombie's head stuck out of the window. The young man was horrified. He yelled at the whole school. It was so unexpected. Erpan fell to the ground in surprise. He was stunned that this was happening here. The faces of zombies appeared from the doors. There were a lot of them there. At that moment, someone turned to the apostles. He asked what they were doing here and why they were late. The apostles turned around. In front of them was Red Biological Company researcher Dr. Jack. He was alive, healthy, and unharmed. He said his company Red suffered a lot of damage. Yilin was surprised to meet him. After all, their last meeting was not very friendly. Dr. Jack told them not to go here. Now he will pick up something, and then everyone will go together to the safe zone. He was ready to show them a safe place. But was it worth believing him? The apostle girl said, "Is it really him who needs to be saved according to the side mission?" For some reason, he looked annoyed one second, and the next. The girl stopped mid-sentence, and Lin didn't seem to hear her. He was lost in his thoughts. This was all unusual. Demons were clearly involved. In addition, he looked exactly like the doctor from his dream. The tower could not have arranged such a coincidence. And his name was similar. At this moment, Yilin heard a child's voice. The child repeated the word, "Daddy." The young man listened to where this sound was coming from, and he followed the sound. The girl asked where the young man was going to go. After all, the goal of salvation told them to stay here and not go anywhere. The voice kept repeating and calling for his father, and Lin approached one of the doors. The voice came from this room. The young man opened the door and looked into it. A demon girl was sitting on a chair. Her arms were cuffed, the eyes glowed red, and Lin stared at this demon. At that moment, someone presented a gun to his head. It was Dr. Jack. He said that he warned no one to go anywhere, which is why the young man turned out to be so disobedient. Dr. Jack called the apostles self-righteous idiots. They thought they could fool him. They are not mercenaries of their company at all. The doctor revealed all the information. Yilin had no idea that he was the one who used them for experiments and placed the infectious solution of the Anthill Research Institute. And Dr. Jack laughed out loud. Yilin thought about it. He did the analysis so quickly, most likely just by looking at their clothes. But what was more unexpected was that the side mission was to rescue a man who was being experimented on. Was the tower and its stupid task really not tormented by conscience at all? Dr. Jack continued his story. He conducted countless experiments on adults in the anthill, but unfortunately, they all failed and turned into unconscious walking dead. In other words, zombies. Lack of consciousness means that they are not subject to orders. Such experimental subjects were of no use. The doctor needs biochemical weapons capable of precisely performing assigned tasks. Therefore, he decided to use teenagers as experimental subjects, but as a result, all experiments failed. Until the last child, my daughter. After he injected the C virus, his consciousness was restored, and she still calls him Daddy. The doctor asked. It should be an honor for him to behold his great masterpiece before he dies. He asked the young man to be the dessert for his greatest masterpiece. By the way, his daughter had already bitten him before, and it was very painful. At this moment, the shackles automatically opened, and the Demosha girl rose to her feet. She went straight to the young man. At this moment, Yilin used his shadow-following skill. The doctor left the room with a calm soul. Now he would have to deal with the others. How troublesome. Then he will have to get to the safe zone alone. It took him so much effort to bring out such a test subject, and he can't even take her away. He was glad that, just in case, he had prepared a lot of Type 1 antidote reagents in advance. They seemed to last a long time. At this time, someone put a knife to Dr. Jack's neck. It was Yi Lin. He told the doctor not to worry, he would stay here. The doctor was surprised. When did he manage to get out of there? He asked to wait and not kill him. He could tell you where the safe zone was. After all, only Dr. Jack knew this information, and Lin demanded that the doctor speak quickly. The doctor replied that the safe zone was in Yuma Public Park. Not only is the main force of the Red Company located there, but there is also a helicopter for evacuation. After receiving the necessary information, the young man cut the doctor's throat. Dr. Jack did not expect this turn of events, and Lin didn't promise to let him go. The young man quickly took the briefcase in his hand. The system notified that the experimental antidote reagent of the first type had been received. The apostles were at a loss as to why the doctor left so long ago and still has not returned. Most likely, something happened. They believed that the doctor would definitely return and show them a safe place. But the mission cannot be completed without numerous tests. The girl was upset because Yi Lin also left a long time ago and did not return. At this time, Yi Lin appeared in the corridor. The apostles rushed to the young man with questions. Where did that doctor go? Yi Lin replied that he was dead. Upon receiving this information, Apostle Irpan was shocked. It turns out now they won't be able to get to the safe zone. Yi Lin admitted that he killed him. Now the apostles were already afraid of Yi Lin. They considered him a demon. They had to complete a side mission and escape, and he took and killed this target. The apostle girl said that Yi Lin is scary, and she doesn't want to go anywhere with him anymore. Creepy zombie sounds were heard from behind the fence. They surrounded almost the entire school area. The apostles approached the fence and thought, the zombies are outside and want to come in, but they need to get out. But there was one question. How could they get out of here? At this time, one of the dead opened the door. The apostles were surprised that zombies could really open the door. The only way out is to start a fight. At that second, someone opened fire with a machine gun on the zombies. The zombies screamed and fell dead. In the most desperate situations, Pan Chang always appeared. He asked the creatures to stand still. He promised to shoot each of them. He had a Gatling gun in his hands. The rank is unusual. Description: at the moment the zombie appeared, he was in the hands of a mercenary hiding in the women's toilet. The loser turned into a zombie before he could use it. The apostles again admired Brother Pan. Now all the apostles considered him a demigod. Pan said that he accidentally picked up a machine gun in the women's restroom. Girl apostle turned to Yi Lin. She asked where they should go now. The young man replied that they needed to get to the Yuma Public Park. Red Company established a safe zone there and left the main force to cover the evacuation. The girl was happy. This means there is still an opportunity to escape from here safe and sound. The word to run away surprised the young man very much. Nobody said that they would need to run away. They set off. The first thing they needed to do was change into clothes suitable for battle, as well as carry out the antidote reagents that he gave them. One of the apostles wondered why they would need clothing suitable for battle. Aren't they heading to the safe zone? The word security itself means that it is calm and quiet there. The apostles were already near the Yuma Public Park. A girl stood nearby and commanded the mercenaries. She asked them to hurry. After all, these are valuable assets of their company. They all had to be transferred. The mercenaries quickly ran after each other carrying boxes. The girl checked with one of the mercenaries. Have they contacted the squad sent to the anthill? The captain replied that they had been unable to contact the mercenaries. Communication lost. The girl was surprised that everyone around her was really stupid people. One of the mercenaries shouted that there were still survivors here. In front of them stood 4 apostles dressed in simple clothes. The Red Company was the initiator of a biological disaster. Are they really accepting survivors? It was very suspicious. The girl commander approached the apostles and said, Bin Hai has suffered a misfortune. It must have been hard for them to get here, but now that they are already here, they can be calmer, because they are safe. The girl commander asked the apostles to follow her. She promised to take them to rest. Irpan asked, since they were now safe, how they could complete the mission, and Lin replied that they would soon find out everything themselves. The apostles followed the girl commander. They passed near a deep hole. Many dead zombies were visible there. The apostle girl, suspecting something was wrong, asked the commander why she brought them here. The girl commander just smiled. She turned and replied that she had brought them here to rest. She told them to rest in peace along with all the city's survivors. Their mission is not to protect civilians, but to convince them that they will all die. She apologized, but they couldn't allow what happened in this city to be made public, so they had to deal with it. Several mercenaries were already standing around the girl. They were all armed and ready to shoot. The girl said that now they would have to die. At this time, Yi Lin took out the test tube containing the original sample. The girl commander was surprised. She couldn't believe her eyes. The young man had in his hands an original sample of the super-infectious C virus. How could he get to him? The girl guessed that most likely their detachment sent by the anthill was with them. Lin replied that firstly, they performed experiments on humans. Secondly, they decided to kill them. So he decided to kill them twice. The list of murders was a little difficult to complete. They won't be able to get enough points even by killing themselves. They will most likely die from fatigue. Using a virus to turn people into zombies is the easiest and fastest way to get points for kills. In addition, all the surviving cities are located here. Pan called Yi Lin the real villain. After all, such a thing would never have occurred to a normal person. Now it's clear why he told them to conduct the antidote a second time. Well, how does he know that turning people into zombies will give him more points for killing? And Lin wondered whether it was worth telling the apostles that he had already passed through this world. The girl thought, we need to come up with something like this and use a similar method to kill people and get points. The young man was very elegant. He was simply nobility itself. And the girl blushed with embarrassment. At this moment, Yi Lin threw down the sample tube. The test tube slowly fell to the ground. The mercenaries and the captain watched what was happening in surprise. The captain shouted that the guy was just crazy. He was more ruthless than them. The test tube landed on the ground and broke. The liquid scattered in different directions. And Lin replied that it was not he who was crazy and ruthless, but this is the world. At this moment, the system activated the bloodthirsty disaster skill. Rank 2 stars. If you are careless, you can die in the process of killing. The battle between the apostles and the mercenaries began. The mercenaries made sounds reminiscent of the sounds that came from zombies. The apostles made sure that turning people into zombies really brought points. But even so, they were still not enough. It only got worse. Yi Lin replied that they were in no hurry. After all, he had previously said that he was going to kill them twice, and he attacked the mercenaries with lightning speed with his knife. Blood flowed like a fountain. Suddenly, a woman's foot in an elegant boot appeared from the smoke. What was suspicious was that the leg was covered with bulging veins. This most often occurred only among demons or those who had just turned into them. It was the commander, who now looks like a demoness. Thanks to him, they were able to find a suitable carrier of the virus. And that was her, the predator, the crazy lady. No one could have known this if not for him. After all, it was the young man who infected her with the virus, and now she should thank him properly for that. She asked Yi Lin to quickly go to his sister. She promised to put him to rest. She was ready to rip his skin off piece by piece and take it to heaven. A girl stood in front of Yi Lin with a sword that could cut almost anything. The girl asked the young man why he stood up like an idol. The young man replied that he was just waiting for her. Yi Lin said that he recognized her as soon as he looked at her ancient sword making a clanging sound. That's why he's interested in getting as close to her as possible. The Zhu family, who founded the last ruling dynasty, the Land of the Dragon. And she, Zhu Yun-er, was a descendant of that same Zhu family. It's a pity, but in the future she will become a traitor to the imperial family. After all, she will submit to a natural disaster and become his minion. Only, unlike Xiao Yan, the young man did not directly intersect with her. As a future villainess, it is better to use the apostle girl as a tool, and then turn her against a natural disaster. At this time, the girl apostle was fighting with the demon. The young man imagined himself to be a hero saving the beauty. The apostle girl was surprised. Is this really all that the demoness can do? She slammed her sword into the ground. At that moment, the spirit of the emperor appeared over the girl. She called him for help. The figure of the emperor rose above the demoness girl. He was tall and powerful. The demoness was surprised what kind of nonsense this was. Where did this majestic man come from? The spirit of the emperor struck with his sword. The blow was very powerful. The well-fed apostle was surprised. He had long dreamed of a weapon that could destroy everything around him. The apostles were fascinated by the actions of Sister Yun-er. She was cool. At this moment, a group of male mercenaries were getting closer and closer. They looked very suspicious and looked like zombies. After all, they made the same sounds that demons or zombies make. At that moment, the well-fed apostle was very brave. After all, behind him stood his brother with a Gatling gun. Some crowd of dead people was unlikely to be able to resist Pan Zhenne. The well-fed apostle beckoned the dead with his hand. He urged them to approach and not be afraid. After all, Pan was covering him from behind with a weapon. But at that moment, the weapon fell to the ground. The apostles were surprised why Pan Zhenne threw down his weapon. He simply ran towards the crowd of dead people. Apparently some kind of plan had matured in his head. He ran up to the dead and began to gnaw them. The well-fed apostle was surprised. He didn't expect this from the guy. Pan looked like a real savage. The well-fed apostle instantly grabbed the machine gun in his hands. The apostle had wanted to shoot with a Gatling gun for a very long time, but in reality it was almost impossible to do such a thing. He had a great chance today, and he started to pull the trigger. The machine gun did not fire. Apparently it had run out of ammunition. The young man realized why Brother Pan threw down his weapon. They ran out of cartridges. The bloodthirsty action skill absorbs 20% of certain characteristics from each killed target, such as agility, psyche, and strength, condensing one level of bloodlust. Yilin looked at the dead and thought, what to do next? How to deal with them? The young man was sitting on a lamppost at that moment. He looked down on the dead. After using bloodlust, the system independently distributes all the stat points received. Turning people into zombies is regarded as killing the living. Now all the balls of light above the zombies' heads are temporary stat points that he could absorb. Yilin was a very smart guy. He always thought through his actions carefully. But bloodlust can only increase to level 5. In other words, he must find the 5 with the most stat points to absorb. It was unfortunate that the girl officer adapted perfectly to the C-virus and was not declared killed. The young man had 120 seconds remaining for his skill. The demoness girl was very fierce. Long tentacles grew from her back. Apparently the demoness will have to take the apostle girl more seriously. The demoness said that she prefers to fight with all her might. Therefore, I asked the apostle girl not to hold back. The apostle girl was surprised. The demon pulled out tentacles from her body. These tentacles had almost reached the girl's body. She didn't know how to counteract them. The tentacles also wrapped around the sword of the summoned emperor. He couldn't move it either. The demoness girl was happy. Everything worked out for her the way she had imagined it. The apostle girl was surprised how this happened. This zombie suppresses the sword emperor's spirit sword. No one has succeeded in doing this before. The tentacles had already tightly wrapped the sword emperor's entire body. He could not move, and accordingly could not fight against the demon. The demoness asked what happened. Has the apostle really shown all her strength? And why did she come up with just this, to hide behind a toy? By toy she meant the sword emperor. She urged me to play with her. She wanted to go crazy. The demoness shouted that the apostle's girl had a tasty treasure, shards of glass scattered to the sides. The spiritual sword emperor swirled with great power. The demon swallowed it down to the last drop. But this was not enough for her. She wanted more and more. The apostle was depressed because the demoness broke and absorbed the spirit of the sword. The demoness changed her appearance. She turned into the Empress of Torment. The demoness quickly pointed her tentacle directly at the apostle's girlfriend. Yunir stood as if spellbound. She didn't fight the demoness. I just stood and watched her actions. At this moment, another apostle girl ran up to Sister Yunir. She asked her to quickly run away and not stand like a pillar. This apostle girl was in good physical shape. She began to fight off the tentacles attacking her. At this time, a bang was heard. The well-fed apostle activated the inflammation of fat. The zombies scattered in different directions. The fat ignition skill had a rank of C. Consumption of fat helps increase strength characteristics. It also helps burn calories. The plump apostle was upset because zombies make the fat man lose weight. He took a moment to imagine how much food he now needed to eat to make up for his weight. He became quite slim in 1 second. By the way, it suited him. He looked again and said goodbye to his little fat. The well-fed apostle looked down and was surprised. Brother Su was lying at his feet. Su warned the apostle to be careful because danger was looming over his head. The apostle quickly looked around and saw tentacles, which were getting closer and closer. The young man activated his fat attack skill. Consuming fat helps fend off attacks. The more fat expended, the greater the protection. Fat is potential. The apostle immediately lost weight before his eyes, but he enjoyed it. After all, thin people feel much lighter and more comfortable. At this moment, Yilin jumped from the lamppost. The plan was practically completed. The young man had already absorbed 4 light spheres with the highest number of stat points and reached level 4 bloodlust. The bloodthirsty disaster skill lasted for another 88 seconds. And Lin thought about it. They are all ordinary people, and you can't get big stat points from them. We need to wait for him. The young man did not finish. Yunir ran up to Xiao Su and asked her if she was okay, and Lin approached the apostles. This couldn't go on any longer. She will be able to break everyone one by one. Therefore, it was necessary to forget about ordinary zombies and come to grips with their boss. Xiao Su tried to object to the young man. All the apostles quickly supported the young man's words and ran forward. Yun'er knew that Yilin was right as always. They should no longer hesitate. Xiao Su shouted that she should lead the way. The well-fed apostle said that he needed to attack the demon. He still had some fat left. They decided to fight the demon. shoulder to shoulder, back to back, one for all and all for one. And Lin used his favorite skill, following the shadow. The effect is 100% concealment of presence. He wanted to get as close as possible to the demon and attack her. The apostles ran closer and closer to the demon. She saw that the apostles began to hurry. She decided that they were in a hurry to die. But you didn't have to go anywhere for this. She could do it on her own. She was ready to end them all together. She was very hungry. At this time, the tentacles headed towards the apostles and grabbed them. The tentacles tightly wrapped themselves around the bodies of the apostles. Now the girls and the boy were immobilized. They could not continue to fight. Li Erpan shouted to Yilin. He was desperate what to do now. When the apostle looked around, he did not see Yilin. The young man thought that Yilin had set them all up and disappeared. Could he really do this to them? The demoness brought Li Erpan to her face. She couldn't decide which part of it she should eat first, where to take a bite from first. It was a very difficult choice for her. While she was thinking, Yilin received the required amount of time. He approached the demon from behind and cut her neck with a knife. At that very moment, the tentacles weakened. The apostles fell to the ground. They were happy because they were saved. Yun-Er admired the young man once again. He was not afraid. He single-handedly penetrated behind enemy lines to save them all. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. Li Erpan asked the girl. She doesn't confuse anything. And Lin used all of them as cannon fodder to attract her attention. At this time, a zombie was passing near one of the tentacles. The tentacles pierced his chest. A purple glow appeared. The same glow appeared in the area of the demon's head. It was as if she was feeding on zombie energy. Li Erpan turned his head and saw the demoness. She was alive and unharmed. Well, how is this possible? She was very angry. How dare Yilin cut off her head? He made her very angry. She decided to send him to hell. She managed to restore her body by absorbing zombies. That was incredible. And Lin caused her injuries incompatible with life. The demoness continued to look at Li Erpan with her fierce gaze. Suddenly, Yilin appeared behind the apostle. He approached so quietly that the young man twitched in surprise. Yilin called Li Erpan a good person. Yilin apologized to him. He said that out of everyone, he is the most resilient here because of his skill. And again, he called the young man a good man. Li Erpan wondered why Yilin constantly praised him. Most likely he was up to something. And Lin again used his favorite skill, following the shadow. It provided 100% concealment of presence. All he did was stall for time to wait for him. At this moment, the demoness tried to attack the well-fed apostle. The apostle quickly regained his bearings and activated his fat attack skill. He called Yilin a scoundrel. It was not so easy for him to use the skill. After all, each time he lost a certain amount of fat. Xiaosu also noticed that the young man was becoming thinner and thinner before her eyes. Li Erpan fell to the ground and grabbed his head with his hands. He couldn't stand it. If he stops using the skill, he will die from the demon's tentacles. But if you continue to keep it active, it will simply dry out. He called the apostles for help. Yilin canceled his shadow-following skill. The young man was no longer invisible, and Lin approached the group of zombies. They surrounded Panjane. The young man asked how things were going with him. At this moment, the zombies scattered in different directions. Brother Pan stood in front of Yilin, alive and unharmed. He was naked to the waist. Several syringes with antidote were stuck into his body. Xiaosu was surprised that the young man still managed to stay alive. Yun-Er noticed that his body had been injected with a lot of antidotes. At this moment, Brother Pan began to transform into a demon. His one eye glowed red. The floor of the body was covered with bulging veins. Yilin approached Brother Pan. He had a level 5 bloodlust. As expected from Brother Pan, he had already collected 20 stat points. And Lin knew that bloodlust could only accumulate up to the 5th level. The mobs in this world are too weak because even by activating a bloodthirsty disaster, he receives a pittance from them in the form of stat points. And then, in order to deal with the boss, there was no need to condense the thirst for blood. That's why he wanted to keep this trick just in case. Yilin continued to think. After the elevator with Brother Pan fell, the young man did not see the notification of Pan Jenny's death from the tower, so he was sure that he was alive. Then, through the communication functions, he conveyed to him where the C-virus and a large number of prepared antidotes were located in the anthill. The plan was to let him become infected, and then reduce him to a half-human, half-zombie state with the help of a large number of antidotes. By using it, he would be able to gain a large number of stats per level of Deathlust. The mercenaries were infected with the C-virus and the bites of Brother Pan. But all the murders were defended at the expense of Yilin. Xiaosu was indignant. She also called Lin a demon. He brought him to such a state just to get the strength he needed. It was dishonest and unfair. and Lin did not feel guilty about this. The girl was right. All this is only necessary to increase strength. Does she really want to wait here to die? And if not, then you need to use any options just to save your life. Xiaosu was very upset. She even wanted to hit Yi Lin. She was stopped by Yun Er. She said the girl was wrong. Pan Zhenyi did not transform out of Yi Lin's desire. He himself burst into the crowd of the dead and began to bite the zombies. It was his decision. In general, they shouldn't have quarreled, because they are a team. Yi Lin even took special care of Brother Pan, injecting him with the antidote reagent twice. Otherwise, why would Yi Lin first heal him, and then deliberately try to infect him and turn him into a zombie? Apparently, he had calculated everything in advance and tried his best to save them. The girls analyzed the system. If you look at everything from the point of view of the mission, their contribution is generally zero. They have no right to insult Lin either. At this time, a tentacle was approaching Lier Pan. He asked not to approach because he would have been squeezed to the last. This was no longer that well-fed apostle. He was a completely thin and slender young man. At this time, Yi Lin arrived. He grabbed the tentacles with his hand. He praised Erpan and told him it was time to change. Li Erpang had tears in his eyes. Finally, someone remembered about him. Now he is saved. At this moment, a demoness was approaching Yi Lin. She saw that the young man decided to appear and not play hide and seek with her. She asked to come to her and cut her. Yi Lin used his skill, Bloodthirsty Calamity. The remaining duration of the skill is 3.14 seconds. The young man activated his bloodlust. The mental characteristic was 10 points. A temporary bonus has been added to the characteristic. Due to the master's will, all bonus stat points are added to the psyche. Compared to the temporary stat points at Phantom Mist Mountain, these would be too few. Even using them, he would not be able to break through the first level of shackles. However, they will not be enough. Yi Lin holding a card in his hands. There was a picture of a girl in red holding a child in her arms. The demoness said that he was really going to make her laugh. Was this really all he could do? The demoness did not understand what the young man wanted to do with this card. She knew for sure that he wanted to have fun. Only now her stomach was churning from laughing. And Lin said that she would be in much more pain now. Now it was up to him, and the young man called upon the possessed spirit. The remaining duration of the Bloodthirsty Calamity skill was less than 2 seconds. The demon called on the young man to attack. After all, her stomach already hurt a lot from waiting. She asked him not to be a weakling, to show what he was capable of. She demanded to show everything that he could do. The possessed spirit has been activated. A demoness in a red robe appeared behind the young man, the spirit of Hongshu. He activated his skill not to deal with the demon, but to accumulate enough stat points to withstand the side effects after using the possessed spirit card. The spirit of Hongshu launched 2 beams of light directly into the demon's chest. It was clear from her face that she was in pain. The system issued a warning: the wrong way to use a possessed spirit. The owner is subjected to mental trauma. The possessed spirit card is about to go berserk. Blood poured out of Yi Lin's mouth. The remaining duration of the skill is 0.1 seconds. The timing was just right, so he managed to avoid the side effect of spirit possession. Yun Er ran up to the young man and hugged his shoulders. She asked the young man if he had lost his mind. The possessed spirit card is used on weapons, since the possessed spirit is not capable of existing in a human body. Ordinary weapons are not capable of withstanding the power of the possessed spirit from his card. Moreover, an ordinary spirit is not able to resist it. The girl wondered if he was talking about her sword spirit. But this was true. Her spirit not only could not resist her, but was also absorbed and became the power of the demoness. The young man deliberately put the possessed spirit of the card into a state of rage in order to cope with the demoness. Li Erpan was upset. He may not have received the possessed spirit card, but he still heard about it. The possessed spirit of the dash card is essentially the same ghost. Would a normal person allow him to take over his body? He's not just a mad wolf. He's just a devil willing to do anything to win. That there is no point in provoking him again. The demon was triumphant. Did the apostles really think that this would all end? She began to feed on zombie energy again. This helped her heal her wounds and fully recover. Now 2 demons were fighting against each other. Does the demon in red really think that she is the only one capable of penetrating other people's bodies? It was certainly a good ability, but... The demon grabbed Hongshu by the braids. Yuner and Yi Lin watched closely what was happening. It was clear that the demoness was completely suppressing the spirit. She was very strong. Is it really possible that even the possessed spirit of the card, in a state of rage, is not able to resist her? And Lin asked the girl to help him get up. Yun Er was told by the young man that he could no longer fight and there was no point in being a hero. The young man said that he was not going to fight. He simply decided to stimulate Shuer's potential. Yi Lin held little Xiao Xiao by the hood. She started screaming and calling her mother for help. Our showed this to me to the girl in red. She most likely doesn't want little Xiao Xiao to be bullied. Yun Er was startled. Has another spirit appeared? Possessed spirit cards are very rare, and he owns the Gemini spirit card. The demoness in red became furious. She couldn't let anything happen to her daughter. And Lin threw the girl straight at the demon. He asked the demon in red to hurry up and save her. The girl flew up and sat on the demon's arm. I looked carefully into her eyes. The battle between the two demons began again. The demon in red fired a beam at the demoness's stomach again. This angered the demon. The girl in red most likely did not realize that her technique was useless for the demon. She said no matter how many times she gets hurt, she can absorb the zombies and fully recover. This only takes a few seconds. As long as she can absorb, she is immortal. She saw that the spirit treasured the girl very much, and she promised to just crush her. Yilin said and congratulated, and she stepped on the minus and caused uncontrollable anger. The demoness in red was very fierce. Her eyes glowed red. And Lin was interested in the question of whether the demon had more tentacles or whether the spirit had more hair. You can absorb as much as you want, but as long as the damage it brings exceeds your recovery speed. Is there really an immortal body? The last one, someone said. There weren't even ashes left, therefore you should not be so confident in yourself. The spirit attacked the demoness with rays and tore her body apart. The demon screamed, "No, this is impossible. How so?" The system issued an alert. Gluttony, Queen of Thorns, slain by Apostle, 200,000 kill points. The kill rating was full, and the owner completed 2 missions. Last time he didn't kill this boss, so getting such a number of kill points was a surprise to him. How can the rating be overcrowded? It's a shame, because Lin had a whole plan to get extra points, but now it turns out he's simply useless. The young man miscalculated, making useless preparations. The apostles were surprised. What does he mean by enough? How should the other apostles live now? Xiao Su felt mentally retarded. It was necessary to sit and rejoice while waiting for the tower to send them back. Yun Er addressed Yi Lin. After all, everyone had completely forgotten about perfume. The girl and her mother stood and looked in front of them in surprise. At this moment they tried to attack the young man, and Lin gave the command, "Return." He repeated the return command again. He held a map in front of him. The demon girls looked attentively and fascinated at the map. The young man said the return again, and the spirits returned to their place. The red and white twin spirit card has been successfully returned. The apostles were surprised. What kind of shenanigans is going on? The ghosts immediately returned back to the map. Yun Er was no less surprised. She did not know that the spirit of the possessed spirit card could be returned back. The system issued an alert. Due to the incorrect use of the card of possessed spirits, red and white to the owners of Apostle 1010, the twin spirits are in a state of rage. This spirit-possessed card can no longer be used until the rage condition subsides. On the map, the girls looked angry and fierce. Before using the possessed spirits again, the card's owner must enter her inner world to appease the twin spirits. At this time, Yi Lin turned over the card and showed Yun Er the reverse side. It is possible to summon a specific possessed spirit from the possessed spirits card. If you want to bring the spirit back, shout, "Return" 3 times. The card could be used 2 more times out of 3. The reason the girl didn't know this was because she never turned it over. The apostle's girl was surprised. Her possessed spirit card had a one-time use. Yi Lin 3 times. The young man remembered that Zhu Yun Er, the future traitor of the family and one of the 8 shadows, henchman of the natural disaster. By following her like the path of a water thread, perhaps he serves to learn much more about the traitors hiding in future human camps. He thought about it and looked at the girl very intently. Yun Er was surprised why he was looking at her so piercingly. Could it be that he... And the girl did not complete her thought. An interesting thought occurred to her. She asked Yi Lin where he lived. After all, they could meet after returning. Yi Lin replied that his house had exploded. The girl couldn't believe her ears. At this time, the assessment for passing was being calculated. The level has been increased. Congratulations came from the first rank apostle on reaching the 12th floor of the Tower of Death. Current level is 12. The forum function has been unlocked, and the exchange function has also been unlocked. As a reward, all characteristics increase by plus 1.5. The distribution occurs in accordance with the achievements of the Apostle 10. Strength plus 0.7, Agility plus 0.5, Psyche plus 0.5, Will plus 0.1, Luck minus 0.3, Charisma 0. Bonus for difficulty, 40%, bonus for rating, 50%. Points received 1900. Healing a random reward. An antidote reagent item was received in the amount of 3 pieces. The received special status cards are also in the amount of 3 pieces. Because Apostle 10 used the world's only experimental antidote reagent Type 2 without introducing any other antidote reagents. It was discovered that the Apostle had successfully adapted to the virus. Changing the gene organism successfully transformed the body and strengthened the body. A defective bloodthirstiness factor was obtained. Minor damage to the psyche of the Apostle 1010 was detected. The system requested that a certain number of points be spent to restore the body. 2 answer options were offered, yes or no. And Lin thought about it. Charisma remained at 0. This only added to the feeling of loneliness. Perhaps the fact is that the tower felt that his charisma had not changed much. This in itself is a plus. The charisma value did not change because he cheated on Zhu Yun-er, and the young man pressed the yes button. 10 points were spent. The body gradually recovered. The restoration has been completed. And Lin flew into the portal and returned. He returned to his apartment again. Flames were coming out of the window and thick black smoke was coming out. The young man quickly landed on the floor. He looked around and saw that all that was left of the cyborg was an electronic eye. The system added 40 chaos points. The young man wondered why the system at the moment added chaos points to him. He's back in the real world. It turns out that he received these points for killing a cyborg. It turns out, whether he is in the inner world or in reality, as long as he kills people, he can receive chaos points. Thick black smoke poured out of the window of the young man's apartment. There was a big fire in his house. Molly sat by the tree and cried. She was worried about Yi Lin. The girl's heart ached. She was sad because of his death. But why? Because they practically don't know each other, and they met for the first time. The girls had previously felt that they were very close and had known each other for quite a long time. Why she had these sensations was unclear. The girl was stunned, precisely because they didn't even know each other. Why did this crazy person sacrifice himself so that you could protect her? She called him all sorts of names. But the tears continued to flow behind her eyes. Suddenly someone approached her from behind. A man's voice asked if it was night now, if she was afraid she would disturb people. The girl looked around in surprise. Lin stood in front of her. He was fine, alive and unharmed. The girl quickly clung to the young man and hugged his shoulders. She asked if he was suffering from something. Before that he killed someone. I didn't think that the enemy would get to his house so quickly, so now he would need her help. And the girl swung her leg again. She wanted to attack her. She was always ready to attack with a heel when someone disagreed with her or it annoyed her. She asked the young man if his mother had not told him not to tease the girl who cared for him, and laziness once again grabbed her leg. He asked the question, or Molly did it for him. The girl said that the young man had completely misunderstood her. Molly asked if the young man had just said that he had killed someone before. She wondered why he did it. The girl expected the young man to tell her everything in detail, because otherwise someone else would have died. He killed Xiaoyan, so Smalley should be fine now. The girl approached the young man and looked carefully into his eyes. That someone would most likely be her. The young man was surprised that the girl quickly guessed. There was sadness in Lin's eyes as well. The girl was very worried about him. We were interested in what kind of relationship they were in the future. Move the future, but first get out of here. There were a lot of questions. Is the young man going to deal with the consequences? Will the Joint Inspection Department bother him if he just leaves? Xiao Yi was spreading the fire at the time of the explosion, so the neighbors should be safe. We can assume that the young man is their way of fire. As for the mentioned Joint Inspection Department, there is no need to worry about it. The Xiao family will help sort this out. After all, they were the ones who sent the killer. The Xiao family will do everything possible to hush up this incident. For example, he will compensate residents for losses, deal with the Joint Inspection Departments, and so on. The Xiao family is the same family that controls the large medical network. This means that the person killed is from the Xiao family. And Lin said that the girl guessed everything correctly again. He dealt with the only son of the head of the Xiao Mo family. Molly was stunned. Yilin killed his only heir and then their subordinate, and now someone has to clean up the mess behind him. What kind of young man stood in front of her? And she was still worried about him. He was clearly a villain. Molly was fooled this time. The apostle began to move away. He asked the girl why she froze. After all, it was necessary to go and rent a room in a hotel. I think now the young men didn't have it, but it was necessary to live and spend the night somewhere. They arrived at the Liji Hotel. They rented a room. When they entered their room, Yilin pushed the girl onto the bed. The girl became worried about what he was planning to do. And Lin said that now he did not finish and thought about it. Being a genius, Molly has always had a strong curiosity. For her, he is a rare object for research. He knew her very well. She would do absolutely everything so that he would not ask for the opportunity to study him. I just came very close to the girl. The girl was worried. She asked him not to come, otherwise she would get angry. The young man pushed the girl onto the bed again. Now she was completely lying on the bed. The young man leaned over her and said that he wanted to ask her to do 3 things for him. First, as agreed, make a blade for him from star steel. Second, he would like her to find out where the head of the Zhao family is now. The girl was surprised and looked at the young man with wide eyes. And third, help me find a guy named Pan Zhenyi. He must be a patient in a mental hospital. Molly must find a way to erase traces of him being there and get him out of there. The girl looked at the young man in surprise and asked if that was all he wanted to ask of her. And Lin was surprised. Was the girl still expecting something from him? The girl swung her heel at lightning speed. But the young man knew Molly well. He managed to dodge. The girl was surprised, and Lin once again managed to dodge. Moreover, each time the young man does all this faster and faster. This is an ancient martial art, dragon walk, but such speed is unlikely to be achieved with the gait of a dragon. Molly replied that she might fulfill the first 2 requests somehow. Well, the third request was quite suspicious. Why did Yi Lin need this psycho? Or he didn't ask the girl to just do it and not ask unnecessary questions. With Molly's capabilities, this shouldn't cause much of a problem. The young man promised to pay the girl as much as she said. Yi Lin opened the door for the girl. He said ironically that she could come back. The girl was surprised who he took her for. Does he really think that she will come and go just by one of his words? The young man replied that it was too late. And if she doesn't leave, then he will treat her like this. She invited him to her place. The girl called the guy shameless and walked away without looking back. After leaving the quest, the tower removed the state of weakness from the young man after using the bloodthirsty disaster. Now he must prepare weapons for the possessed spirit. And he looked at his map again. He said that he needed to enter the world of the map. At this time he flew towards the portal. He landed in a picturesque place. There was beautiful nature around and flowers were blooming. He landed on the shore of a pond. After looking around a little, the young man realized that his violent state of mind was associated with an internal demon. The spirit will not rest until you get rid of the inner demon. After all, even if you now give the possessed spirit of the card a weapon, it may get angry and go against its owner. Well, as soon as he gets rid of the inner demon of the spirit, he will be able to establish a close connection with it and avoid the possibility of being eaten by the spirit. At this time, laziness moved to its destination. There were more people standing in the distance. The girl in red turned to her escort. His name was Bai Lan. She said that when she and her father first came to him, there were many demons in the mountains. She had a great responsibility for their destruction, so she could not enter into a marriage contract with him. He not only forgave her for it, taking this into account, she also invited Xiao Xiao to become their named daughter so that they could have a full-fledged family. Now that the demons in the mountains have been destroyed in the mountains, she can put on a wedding dress and become his wife. The girl in red looked around since she started talking about Xiao Xiao. Where is she at this moment? Bai Lang replied that today was an important day for them. He suggested that the red-robed girl go to the lake and collect lotus seeds, and then return and prepare candied notice seeds for the Xiao. It was a good idea. The girl agreed with Bai Lan. Only now she had to hurry up with collecting them, because now she will collect everything and he won't get anything. At this time, Bai Lan touched the girl's shoulder. He answered her. Wasn't she looking for Xiao Xiao? She is at the bottom of the lake. He ordered the girl in red to go after her. He pushed her forcefully in the back. The girl in red fell into the lake. Bai Lan replied that he told her not to kill the mountain demons, but she stubbornly did not listen to him. She constantly talked about her mission as a demon hunter. But did she know the fact that the source of food in their village was the mountain demons? It has always been like this. Demons eat people and people eat demons. Now only old man Nie Shu remains. But with him, we need to think about another way. First, you need to deceive him, and come up with another reason for their death, and then find a way to turn him into a demon. He was ready to restore order to their family. And he laughed out loud. At this time, someone hit Bai Lang with a sword. It was Yi Lin. Since he wants to restore order in the family, what has he forgotten about himself? Isn't he here to get rid of Ni Hongxiu's inner demon? What could only be achieved by killing the illusion of her inner demon? The young man turned around. He saw the girl. It was a natural disaster of submission. The young man had already killed her. That's why she came to take revenge on him. The girl turned her back to the boy. If her memory serves, at that moment he was in a similar position when he killed her. Now it was his turn. Was he really supposed to join in the indulgence of passion? It is a natural disaster module. The girl asked when he found out. After all, the girl called him master, so the only one it could be was the mudra of natural disaster, which he received after defeating the natural disaster. And Lin didn't think that she would take on human form. And the young man put his hand on her shoulder. The girl was disappointed. She wanted to use her previous owner's appearance to scare him. The young man asked her to move away and not interfere with her work. Well, he pushed the girl and sat her down on a stone. The girl just gasped in response. The girl lay down on the ground. Is he really going to do this with someone else? The young man was a pervert in the girl's eyes. Yilin turned around and walked away. The girl was, is he really leaving? Shouldn't her master get rid of Ni Hongshu's inner demon? The evil spirit in the lake is very strong. If nothing is done, she will turn into a demon. Will she really just let her inner demon continue to grow? She already talked about this. Well, what did she want from the young man? Should he really jump into the lake himself and become an evil spirit while he saves her? Besides, she's already a ghost. The girl grinned. Most likely men are always the same. And Lin said that the girl is just a module and she shouldn't complain about her gender. Crows circled around the monument. The girl said, according to Ni Hongshu's memory, her inner demon spread its influence over the entire village while she was alive. Her inner demon is very powerful. The girl thought that she frightened the young man with her words. It seems the owner is ready to drop dead from fear. Or he didn't come up and killed one of the villagers with his knife. The villagers were horrified. Why did he do this? Why are they being punished like this? They wondered who he was, and why did he come to kill people? Yi Lin asked the men to shut up, and began to mercilessly swing the knife. The girl was stunned. Apparently her current owner and past owner are birds of a feather. And Lin asked him not to make him laugh. Her former mistress is a villain, a natural disaster of submission, who wants to destroy the whole world. But the young man was not like that. That these villagers are just an illusion created by Ni Hongshu's inner demon. Yilin may not be a villain, but she is definitely not a holy mother. The girl thought, this is how it works out for him, and he doesn't have to deal with them. After all, he had just explained that he was different from her former owner. Regardless of whether the villagers were involved in Ni Hongshu's murder or not, it makes absolutely no difference to her now. After all, none of them are good people. They were all afraid of being eaten by demons, so they asked the demon hunter Ni Hongshu to kill them. Only they were afraid that she would kill all the demons and they would lose their source of food. Why did Ni Hongshu's inner demon affect everyone in the Shadow Puppet Village? This is the world of the inner demon. Except for them who invaded here, everyone else is her inner demons. The villagers are the objects of her revenge, her inner demons. Inner demons screamed and begged for help. Instead of waiting for redemption, I ask you to kill all your enemies one by one. So why isn't he a villain then? Killing civilians. Only real villains could think of such a thing. A man's lips can deceive even a demon. At this time, a demoness in a red robe appeared. She said that everyone must die. None of those who deceived her will remain on the sidelines, or sitting on a pile of dead internal demons. He was waiting for Ni Hongshu. He had already taken care of them for her. She can be calm and not worry. He worked very carefully and did not miss anyone. The girl was surprised. Where does this young man get the feeling of love for the demon in red? The deadly poison was folded. The demon in red was no less surprised by the young man's behavior. She simply froze in place. And Lin didn't understand what was happening to her. The girl who was next to the young man said, "The demoness in red is seized by the madness of revenge, but she can do nothing when all her objects of revenge have already been killed." Who would expect such a situation? No matter how you see it, it's not easy to come to terms with. And Lin shouted to the demon in red that her inner demon had been destroyed. Every effort is made to help her with this. The demoness already looked like a beautiful girl. She asked her husband to please be quiet. And Lin was glad that if Ni Hongshu could recognize him, then everything was fine. The young man thought that if nothing worked out, then he would have to unleash the chains of disaster, but there was no need for this on the campaign. Everything turned out well. It didn't even take any effort. The demon approached Lin. She said that her husband had helped her out of trouble twice already, but she could not repay him for it. Now all that remains of her is her spiritual body and the lotus seed that was plucked before her death. The young man was surprised whether spirits could really have objects with them. He had never even heard anything like this before. How is this possible? The girl extended her hands to her. In them lay a lotus seed. Unfortunately, she never had time to sugar it. Yilin took her hands and looked at him carefully. The system issued an alert that unremarkable lotus seeds were received. It was an unremarkable lotus seed. The core of the seed is especially bitter and difficult to swallow. Nobody knows what will happen after consuming it. The young man was delighted. The seed was clearly not easy. In practice, unremarkable items have always been the most useful and practical. Only this time there is no explanation regarding its usefulness. And this phrase, "No one knows what will happen after eating it," means that he will be able to know all its benefits only after eating it. And Lin, without thinking for a long time, quickly threw the lotus seed into his mouth. The system issued an alert that the owner had successfully merged with the unremarkable lotus seed and opened the secret realm of the lotus flower. A completely new space has been presented, which no one has ever been to before. You were required to hold out in it for only 3 minutes. Inside it will be like in a dream, because love is the word space. The secret realm of the lotus flower is a floating island born from an inconspicuous lotus seed and existing in the host's body. At this time, the young man seemed to have flown somewhere. The owner can enter and exit the secret kingdom of the lotus flower at will with the help of divine consciousness to carry out tasks such as planting, mining, and exploring space. The owner can enter into contracts with various races in each world, take them to the secret, and appoint them as your best worker. To obtain additional unknown functions, you will have to conduct independent research. The Apostle's spatial storage can only store items, and the secret kingdom of the lotus flower is a small world under his control. Not Hongshu was simply his treasure trove. The young man heard the girl calling her husband. She asked if he was okay. Most likely it was not worth pulling out those 7 lotuses. The girl had only this seed. She could not repay her husband with anything else. The husband not only accepted the seed to calm her down, but did not even worry about harming his body and ate it. It was a very noble act. Ni Hongshu took the young man's face with both hands. She called the young man dear. She said that he was too gentle towards her. She asked him not to sacrifice himself for her and that she could take the seed out of him. At this moment, the red-robed girl kissed Yi Lin. The young man was stunned. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the girl. She asked if her dear one was better. Her eyes glowed red, and in his mouth the young man saw all the same lotus seeds that he had recently swallowed. That was incredible. Yi Lin said that it was much sweeter than candied lotus seed. The young man simply decided to praise her because she was his spirit. He prepared the ground for the future in such a way that in the future she would not rebel against him. The girl turned and wanted to leave. At that moment, the young man said that he was instructing her to get rid of Bai Xiao Xiao's inner demon. The most important thing was to see her reaction at that moment. The young man was waiting for this. The girl said that she was afraid of being useless to him, so she had to help him somehow. In addition, he is also worried about Xiao Xiao. Shu Er will follow you until her spirit dissipates and her destiny is destroyed. The girl in a red robe sat down at the feet of the young man and bowed her head. She said that from now on she devotes her entire life to her husband. The girl standing nearby watched this picture. Didn't he allow her inner demon to consume her and become the reason for her rage? And she thanks him for this. Plus, he didn't even bother to go one-on-one with his inner spirit demon. This demoness became the owner's best worker. Her master is definitely a villain among villains. At this moment, Yi Lin returned to the Liji hotel room. Now all he had to do was wait for Molly. The young man analyzed the system. It showed that the disaster module had slightly recovered. This happened because he had previously replaced the damaged skill in the ball with a new one. The young man synthesized 3 skill fragments to obtain a new random skill. The system started restoring fragments, and Lin received a new skill, the Art of the Killer. This skill had rank A effect, significantly ignores the defenses of living carbon creatures, having a special effect on defensive skills. The legendary demon hunter Nia Shu survived the massacre of 10,000 people, independently mastered the technique. The system notified that the skill was random, but in fact the new generated skills were all based on the skills of people he had already met. Now even if he meets a cyborg like Xiao Yi again, he can easily cut his throat. The young man wondered what skill he should improve next. At this time, Li Chang's friend sent a message to Yi Lin. The message was just 2 words, "Bro, help me out." The young man wrote that they would talk when they met. He asked Yi Lin to hurry up. The young man wondered what he had gotten himself into again. As far as I remember from my past life, Li Chang didn't really get involved in anything. He simply lived a carefree life. Because of his rebirth, the world line changed, and Lin seems to have to go to Hading to find out the real situation. The young man was ready to travel. The action took place in a city hospital. The guard walked the corridors with a flashlight and checked the situation. Suddenly, the man's eyes were caught by something. He heard some noise in one of the chambers. The security guard tried to clarify who was there. When he shined his flashlight, he didn't notice anyone. This was strange because the guard clearly heard some noise. A lamp in this corridor had been broken for a long time, but they still couldn't change it. The hospital seemed somewhat frightening to the security guard. Suddenly, the guard heard someone's footsteps behind him. A girl in a robe was walking towards him. Her eyes were glowing. She was somehow strange and suspicious. The guard felt behind his back that someone was approaching him. He quickly looked around. The guard saw Dr. Zhang in front of him. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was just the doctor. But why did she stay so long at work? Most likely she worked overtime today. The doctor silently approached the guard. The man said that doctors first of all need to devote more time to rest. He saw on the news today that 2 people in their 20s have died in the last 2 days. Doctors must combine work and rest. The girl laughed as she passed the guard. The guard repeated that this is the right of the doctor himself, believe him or not. But at the same time, the news was reported in great detail. Among the 2 dead was a girl, a doctor from their city. The guard looked at the phone. He wanted to see how old the girl was. The girl doctor was 26 years old, and she was also unmarried. It was a great annoyance and a great pity. When the man finished reading to the end, his eyes widened. The deceased was from their department, and her name was Zhang. How is this possible? Who then just passed in front of him? The man froze in horror. He looked up at the doctor who was passing by. The girl doctor turned around at that moment. She realized that this was about her. Outwardly, she did not look like an ordinary doctor. Everything indicated that the girl was turning into a demon. 2 days have passed. Yilin was in the city of Hating. Hating is located in the east of the Dragon Country and is different from a small county like Qingcheng. Hating is an international metropolis and has a reputation as the Dragon Pearl of the East. As far as the young man remembered from his past life, this city was the last stronghold of humanity. It was a big metropolis, with many high-rise buildings and business centers. A truck passed in front of Lin. A young, friendly young man approached Yilin. He said hello and asked if the guy's name was really Yilin. There was express delivery for the young man. He had to sign for it. And the young man drove up to Yilin a wheelbarrow on which stood a large box. Yilin was surprised. What could this mean? This? The young man quickly signed the receipt. The courier thanked him and said that they would look forward to his next orders. The courier said goodbye and left. Yilin opened the package. He was very surprised to see Brother Pan there. The young man was in a box with his hands tied. He held a knife in his teeth. He began to talk in some incomprehensible language. Also said that there are always people who harm the skin. Yilin was happy to see his left-handed friend. And there was a double gift waiting for Lin in the box. The first is Pan Jenny, and the second is a dagger made of star steel. Everything indicated that the package was from Mo Meng Meng. The girl not only tracked him by phone number instead of his position, but also accurately calculated his time of stay in the city of Hating. This girl was very smart. The blade of the dagger had a strange color on it, similar to slowly flowing blood, and it had light-absorbing properties. It was the perfect weapon. Molly worked hard on the bloody color, and Lin gave the dagger a name, Bloody Molly. Pan Jenny said that he heard from Molly that, or also wants to be gay like him. Yilin was outraged. This had never even occurred to him. The young man had the right orientation and liked girls. Yilin lacks the characteristic of luck. He decided to take advantage of the luck buff and minimize the risks. While the young man was talking, a girl approached them. She greeted her and asked if this was really Master Yi in front of her. The girl was an agent of Li Gangje, Zhang Hanlu. Seeing Yilin, the girl thought. Li Chang said to contact him Master Yi, but this guy was too young for a master. And Lin and the girl arrived at Li Chang's house. The girl approached her boss and said that the invited Master Yi had arrived. The man thanked Sister Lu for her help. He told the girl that he needed to have a serious talk with Master Wan. At this time, the sister could mind her own business and not disturb them. At that moment, Li Chang fell at Yilin's feet and began to beg for help. He turned to the young man and asked him to save him. Yilin was very surprised. Brother Pan watched this scene carefully. He spat on the floor and called the guy just a loser. At this time, Li turned his attention to Brother Pan. He asked, "What is this crazy guy doing here?" He didn't consider himself a failure at all. He just knows how to knock down enemies with his charm. Pan Zhenyi replied that others were laughing at him for being crazy, and he laughs back at them because they don't understand anything. Yilin turned to Li. He asked to tell what happened and why the young man was asking for help. Li replied that the young man may not believe his story, but it seems to him that he encountered a ghost. It was difficult to surprise the young men with this. Throughout their time, they have encountered ghosts, demons, and zombies. and Lin again asked for more details. Behind Li Chang's, there was a red light and some wings. Yi Lin asked that he could turn off his special effects skill before telling the story, so that it doesn't confuse people. Li Chang's completely forgot that he was using special effects at this moment, and he quickly turned off the special effect. The red light moment disappeared. It all started one night 2 days ago. He felt like something invisible was suppressing him every night. On this day, he had just finished filming in the hating film town. Sister Lu was supposed to come and pick him up, but she was not feeling well at the time. The film town is located not far from the villa, so he did not bother calling a taxi and walked home. When he returned, it was already dark on the street, and there was not a soul. It was dark, cool, and creepy, and Lin couldn't stand it. He asked the young man to get to the point. The point is the following. At that moment, he felt as if someone was standing and looking at him behind him. Because of this feeling, a feeling came over me as if this something was getting closer and closer to me. Closer and closer, closer and closer. And then hop. Yi Lin could not understand what the young man meant by the word hop. Well, there was nothing there. At this time, the guy brother took off his pants. It seemed to him that Lee asked him to do this. Or Brother Pan got bored listening to his story and decided to defuse the situation. He may not have seen anyone, but he still feels that gaze on him. The young man asked to continue. What happened next? Then he went home. Sister Lu lives on the first floor, and he lives on the second. After filming, the young man was very tired, so he immediately fell asleep as soon as he got to the bed. Until it was midnight. Something incredible was happening. He wanted to get out of bed as soon as possible, but it began to seem to him as if someone was pressing down his blanket, not allowing him to move at all. He was completely immobilized, and this caused a feeling of fear in the young man. Brother Pan just laughed when he heard this story. Lee asked not to look at him with that face. He and Sister Lu are decent people. And Lin thought about it. Everything indicates that the young man had sleep paralysis. And Lin asked if he saw or clearly saw this ghost. Can he describe it? But the young man could not do this, but he asked him to believe him. This happened not only on the bike, even when he stays in a hotel or television town. As soon as he falls asleep, he seems to be nailed. And this happens every night. Pan Zhenyi found a way out of the situation. The young man simply said no to sleep. Li asked not to be mistaken for himself. After all, he's not crazy, but normal people, if they don't sleep, then die. And Lin asked to think about whether the ghost is male or female. Li said it was most likely female. Did the guy experience any other discomfort besides being pinned down? Perhaps there was something else strange. But Li couldn't remember anything else. Yilin asked if there was a debuff. When under pressure, health points drop. But this was not observed either. And Lin understood there was no debuff. It was the ghost of a girl, which then made her unhappy. He wasn't a loser after all. You could just take advantage of this situation and spend time with the ghost. This seemed to make sense, but the young man had nothing to object to. Only Yi Lin had a villainous grin. The young man realized that Yi Lin would hardly be bothered even if he disappeared without a trace. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Sister Lu said that another master had arrived, and he claimed that he had come to dispel all his worries. Li thought about it, because this master did not make an appointment, but he did not think that the young man's consent was necessary since the girl could not see him. Li scratched the back of his head. In truth, before this, he had asked Sister Lu to find experts in this field, but they were all just using strange tricks. They demanded to put pressure on me, to go somewhere. Therefore, Li told Sister Lu that Yilin was Master Yi, so that she would not suspect anything, because it was forbidden to speak directly about the apostle. Li Chang's asked Sister Lu to let the master in. The door opened and the man slowly entered the room. He introduced himself. It was Zhang Dehai, the only disciple of the 98th generation of Mount Ivory, and he greeted Brother Chang. The man had a briefcase in his hands. The man said that Chang had darkened between his eyebrows and his demeanor had sank. This all indicated that he had disturbed something terrifying. Li was surprised how easily he could understand this. Does the man really have psychic abilities? Li rushed towards the man. He asked the master to help him, for any fee, because money is not a problem. The man laughed. Money was not that important to him. Brother Changge could give away as much table as he saw fit. Li agreed to this proposal. The man made a stern face. What was this boy even thinking? The man just pretended for show but managed to inspire Li's trust. The man noticed two more guys in the room. He said that the girl warned him about Mr. Yi and his assistant. Social morals are getting worse and worse. Even such brats are already thinking about fraud. Li laughed cheerfully. He asked Master Zhang to follow him. Check his room, because the pressure on him arises there. The men went up to the second floor to Li Chang's bedroom. The bedroom was very cozy. In the middle there was a large double bed. On both sides there were bedside tables with lamps. There was a window in this room. The man replied that he felt a very powerful evil spirit. Li asked the master to sort this out as soon as possible. The man put his suitcase on the floor and opened it. He took out a knife and a card from his suitcase, which showed yin-yang. He asked Brother Chang not to be afraid, because not a single ghost would pass by him. As soon as the man was ready to perform some kind of ritual, the lights turned off. And Lin carefully, there really was something here. And Lin, your card. Fortunately, Ni Hongshu freed Bai Xiaoxiao from her inner demon, and now the young man could summon the possessed spirit again. And Lin was just planning to summon the possessed spirit. Like a man, the master pointed his knife at the young man. He asked not to behave like the expert. After all, this can only invite trouble. The man replied, "If the young man wants to play cards, let him take his friend for this. In the meantime, he's chilling. He can watch how a true master of his craft fights evil spirits." The man said one thing, but his thoughts were completely different. The man raised the card again, but the glow has already lit up. The man was surprised. It shouldn't be this way. Something was wrong here. After all, he had not yet pressed the button to turn on the device. Why did it ring by itself? The man was horrified. Had he really encountered something unclean? He just wanted to pretend that he was fighting and that he knew how to do it perfectly. Although he said that he is the only disciple of the 98th generation of mountains like bones, all the most useful things that were passed down over these 98 generations have long been lost. He got into the spiritual circle with 10% transmitted traditions, 10% acting, and 80% self-taught on the internet. The man at that moment realized that the end could come for him, and he was upset to the point of tears. Brother Pan said that the man is already so many years old, and he is still blowing snot. He asked that under no circumstances should he eat them like a small child. Li was surprised. He had a terrible runny nose. He asked Master Zhang if he was okay. At this time the man suddenly fell to the floor. It was Yilin who tried because he killed this man with his star dagger. Li Chang told the young man that he could not kill a person just because he discovered the ghost before him. Spiritual possession, bloody Molly. The system issued an alert about a successful possession. Apostle 10 had to independently study the possibilities of using possessed weapons. A note was given. A possessed weapon can turn against its owner. The system required you to try to make friends with the spirit. But it seemed he couldn't fight back anymore. At this moment, holding the dagger in front of him, Yilin summoned the spirit of Bai Xiaoxiao. He wanted Bai Xiaoxiao to look for directions, and at the same time, he will check whether Ni Hongshu really saved her from her inner demon. At this time, the spirit of the girl Bai Xiaoxiao appeared. Li Chang was surprised. Is he really standing now and clearly seeing a real ghost? He asked Yilin what he was doing. After all, we haven't dealt with his ghost yet, and Yilin has already summoned his own. Xiao Xiao laughed and asked what the owner wanted, and Lin asked to share his vision with him. The worst girl was fine. The girl agreed. At this time, Yilin exchanged visions with the girl and activated his spiritual vision. Yilin clearly saw the ghost girl. She had long hair, and everything became clear to Lin. This spirit was without a master. He was most likely looking for a new owner. The girl began to make sounds characteristic of demons. Blood flowed from her eyes. Everything indicated that the ghost girl was angry. Xiao Xiao Bell laughed. It seemed that the spirit did not like the fact that she was being watched and was going to attack the tench. The young man decided that if so, he would get ahead of her and said his catchphrase. This phrase activated a certain skill. In the depths of her heart, Xiao Xiao did not want to remember the moment when she was under his rule on the Phantom Mist Mountain. The young man activated the bonds of catastrophe, dizziness. From the appearance of the ghost, it was clear that she was very dizzy. The young man asked Brother Pan to close the door and hold it. Brother Pan caught the girl by the chin. He said that the world is so beautiful, and she is so cruel, it's not good, and it's impossible. He decided to use his love to rehabilitate her. At this moment, Pan and the ghost girl began to spin in a circle. It was the surrounding force of love. They just started flying around the room with great force. Li Chang was horrified. He was against the young man flying around his room. He didn't want a psycho to destroy his bedroom. He asked Yilin, if he cannot work like a human being, then there is no need to summon any ghosts. Was the young man really not a bit affected by these events? The ghost was afraid. The most terrifying thing was that the demon was in human skin. Brother Pan held the girl by the head and did not let her go anywhere. And Lin was forced to admit, Li Chang had very accurate intuition. This is truly the ghost of a girl. More precisely, the spirit of a girl without an owner. Yi Lin assured the young man that he was temporarily safe. Brother Pan has already suppressed it. Did the young man really want to say that the psycho also sees the spirit without a master? Has Li Chang completely forgotten? During the quest on the Mountain of Phantom Mist, we received a regular cheat, a technique for killing demons, and only it turned out to be a frank teaching for killing demons. Thanks to this teaching, Brother Pan can see a spirit without a master without making a contract with the spirit. The sacred teaching of killing demons was exclusive to Pan Zhenyi. The young man wondered if they hadn't received the necessary equipment for demons, and Lin said that he used the possessed spirit card, cast possession on the weapon behind the spirit's summoning ability. If the apostle possesses a possessed weapon, then he can take it with him to the inner world. Well, on the other hand, the power of the tower in the inner world is not limited, but in the real world there are many restrictions. When the apostle dies in the real world, his possessed weapon will not only disappear, but also separate the spirit from him. This is the reason why it is a spirit without a master. Li Chang wondered why this ghost girl was following him. Perhaps it's because of his high charisma stat. Li Chang fell at Yi Lin's feet again. He again asked him for help. Was it all because of his damn beauty? He asked Yi Lin to talk to her so that she would no longer suppress him. But the young man could not do this, because the whole point was the language barrier. Each inner world test uses one language, and the apostle has a registered status assigned to the tower. Therefore, it doesn't matter what language they speak there, because it is automatically translated into a more native language, and the language barrier disappears. However, this masterless spirit ended up in the real world behind the previous owner of the apostle, and became a lone wild spirit. He lost his identity as a registered spirit. The young man stood and watched as Brother Pan held the ghost girl. Li Chang fur coat there, said Yi Lin in his ear. Since he sees her, maybe he can kill her. At this time the girl became very angry. It was as if she heard these words. Yi Lin asked if by pure chance he could not kill her. How Li Chang wants to die by then. Horizontally, vertically, or be gutted. Li was terrified. Yi Lin looked at the ghost carefully. She, like Hung Shu and Bai Xiao Qiao, is the spirit of the inner world and an incredibly rare creature. Even if the spirit cannot speak, it can at least fight for him, for lack of combat skills, and Lin asked to call an ambulance. Let them take Heavenly Master Zhang to the hospital. It turns out that the man did not die, and doctors can help and save him. Then it was necessary to prepare a list of everyone with whom Li Chang had contact recently. Li agreed. He would directly ask Sister Lu to deal with this immediately. Just what he needed to do next. And Lin replied that next you just need to get a good night's sleep. What did Yi Lin mean by this? He couldn't sleep. Moreover, if the girl decides to kill him when everyone around is sleeping. And Lin again exclaimed jokingly, it means he will rest in peace. The day was just making fun. And Li Chang'e took everything to heart. Li Changji was surprised. Why did he have the feeling that Master Yi didn't care at all whether he died or not? The next day, Li Chang'e was sitting at the dining table. Brother Pan asked why he got up so early. There were already fresh sandwiches and a glass of milk on the table. Li Chang'e admitted that he didn't sleep a wink the entire night. Yi Lin said that Sister Lu gave him a list of names. He assured that she did not miss anyone. Li Chang'e replied, isn't it obvious that a great star like him doesn't have much of a personal life? He is either filming in the studio or attending rope meetings. All registered employees must be recorded there. The list of names has already been given to Molly. All that remains is to wait for news from her. Li Chang asked why the young man needed this list. And Lin replied, it shouldn't be ruled out that the masterless spirit is attached to him because of your high charisma stat. Another reason could be that you are in a close relationship with the owner of that spirit, or that you came into contact with a weapon possessed by her. The reason that a spirit without a master has lost its owner can only be the death of its owner. Therefore, as soon as they find the dead man in the list, they will immediately be able to identify the owner. Only by following this clue will they be able to figure out a way to console her so that she will no longer cling to Li Chang'e. And after that, she will follow Yi Lin and become his spirit. In this way, you can ensure that this ghost does not harm anyone else. To put it bluntly, she just wanted to find a place where she could live as a spirit, and he didn't think that he would be able to find many such high-class workers as spirits without needing to drink and water and without receiving a salary. Li Chang'e did not expect Brother Yi Lin to be hot-tempered and fair at the same time. That's just what happened to his facial expression. He looked sideways at Brother Pan. He was the one who was justice. Yi Lin just wants to have a home. At this time, Yi Lin's phone rang. The song sounded, understand, I won 4 times in a row, and I'm afraid to continue to win. Eat a tree peach, eat a snake peach from the swamp lowlands, rented a horse. The call sound was very strange. Molly called. As expected, the girl quickly got the hang of it. Yi Lin accepted the call. From the list of names given, the girl found out that only 3 died. One of them is special effects supplier Li Chang's in the film town, the other 2 are his fans. Molly asked if Yi Lin really knew such a famous actor as Li Chang. The young man asked to send him the location of the bodies of the deceased. The girl could not understand how this had anything to do with him. Did he really think of using her for his own business whenever he wanted, as if she had absolutely no other business to do? And Lin was sure that it would also benefit her. The young man said that as soon as he was free, he would come and use it. Molly was surprised. What kind of nonsense did this guy keep spouting? That's not what she meant at all. She agreed to forward the location now, and she ordered not to come to her. She is very busy and asked him to go somewhere else. At that moment, the girl hung up the call. Molly acted as usual. He knew her very well and was not surprised at all. Yi Lin asked Li Chang to follow him. They needed to find out who is the master of the spirit without a master. Li Chang asked how they would know who its owner was, and Lin decided that the ghost should somehow react when meeting her former master. It's strange how she should react. Will you be upset, or get angry, fall into despair, to get out of control? Li Chang remembered that she was following him now. So won't he be in danger when the ghost girl starts freaking out? Cases took place in the city center of the first hospital. The young men came to the morgue to identify the bodies. Li Chang quickly lifted the sheet and took a look, but it was absolutely not him. They went to Caton 6th Hospital. They again approached the girl's body, but the spirit did not react at all. They went to the Joint Inspection Department of the East Region branch of Heiking. This was the last place. Only this was a branch of the Joint Inspection Department. How could they get there? The young man thought. And Lin was already ahead of everyone. He sent Bai Xiao inside to check the situation. No ordinary person except the apostle can see a spirit, and in order to see a spirit without a master, the apostle must enter into an agreement with the spirit and receive spiritual knowledge. And laziness daydreamed for a second. Li Chang asked him what was the matter. It was empty inside. There was no one even in the video surveillance room. It looked suspicious. Both Lin and Pan Zhenyi walked towards the premises. Li Chang was horrified. He asked the young men to wait. Is it really possible to just break into the joint inspection departments like that? They went inside. Li Chang still can't calm down. Everything will definitely be okay with them. Will they have any problems after this visit? And Lin asked to calm down, because ordinary people are not able to see spirits. Bai Xiao shared her vision with him, and she saw no one when she snuck inside, although there was one loophole. There are absolutely no people here, so you don't have to worry. Yi Lin asked Li Chang if he has heard about the series of murders that happen in the evenings. The young man grabbed Yi Lin by the shoulder again. He said that there was no one here. They approached the doors of the men's room. This was the same loophole. He wouldn't ask a little girl for a spirit to look into the men's room. When they approached the toilet, they heard a conversation. The elite attached special importance to this. Not only their area, but also others were expelling people. According to the forensic expert, there is a possibility that the killer is the same person. Serial murders began in the city. They sent everyone out to search, leaving only the 2 of them on duty. Yi Lin listened and analyzed the information. One of the voices said that it was time for them to return to the security station, otherwise they might be caught hiding and smoking in the toilet when they returned. This will lead to repeated scoldings from superiors. Yi Lin locked the toilet door. The guards realized that they were closed. They didn't believe that anyone had the courage to get into the OIO. But the young man was already moving further along the corridor. They approached one of the OIO branches. It was a morgue. Yi Lin quickly opened the door. We approached one table where the girl was lying. Now everything becomes clear, but Lin wasn't very sure either. You could try shouting the name of the deceased. Maybe this would stimulate the spirit without an owner. Li Chang whispered the girl's name. It was one of his fans. There was no answer. The spirit did not react in any way. It was necessary to speak a little louder. Li Chang spoke a little louder, but again there was no answer. It was necessary to shout even louder. Yi Lin said that there is no need to be afraid. The corpse freezer is tightly closed. No sound can be heard outside. Who won't hear that they are here? Li Chang looked at the girl's body in surprise. He was already screaming as loud as he could. It was necessary to wait a little. And Lin remembered something. He apologized. He completely forgot that there was a language barrier between them. She simply did not understand them. It was necessary to come up with some other way to make the spirit react. Li Chang looked at Yi Lin questioningly. The young man was sure that Yi Lin obviously did this on purpose. At this moment, Yi Lin raised a dagger over the girl's body. The young men were surprised, and Lin was very cruel. He didn't even spare corpses. As soon as the dagger approached the girl's face, it was incredible. She opened her eyes. Li Chang felt a ghost at his back. This time they guessed right, but apparently they decided to sacrifice him. A cold sweat appeared on Li Chang's face. Yi Lin said his catchphrase and activated the skill. The ghost girl looked at him in surprise. He activated the skill and disasters, random effect, fear, swap places with eyes. There was only one eye instead of a mouth. And Lin once again said his catchphrase. This time the random effect was confusion. The ghost girl's head began to wear out, and Lin said his catchphrase for the third time. A triple disaster effect was unleashed. Random effect, confusion. The ghost girl fell to the floor. Foam was visible from her mouth. And Lin commanded, "We can begin." Xiao Xiao said enough. She asked her master to be more humane. The ghost girl started crying. She covered her eyes with her hands and sobbed. Xiao Xiao came to her aid. She tried to calm her down. She asked her not to be afraid because she understood what the girl was feeling now. And Lin told her to stop crying. He just wanted to play it safe. If he didn't take care of her, then his comrade Li Changjie might die. Everyone was surprised that ghosts really have such a fragile psyche. Yi Lin put Plan B into action. El Chang'e asked why Yi Lin was so disappointed. Does he really want this ghost? And why did it reach his ears? Was it all just a fantasy? And Lin said that this is really a former mistress without an owner, but Brother Pan added that whining is her offense, and the young man decided to hit the offender. Her former owner was dead, and this was not surprising. Apostles are the same people, and they can die from accidents. But if the deceased is one of the defendants in a serial murder, we can say with confidence that someone is hunting the apostles. The girl's body was lying on the table. Her eyes were open. The system issued an alert about a forced mission. The area is the Tower of Death. The mission in reality is to kill the apostle. Time limit, 72 hours. The penalty for failing a mission is the deduction of 10,000 points. If you don't have enough points, it means death. The reward for completing the mission is unknown. It depends on Lada to complete the mission. And Lin wondered why everything was happening in reality, not in the inner world. Why did they issue a forced mission in reality? It was strange. The young man decided to clear the recordings from the cameras and then get out of here. And the line was troubled by the words, "The complete destruction of Apostle John Huichun." What does complete mean? Yi Lin began to list all the names he had ever come across. John Huichun. He had never heard this name. And Lin decided to send a message to Molly to collect information on her, so now all that remains is to wait for news. The strange thing was that the tower's power had a limited effect on reality. It seems like there is some kind of rule, and there must be a reason why they are given a mission to kill another apostle. Moreover, the tower has no intelligence or motive, and it is generally unlikely that any of the apostles would be targeted against it. Li Chang wanted to ask something. What if? Yi Lin cut him off. There were no ifs. And at this time the phone rang. His friend Molly called him. She said she got information for him. Zhang Huichun, female, 26 years old, doctor at the Central Hospital, has no criminal record. Molly was surprised that Aline constantly asked her for information about the dead. Did he really have no money left after the house was blown up, and he decided to have a snack with it? Yi Lin was stunned by the information that this girl was already dead, that everything will be exactly like this. She began to tell me that 3 days ago she was found dead in her own home. She lived alone. In the morning, the department discovered that she did not show up for work and could not reach her by phone. The doctor's body was discovered around noon and then sent to her unit's morgue. No external wounds were found on the corpse. No prints were found at the scene of death in the countries, and it was determined that the cause of death was a heart defect. The young man was surprised by the diagnosis. Apostles who die in the inner world always return to the real world with cardiac arrest. Therefore, John Huichun must have died during the trial in the inner world. Molly said that she discovered one very strange thing. On the night of her death, a security guard from the ambulance unit on duty also died in the hospital. The cause of death was a fracture of the cervical vertebrae, and traces of hematomas were found on one side of the neck. His neck was torn off with one hand. Yi Lin felt as if Molly was telling a horror story. He predicted Molly's words. Then she should have said that John Huichun was resurrected from the dead, and after that she killed the guard. The girl was surprised. How did he know this? But I looked at all the CCTV footage in the hospital and saw John Huichun getting out of the freezer. She walked along the corridor and then ran into the same guard. It looks like she exchanged a few words, and then she turned back and broke his neck. She didn't even destroy the recording. That was tactlessness, and Lin was interested in what happened next. And then nothing happened. John Huichun left the hospital after the murder. Molly hacked into the OIO network and discovered that since that night, there had been several reports of murders in different areas of Hayton. Well, I lay on the bed in front of the laptop and talked. Having received all the necessary information, Yilin left without saying goodbye. Molly couldn't believe how they dumped her. He asked for help, she helped him, and after that he simply passed out. Let him just try to ask her for help again. Is this really all John Huichun did after her decision? The apostle appears to have risen from the dead. There was such a skill as resurrection. A certain resurrection skill or item that is activated only after death. At this point, the person uses disguise as another person. Did someone decide to become a scapegoat by disguising herself as her to give Zhan Huichun a chance to live? At this time, Li Changzhe approached Yilin. He asked if he had managed to figure out what they were dealing with. The reason they launched the mission in reality was because we, as apostles, came into close contact with the corpse of another apostle. In addition, there is a high probability that Zhan Huichun is still in Hating, and all the murders took place in this city. Doesn't that then confirm that this will be an easy mission? After all, knowing how strong Yilin is, he can easily find and finish him off. How can you seriously think that everything will be so easy? They only have 72 hours. Moreover, finding an apostle in Hating will not be easy. After all, this city is teeming with a huge number of people. At this time, a strange sound was heard. It was as if a train had stopped at high speed. The wheels squeaked and made strange sounds. It seemed to be happening somewhere above the young men. At this time, a building collapsed above the young men where the air train tracks passed. There was an explosion. Someone shouted for everyone to watch, because the air train had lost its direction. He actually went off the rails. What led to this was still unknown. The young men decided to check and quickly hurried to the scene, and Lin activated the speedrunning skill. As soon as they received a mission in reality, this immediately happened. Whether this was a coincidence is probably unlikely. And the line stopped at the wreckage of the fallen train. There was a big fire. Yilin stood and watched carefully. At that moment, the silhouette of a girl was visible above in the fire. She stood on one of the clouds with her back to the young man. In her hands, she had either a sword or a stick. Yilin watched the girl carefully. Who is she and why is she there now? How did she survive such a fire and falling debris? This girl experienced a similar disaster. Could she be Zhan Huichun? The young man activated the skill following the shadow. It provided 100% presence concealment. He wanted to come as close as possible, invisible, and watch her. Yilin crept up behind the girl. Was it really that simple? Does he really have to fight her? Most likely this is due to his luck, but this is completely impossible with his characteristic of luck. Be that as it may, now it was necessary to get this girl under control. The girl stood with her back to Yilin and did not suspect anything. The girl had incredible strength. This was visible to the naked eye. And Lin was also surprised by this. It was power. She was the kind of apostle who focused on strength. Yilin held his starsteel dagger at the ready. At that moment, the girl turned around. Yilin was very surprised. It was Ji Tianwu. The young man asked the girl whether it was she who blew up the train. The girl was also very happy to meet. The girl noticed that if it was her, she would simply cut down the train. After all, she had a powerful clanging sword. And Lin asked if it was not because of her that the air train derailed. If we take into account her character and wanted to do something like that, she would simply cut the train in two and not try to make it go off the rails. The girl did not understand why the girl continued to attack him. He tried to dodge. The girl replied that it was his own fault. After all, he pretended to be invisible and wanted to attack her. The girl swung the ball and wanted to attack the young man. Yilin used some skill and did a somersault. The girl realized that the young man had used the psionic power under his feet to attack her from the air. When the young man first tried to attack her, she already presented a blade to him. After counting, he could say that this was already the second blow. And Lin said they were even. He approached the girl and turned her face towards his with his hand. The girl was surprised what he wanted to do. And Lin admitted that the girl continues and he likes her. He asked me to tell her why she was here. The girl replied that she was chasing the thief. At this time, Brother Pan joined the conversation. He greeted everyone. He asked how the girl was and called her a thief of hearts, and Lin asked Brother Pan not to interrupt. The system issued a message. Friend Li Erpan sent a message. He asked if Yilin was in Haitling. Li Erpan met Li Zhenyi, and he said that Yilin and Pan Zhenyi run too fast. Li Erpan received a message from Yilin. The young man wrote how he knew that he was in Haitling. At this time, Li Erpan was already approaching the apostles. He couldn't believe his eyes. Is it really Yilin in front of him? So they met. Yilin saw that the rescue team and the OIO squad had arrived here. He said it was time to get out of here. The action took place in Li Chang's villa. It was a beautiful two-story house. and Lin about reading the official forum. A possessed weapon without an owner was discovered in He-10. Cannot force a weapon to recognize its owner. The weapon is sealed in a mysterious black box, and Lin realized that the girl was here because of the spirit weapon stolen from her family. He saw a post on the forum of the apostles, so she made her way. Yilin asked if the girl saw the thief on the C-13 air train, and he looked carefully into her eyes. The girl said that she saw that he was a tall and thin man. He had a long black box with him, but he quickly ran away as soon as the train went off the rails. And Lin was surprised that it was a man. This is not Zhang Huichun. Is this really a coincidence? It turns out that the simplest thief robbed Ji Tianwu's family. Do they really have two spiritual weapons? Yi Lin asked Erpan what he was doing in this city. The young man replied that he was registered in Hayton and was a local resident. If not here, then where should he be? Erpan also saw that forum post and started looking for clues to the possessed weapon without an owner. Then he met them. Is it really that possessed weapons without a master are so popular that they have lured so many apostles? The apostle who published that post is not an idiot. He sent out a message to encourage other people and thieves to try to seize the possessed weapon. Most likely the thief did this on purpose. It was necessary to think about this. Except for them, who are investigating the case and know about the possessed weapon. Most likely someone else could find out about him. Li Chagu blurted out that it could only be Zhang Huangchun. It was she who made the post. She specifically lures the apostles with stolen possessed weapons and then hunts them. Just why is she doing this? In this situation, the risk is much higher than the benefit. But only one thing came to mind. She most likely has a mission similar to theirs, but her direction is completely different. You need to think about what to do next. Come up with some kind of plan. What exactly is the mission that forced her to go against all the apostles and start hunting them indiscriminately? If I guess correctly, then she most likely... Everything only became more confusing. What should they do next? No one knew. It was also necessary to remember the ghost of the girl who followed Li Chang's. And Lin decided to respond in kind. It was necessary to send bait to Zhang Huichun. The young man suggested splitting up. Li Chang's had already come into contact with similar possessed weapons. The spirit can easily take possession of him. Ji Tianwu and Pan will accompany you to follow the trail. Continued in the Pudong area of the city of Hating in the central square. At this moment, the square was crowded. Yilin asked Erpan to dress up as a rabbit. The young man was surprised. He did not understand what he had to get himself into since he was asked to dress up like that, and Lin talked about bait. What does bait mean? Yilin smiled and repeated that the young man should have guessed it himself. Erpan looked good in this suit. He had a black box over his shoulders, similar to the one that contained a weapon stolen by a thief. We sat in our house and drank coffee. Suddenly the sound of a mobile phone was heard. Someone called her. Yilin called. The girl knew that he could not only call her but could easily find her, if he needs it. The girl answered the call. The young man said that he had something to do with her again. The girl began to protest. She did not agree to do anything else for him. Something was going to happen soon, so it was necessary to prepare. The young man wanted the girl to turn off the video surveillance throughout Caton at his signal. His next call will be a signal to action. The young man was sure that such a talented beauty could do this job. She was ready to deal with such a trifle in a matter of minutes. The events took place in the Suchin district of the city of Chaitan in the film town. It was unclear why they came to this place. They were on their way to look for possessed weapons without an owner. Li Chang's thought, lately he was either filming or attending a fan meeting. With weapons, well, what could it be? He asked his comrades if they had any ideas. The only one who sees the truth is Li Chang, an actor, handsome and too smart to be an ordinary person. Skill, sound effects. They do not provide a bonus to stats in battle. The truth was here in this. Li Chang thought and extended his finger forward. Tianjini decided that the weapon could only be a prop for filming. Li Chang sang a song. The snow is spinning, being under the northern lace. The world is limitless. He wanted to show himself. But what is the point in life if they don't let you do it? At that moment, the director approached. He heard that Chang was not feeling well. The young man said that he came for... At this moment, the young man fell silent. The back of his head felt very cold. The ghost of the girl may be nearby. He felt it with his back. The director handed the young man a box. He said that one of the fans sent him a very important gift. It was a coincidence. Are the fans really following his every move? When the young man took the box in his hands, he heard ticking. He was horrified. The young man thought for a minute. At this time, Pan grabbed the box with lightning speed and ran forward. Pan suggested that there was a ball there. Pan kicked the box so that it would fly away. Li Changji was outraged. Why is this psycho acting like this? What another ball? If one of the fans sees this, he will simply lose everything as a fan. Pan did not listen to the young man at all. The box flew up. Pan was happy that everything worked out. A blue glow emanated from the box. At that moment, there was a powerful explosion. Fire flew from the sides. Lee Changyi realized that Brother Pan had just saved him from death. The rabbit was walking around the central square with a box. He didn't think it would work. After all, he had been standing there for half a day. It's good that nothing has happened yet. Yi Lin is a wolf and cannot be disobeyed. At this time, Yi Lin approached the rabbit. The young man asked him to follow him. The rabbit asked a lot of questions. Why go? Where to go? He was scared. He didn't know who he needed to lure. What if it's some kind of terrible monster? And Lin asked not to turn around. After all, behind them at 7 o'clock, 50 meters away, is a red-haired girl. Yi Lin turned his attention to the cameras. They were disabled. Molly had a high IQ, but since she was a girl, she loved to get into trouble. And Lin asked not to worry. He had everything covered, and he used the skill of following the shadow. He became invisible. Cold sweat broke out on the rabbit's forehead. The rabbit was stunned. What's happening? The young man simply disappeared. The rabbit realized that he was in a difficult situation. He didn't know what to do now. At this time, someone grabbed the box. A voice from behind asked him to give up the weapon he was holding behind his back, otherwise. There was a girl behind him. Her hair was red. There was a fox mask on her face. A stone glittered on his chest. She asked not to blame the red-haired fox for being rude. The rabbit turned around sharply. Did the girl really dare to sneak up on him? The rabbit pumped up his strength, so that with his powerful palm he could split stones, break gold, and kill people. The rabbit swung, but the fox girl dodged. The rabbit realized that the girl was improving her dexterity. She was agile and fast like a fox. The difficulty is that among the apostles they are pumped in 3 directions: strength, agility, psyche. Erpan was least good at fighting with agility. Since he couldn't speed up, it means he won't be able to deliver blows faster. It was too late to dodge, but this was a good opportunity to attack. The rabbit looked back. He asked not to piss him off, and he assumed the pose of an attacker. The girl flew towards the rabbit with her arms straightened. He said that if she hit him in the chest, he would hit her chest too. No one will be left out. The rabbit will even benefit. A lot of people had already gathered around them. Everyone thought that they were filming the scene, Fat Man versus Red Fox. It was much better than something that is recorded in a studio. Someone suggested filming the story. The rabbit looked at his grandfather's chest. Upon impact, my hands hit something soft resembling cotton wool. His hand did not actually receive any benefit. He had a hard time with this girl. The girl warned the rabbit not to even think about touching her breast. She asked not to blame her for what she was going to do now. The girl called for the brothers to show themselves. At this time, a black tiger, a yellow monkey, and a green snake appeared. The rabbit was stunned. He didn't want to continue the game. After all, he was 1 against 4. It wasn't fair. At this time, the system issued a message. Yi Lin wrote in the message, "Don't be afraid of anything." After all, he is looking after him. And ours felt much better if he was supported by a friend. And Lin was in the city of Zading on the Tower of the Goddess. The people who arrived are ordinary apostles who were attracted by the black box and want to take possession of the possessed weapon. Zhang Huichun's goal is to set a trap for the apostles, and will wait for the moment when they begin to fight among themselves for weapons. Wait so long for her to start hunting. Yi Lin sent a message to Erpan again. He asked to try to hold out longer. He promises to support him, and no matter what happens, he will not leave him in trouble. The rabbit quickly read the message. Yi Lin used villain tricks to deceive her. He was a real demon. The rabbit was distracted for a while to read the message in the system. The animal apostles were already approaching him. They asked him why he froze. They were ready to attack him. Friend Li Changji submitted a request for a voice call. Yi Lin quickly accepted the incoming call. Li Chang said that something happened again. He asked me to save him because he almost died. And Lin asked to calm down because Ji Tianyu and Pan Zhenyi were with him. He will not be able to die as easily as he imagines. And Lin asked to briefly tell what happened. Li started by trying to figure out the truth himself, but ended up being intercepted by someone posing as X. And then Yi Lin interrupted the young man. He asked me to tell the most important things and quickly get to the point. You don't need a lot of water words. At this time, Ji Tianwu slapped his cheek. Li Chang's began to worry about his beautiful left cheek. He asked the girl why she did this. The girl also joined the conversation. The young man continued. They went to the movie town to find information about a possessed gun salesman. Well, the director slipped him a bomb. Yi Lin was surprised when the topic of the bomb came up. Yi Lin asked what happened to that director. Chang had known the director for a long time and had known him since his debut. He never caused any problems. At this time, the girl hit change on the right cheek, for symmetry. The girl repeated that Yi Lin asked him where the director was now. The director disappeared immediately after the explosion. They later found his dead body in the cinema hall toilet. Tianwu said his cervical vertebra was crushed. Yi Lin was very surprised. It was Zhang Huichun. After all, she said that as soon as she rose from the dead, she dealt with the guard in a similar way. And Lin got distracted by the conversation and completely forgot about the rabbit. He was surrounded by 4 apostles. He wondered when he would save him. They agreed that he would help. The rabbit couldn't stand it anymore. The fox girl replied that nothing would happen to him only when he gave her the weapon. And if the rabbit resists, the girl will continue to attack him. At this time, the ground began to shake. The fox girl could not understand what was happening. Has there really been an earthquake? She left her arms at her sides, trying to maintain her balance. At that moment, a girl wearing the same rabbit mask came to the rabbit's aid. It was Sister Sue. With a slight movement, she threw the fox girl far away from Erpan. The animal stood and looked in surprise. Everyone was surprised to see such a physique. After all, Sister Sue was in good physical shape. She was pumped up. At this time, she gave Erpan a slap because he called her brother. She was a girl, why call her that? Brother Tiger, Brother Snake, and Brother Monkey looked at what was happening in surprise. Brother Tiger said that there are many of them here, and they only know each other's code names. They have no idea about true personalities. She was an enemy or a friend. Sister Sue grabbed Erpan's hand. They had to escape, and Lin arranged everything so that she would save him. She was traveling around the city and received a message. The snake, tiger, and monkey saw the rabbits running away. This was her plan. The animals set off in pursuit. It didn't matter whether the rabbit girl was their enemy or friend. Their goal was the weapons of these rabbits. Erpan was surprised why Yi Lin did not save him personally. Why didn't it be necessary to ask my sister about this? He asked where Yi Lin was. Is he really driving Erpan into a trap again? And Lin continued to be on the tower of the goddess. He had previously watched the hospital surveillance video from Molly. Now he knew exactly what Zhang Huichun looked like. Standing in such an advantageous position, large fish swallowed bait with its own characteristics. At that moment, the phone rang. Molly called. She said everything is ready. Her grandfather found out that she had turned off all the cameras in Heaton. He said he would make time to see him. The girl asked to hurry up and run. After all, her grandfather actually... Yi Lin interrupted Molly's speech and called out Mo Burning's name. The girl did not understand how he learned the name of her grandfather. The young man said that the situation would be extremely difficult if grandfather went in search. An ancient martial art, almost brought to perfection, allows you to calmly walk under a hail of bullets and pick chestnuts from the flames with your bare hands without getting hurt. They say that 10 years ago, before the era of towers, he was able to climb to the top of Everest with his bare hands, without an oxygen tank, and then had a picnic on it. He had a lot of exorbitant points, but he refused and did not become an apostle. It was in Heitan, Zhangzhou district, in the mayor's office. The girl told the mayor that there was trouble in the city. They received messages from all divisions of the IAO. The city's surveillance system was paralyzed almost at the same time for an unknown reason. The technical team was in the process of emergency repairs. The mayor of Hating City was Li Kai. He said emergency repairs were futile. The mayor asked to forget about video surveillance. He asked the girl, Xiao Dei, to come to him and look at his mobile phone. The mayor asked if she happened to notice anything suspicious. He asked forgiveness for his frankness. At first glance, it was clear that this person looked like young Master Erpan wearing a rabbit mask. The mayor asked to calm down and get rid of this feeling. It was really his son. Only the mayor could not understand what this scoundrel was up to this time. The mayor suggested forgetting about him. The CCTV problem was passed on to other people. The mayor asked to keep the situation informed and not to rush into emergency repairs. The mayor asked that ambulances, firefighters, and rescue squads be on call at all times. The next 2 days in Hayton may not be calm. The mayor asked to submit a letter of resignation. The central square was crowded. The fight between the apostles was very realistic. Passers-by thought that these were actors who were very dedicated to their work. The film crew worked conscientiously. The fox girl was sitting on the ground. She realized that the fat rabbit had been hiding his assistant all this time. Her ribs were broken. At this time, the doctor asked to step aside. A girl doctor came forward and was about to examine the early one. The men moved aside. And Lin noticed a large fish that swallowed the bait. Zhang Huichun finally appeared, and Lin was already tired of waiting. It's time to take out the nets, or he quickly jumped off the mountain and flew head first. The girl doctor approached the injured girl. She asked if the girl was okay. She asked the doctor to leave her. The fox girl was in no mood to fight ordinary people. Black Tiger and the others had already set off in pursuit of that group. If they were the first to obtain the possessed weapon, then she had suffered in vain. At this time, the fox girl coughed. Blood flew from her mouth. It was clear that the fox girl was seriously injured. The fox girl fell to the ground. Broken ribs pierced his lungs. She was in a lot of pain. She saw a first aid kit in front of her. This was what she needed at the moment. The first aid kit always contained painkillers and hemostatic drugs. The fox girl quickly went to the first aid kit and opened it, and a glow came out of the medicine cabinet. It was an unusual first aid kit and did not contain the necessary drugs. The fox girl realized that now something terrible could happen to her. She looked carefully at the first aid kit and did not understand what to do. The girl doctor stood and looked at the building. She was telling something of her own and wondering what floor the boy was on now. Explosion is an art. The body gives you goosebumps. An explosion occurred on one of the floors of the building where Yi Lin was at that time, and Lin was just flying near the epicenter of the explosion. He quickly realized that the girl doctor had turned his strategy against him. Lin's eyes burned with blue fire. He sank closer and closer and closer to the explosion. While he was flying, a plan matured in his head. He realized that Zhao Huichen liked explosions. He decided to remember this. Rescue services were already rushing to the scene of the explosion. Ambulance police with their beacons on were rushing to help. After all, during the explosion, people could have been injured. The cat girl was lying in the smoke. She was able to avoid the explosion, but the wounds were too serious. She could not move her body. The cat girl heard some sounds. She heard footsteps approaching. Someone was walking straight towards her. She looked in surprise at who decided to come to her aid. Yi Lin came out of the smoke. He asked the fox girl if she was still alive. He said that people from the OIO would arrive here soon. She doesn't want to fall into their hands. Yi Lin said he could take her with him. Well, then she'll have to listen to him. If she agreed, he asked her to blink one eye. The fox girl said that in fact she could still speak quite well. The blow fell on her body, but the voice continues to sound. So this girl turns out to be an apostle. And the line, this was somewhat confusing. At this time, Erpan was surprised at Brother Su's coolness. He was used to calling the girl brother, most likely because she had a very strong and toned body. Bratsu was able to catch and hold the brother of the tiger, the brother of the monkey, and with her foot she pressed the brother of the snake to the ground. This girl had such a strong body that she cannot be an ordinary person. She's a monster. Or he didn't go down with two charming girls. Apparently they have already sorted out their problems. Erpan saw Yi Lin descending with the girls. He was surprised whether the young man also had the skill of flying. At the same time, he held beauties on both hands. He was very lucky. Erpan thought that Alina was showing off again. He was a lucky man and always enjoyed the attention of women. At this time, the Su girl was distracted for a second and watched the young men and beauties. This was the snake and the monkey's chance to escape. The three of them quickly broke free and started to run. They ran very fast. Finally, they shouted to the rabbit that he was not saying goodbye and would come back. The girl wanted to catch up with them, and Lin said that now they are no longer that important. The young man turned to Shu Er. He said she could back down too. The girl in red nodded her head. She understood the order. Shu Er looked after the young man. The husband was such a villain, he deliberately flew with them in such a position. People even thought that he was flying with them. The rabbit turned to Yi Lin. The spirit of this girl was so furious. How did he manage to conquer her so quickly? He also asked who this red-haired beauty was. Yi Lin did not answer his questions. He said that it was necessary to return and meet with the others. The events took place in Li Changjia's villa. Erpan was surprised. Is this girl really? That red-haired vixen who fought desperately against him. The girl was fine with herself. She had ample breasts, long red hair, and violet eyes. And Lin told the girl about all their plans. Erpan was surprised. Is it really possible to visit a girl in their plans? Yi Lin asked not to worry. He made a deal with her. He saved her, and now she became his dog. Perhaps she knew everything from the very beginning. If he's not wrong this time. It's too early to draw conclusions. It was necessary to ask Molly again to find out everything. The cat girl said that everything was exactly as he said. She called him master, and Lin was surprised. Did she really begin to fulfill her duties so quickly? The girl looked intently at the boys. She realized that Yi Lin was very naive. Most likely he doesn't understand women at all. At this moment, Ji Tianwu came over and grabbed her sword. She didn't like that the fox girl was flirting with Yi Lin. Brother Pan the girl to put away the sword. What was wrong with my brother getting a lapdog? At this time, Brother Pan barked loudly. They were surprised by the behavior of Brother Pan. The apostles were a group of normal people, not as good as one psycho sucking up to the powerful. There was nothing surprising in his behavior, because everyone considered him crazy. Li was never able to find the possessed weapon without its owner. Yilin couldn't find a doctor. Looks like they both failed. This mission is actually limited to 72 hours. They have little time left. Yilin did not agree with Li Chang's. In fact, they are already halfway there. His decoy plan involved figuring out her strategy. She knew it was a trap, and came anyway. This shows that she is either hunting them or she also has a time-limited mission. Or she's 100% sure that they will not be able to kill her. So no matter the reason, if we keep using the bait plan, she will fall for it. Li Erpan was against it. He was absolutely not ready to become bait again. Xiao Su offered to help. After all, they were able to go through the last inner world precisely thanks to him. And Lin asked not to worry. This time, they will all be bait together. They asked Li Changge to hurry up and prepare a post with his account number to distribute online. Everyone looked at Yilin and mentally considered him a villain. Everyone had the idea that the young man might want to sacrifice one of the apostles to kill the villain. Night has come. A month appeared in the sky. It was a full moon. After some time, dawn began. The sun began to rise from the horizon. Did you post a message online? Today he is going to film in a special location. I asked fans not to panic. He was ready to show all his coolness. Li Chang is a superstar. In just one night his post was shared, commented on, and shared more than 10 million times. He had a box behind his back. Half of his face was hidden under a bandage. Li Chang said that he is an idol for all women, and he considered Brother Pan the enemy of all life for all men. He did not agree to argue with a psycho. Brother Pan was wearing a clown mask. People had already surrounded the crowd of disguised apostles. People stood and looked at them. Who are they, OS players? People admired hot cosplayers. People understood that if they uploaded it to the network, there would be enough varnishes. The male representatives asked the sisters for numbers. Who understood that this was such a special shoot that Li was talking about? Not to mention the props, which look like real ones. The sisters' personalities are like those of real stars. The costumed apostles did not notice one problem. At this moment, Yilin was not around. After all, yesterday he said that everyone would become bait, not just them. Had he failed them again? The fox girl and Yilin stood and watched from the side. The young man had no intention of joining them. He needed to walk the dog. This girl was very upset. Yilin told the fox girl that she was quite close to Zhang Huichun yesterday. He was quite far away and could have missed some details. The rabbits arrived at the appointed place. Erpan saw that only the two of them were left with Brother Su. He was worried about where everyone else was. At that moment, people approached them with masks in the shape of fruits on their heads. They asked the fat rabbits to give up what they were holding behind their backs. This will help them survive. The rabbit answered, "Do they really think that they are filming a movie here? And these people are most likely pretending to be fruit ninjas. That among the fruits, we make one vegetable." One of the men began to ask why everyone was looking at him like that. Was there something wrong with his mask? At this time, the rabbits began to run away. The fruits decided that it was necessary to catch up with them and set off in pursuit. It looked like one of them was holding an actual possessed weapon. The one who can get the real possessed weapon and leave Zating alive will be the real winner. Every person knows that for every bird there is a government. At that moment, Yilin came up and cut off the head of this vegetable. He used the shadow following skill to get close to the enemy. Apostle 10 defeated the second rank apostle. Points were received. The extraction of a random relic of the apostles of the second rank, the Lord of Abalone, has begun. A magic solar lantern has been received. The men were surprised. These were amazing special effects. The production team was truly different from previous small-scale remakes. Not only the acting, but even the props and special effects are very realistic. And Lin became visible. He was the first to kill Zhang Huichun's prey. I wondered how long she could hold back. The fox girl called him cruel. Among these apostles were those who came here with the intention of killing. If you don't eliminate them, they will kill Erpan. At that moment, the phone rang. The call was from Molly. This indicated that she was making progress regarding yesterday's information. The young man answered. The girl hacked the department's OIO network and found the autopsy reports of 3 men. Judging by the physique and other characteristics, it is a black tiger, a yellow monkey, and a green snake. And Lin told the red-haired woman that her companions were currently dead. Zhang Huichun was the only one who didn't kill you. She miscalculated. The red-haired fox became very scared. She asked the young man to protect her. And by the way, she was not a red-haired fox. Her name was Angela. Was it really that important what her name was? A name is just a convention that can be changed at any time. Brother Pan ran quickly, holding Li Chang's hand. At one point they stopped. They ran into a dead end. Li was angry with Brother Pan. He didn't understand why he led them into a dead end. Pan replied that he was following Yilin's orders. Li Changge was stunned. Would Brother Pan really do whatever he asked? Does he really not have his own head on his shoulders? Brother Pan trusted Yilin very much because they had gone through a lot together. The young men were at a dead end. Who approached him like that and suggested he run away? Why did they stop? Men with masks of a beaver, a rooster, a pig, and a bear were heading towards the young men. The apostle animals realized that the rabbits would not give up the possessed weapon so easily. Li Changge thought that he could only save himself. He asked the psycho not to be offended. He couldn't help it. I decided that Brother Pan would take care of himself, and he held up some card. This card was with the image of a puppet. A duplicate of the card owner, the duplicate disappears after delivering a fatal blow. Li Changge thought Brother Pan was very naive. He easily took Yilin's word for it. Li Changge wanted to be smarter than everyone and outplay everyone in order to survive. At this time, Brother Pan quickly grabbed the map and ran forward. Apparently, some kind of plan was born in his head. He threw it up sharply, shouting, "Catch it!" What he wanted to do with this act was unclear. Li Changge was shocked. What has he done? Li wanted to be saved so badly, and the psycho ruined everything. The apostle and the bear and the rabbit looked at each other. A map flew right above them. There was a question in their eyes. What's happening? This card was caught by Yilin. He thanked Brother Pan. It just worked great, and laziness canceled the skill of following the shadow. And the apostle's animals surrounded the tench. They wondered who he was. Is he really an apostle too and has come for the possessed weapon? At this time, Brother Pan was approaching behind the beast apostles, and Lin commanded that it was time to go on the attack. Screaming voices were heard. Brother Pan and Yilin fought against the beast apostles. Judging by the shouts, the attacks were effective. Yilin handed the map to Pan's brother. He asked to convey it to Jitian, and at the same time, his message. A little distance away lay the dead animals of the apostles. Yilin changed his mind about the message. He was ready to send her a message through the apostle chat. Yilin turned to Li Changge. He was surprised that their star didn't join the fight. He just stood back and watched the fight. Li replied that Yilin did not even allow them to start doing this. He asked why the fox girl didn't fight. In his opinion, Yilin had double standards. He envied handsome men, but you fawn on beauties. Li believed that Li Changge treated him like an idiot. He killed these apostles to take the spoils from Zhang Huchun and force her to appear. And Lin turned to the fox girl. Everything was right. She didn't fight. Most likely the girl was holding back. Li thought that as soon as Zhang appeared here, Yilin would instantly become the object of her hatred. If she follows him or kills other apostles, her prey, it will become another goal for her. He apologized because he was still on the second floor. Yilin was surprised that Li Yaranga had accumulated 10,000 death points, and Lin completely forgot that their mission was taking place in reality. The penalty for failure was 10,000 death points, and if there are not enough of them, complete destruction. And Lin wondered if it would be better to kill these apostles and accumulate enough points in case the mission fails. He called Angela to follow him. Li Changge lost. He wanted to use Yilin to kill the apostles so that he would then become the target of Zhang's prey to appear. But it turns out he was simply preparing his way to retreat. Yilin spoke about the murders so calmly, as if he was not going to share their number. He was a real villain. The rabbits continued to run away from the crowd of angry animal apostles. He was chased by monkeys, beavers, bears, pandas, spider-men, and so on. Su said they can't act like this anymore. At this time, the system issued a message from Yilin. Finally, he remembered about them. Pan stopped abruptly. Xiaosu stopped behind him. The girl asked the apostle why he suddenly decided to stop. The rabbit replied that Yilin asked them to hurry up to unite with the larva and at the same time take the tail towards the goddess tower, preparing to carry out Plan B. Li Changge ran as fast as he could. He called the apostles of the beasts to run after him. They saw a black box behind him. The young man said that they ran very slowly. Perhaps they don't need it at all. The apostle animals realized that it was behind him in the black box that the possessed weapon was located, and they chased him as fast as they could. In 1 second, the young man suddenly braked and stopped. He looked around. Most likely this amount should be enough. The apostles' beasts were getting closer and closer. They seemed to sense some kind of catch. Li Changge replied that high-class hunters often appear as prey. He was merciful, but in order to save all creatures, he carries a butcher knife. A Buddha appeared behind the young men. He said that he would end their lives so that they would present their death to him. Atmospheric sound effects were used. There was no stat bonus. The apostles did not understand what was happening. They didn't feel any pain. They were trapped, and this was a great opportunity to team up with him and deal with them. Stop. Most likely he missed one important point. Brother Pan was not with him at that moment. The young man looked around. He understood that he could not cope with so many apostles alone. Li decided that brother. At this time, the apostle and the animals understood that all the young man's abilities are based on special effects. They said this trick wouldn't work twice. At this time, help came to the young man. Li Chang knew that they had not abandoned him. Maybe you just can't rely on Brother Pan. 2 apostle rabbits ran up to him. They didn't come to help. They were also fleeing from a group of beast apostles. It turns out they attracted even more enemies to themselves than he did. It was night. Ji Tianwu stood on the tower and watched what was happening. They cut out 50 apostles. This is already the limit for this body. But it seems she could not yet reach the level described by the master. The girl was wearing a mask of some kind of goblin. Both Lin and the fox girl arrived at their destination. It was time to pull out the net. At this time, laziness went somewhere further. The fox girl asked where he was going. The young man replied that he needed to go to the tower of the goddess. The rabbits threw their boxes on the ground. The apostles were surrounded on all sides. They didn't know what to do now, how to resist this invasion of animal apostles. Erpan announced that it was necessary to move on to Plan B. Li Changs did not understand at all what kind of plan this was. The main target of these apostles is a container with possessed weapons. If they throw them away, they can buy some time. The animals still don't know that their containers are empty. The apostles took the containers and threw them away. Apostles to containers. They pushed each other. Everyone wanted to get their hands on the possessed weapon. The legendary seed of discord. Li expected something like this from Yilin's plan. Li would like to call him the strongest. He always found some kind of plan of action. Erpan asked Li if he had something similar to a knife. The young man had nothing like that in his pocket. The rabbit smiled. If so, then Plan B has now officially begun. Wouldn't the plan have been to throw away the containers? Erpan asked Brother Su to follow him. They abandoned Li Chang and hurried somewhere. Li Chang only had time to ask, "Where are they going?" Suddenly, Li Chang was surrounded by apostles. They weren't going to let him go anywhere. They realized that he wanted to fool them. After all, those containers turned out to be empty, and they asked to give his container back. The animals asked the young man not to hesitate and to quickly return the container. Li Chang slowly began to remove his box from his shoulder. He asked me to wait just a little bit. He's about to take this box off his shoulder. Li Chang tried very hard, but could not untie the knot. Someone tied the knot very tightly. The animals are tired of waiting. They decided it would be easier to kill him and take the container. Li Chang remembered who helped him attach the container. It was Yi Lin. The young man understood what Plan B meant. Plan B was it. The young man was very angry with Yi Lin. Night has come. Li Chang shouted a lot. He asked to wait and not to step on his face. He didn't understand why they were all trying to step on his face. Under the tower of the goddess lay the dead apostles and animals. Ji Tianwu tried this. Both Lin and Angela looked at the people's bodies. The apostle girl dealt with them alone, and Lin warned Angela. He told her to be careful. There is a high probability of Zhang Huichun appearing here. The girl was surprised how he knew this. This doctor had a goal, to hunt for the apostle, but they deprived her of her prey. Now she's annoyed, but she's holding back since she didn't even show up after Plan B. She's biding her time for something. And Lin guessed it. The doctor waits for Ji Tianwu. She is the strongest among them. She cannot be defeated so easily. And besides, she has killed a large number of apostles. Now she is seriously injured and takes refuge in a secluded corner of the goddess's tower. This is the ideal time for the doctor to appear. They approached Ji Tianwu. The girl was sitting on the floor. Her face was hidden under a mask. Angela rushed to her side to make sure she was okay. And Lin was surprised. The girls most likely knew each other. The girl was alive. She felt more or less fine. But when she coughed, blood flew out of her mouth. Angela asked permission to take advantage and send her to the next world. She pierced the girl with sharp pins, which at that moment appeared instead of hands. Angela was happy that the strongest among the apostles was already dead. Now it was Yilin's turn, and the girl looked slyly at the young man. But the young man was not there. Most likely he used the skill and became invisible. He didn't tell Angela that Ji Tianwu was the strongest. It was Yi Lin who was with the strongest, and he cut the girl with his dagger. This only allowed to destroy its outer layer. Her body began to crack. Yi Lin failed to kill her the first time. At that moment the girl shed her outer skin like a snake, and Lin was lucky with this blow. The doctor now stood in front of everyone, which they have been looking for so long. However, she was always by Yi Lin's side when he tried so hard to find her. Didn't he think of this earlier? He knew this from the very beginning. After all the Red Fox friends were killed by you. It's surprising that the only one who came into direct contact with her is still alive. The young man tried different ways to piss her off and force her to show her true face. Yilin originally killed one of your victims in front of her. After all, the young man knew that she was hunting the apostles. Then he discovered that he might not have killed enough to anger her, so he started doing it again and again. Yilin didn't think you would be so patient, so he could only bring her by May. After all, she was seriously wounded, and this could awaken the doctor to act. She played one trick when Yilin played as many as 5 tricks. He thought through everything down to the smallest detail. The doctor thought she had fooled him, but in the end it turned out the other way around. To expose her, he killed so many people, and even watched his comrade being killed. Who is this young man? Now either he didn't know who she was, well, what could he do in this case? The young man told about 3 tricks out of 5. He sacrificed his strongest teammate. The doctor was not afraid to fight the young man alone. And Lin foresaw all the doctor's thoughts. The system issued a message that the double puppet was damaged. In the place where Ji Tianwu was lying, there turned out to be just a doll. The doctor's wife was horrified. Was she really fighting with a puppet? She still fell into a trap. It turns out that a real person hid everything here. At this time, Pan's backup and brother Su arrived at the door. They said that Pan had chickened out, and Li Cheng continues to be beaten by the apostles. The doctor realized that the people were going to fight her all together. She said the word people. This suggests that she herself is not a person. Ji Tianwu interrupted their conversation. She asked if they were done talking, and can she fight her now? The girl took out her legendary sword from its sheath, and Lin asked not to do this. After all, the 5th trick will appear on the stage soon. They will fight her one-on-one. This time they made a bigger scene in Raiding City than they could handle on their own, and Lin has to get this guy into the game and get him to help him. At this time, a black helicopter appeared. They reached the position. They asked the captain if he wanted to land right now. The special teams captain was Mo Randa. The captain replied that he did not want to land, but they were hundreds of meters above the top of the tower. If they don't come down, but the captain again shouted menacingly that they should not land. He approached the door. A rope was coiled in one of his hands. Mo Rendoy jumped down. He laughed cheerfully and said that he had not warmed up for a long time. One end of the rope was wrapped around the leg of the helicopter. The second end is securely wrapped around the tower. Yilin watched what was happening. He realized that now was the time. Yilin tried to provoke the doctor. He asked her to hit him. The doctor sped up and said that he was facing death. Her eyes were fierce. Yilin asked her to remember and not be angry. At this time, Miranda appeared above the young man. He shouted that the young man had no right to create such a scene and drag his sweet granddaughter into it, and he must personally beat him to death. Yilin quickly sat down. Grandfather flew over him. He didn't have time to hit the young man, although I wanted it that way. Yilin said that anger influences their decisions. At that moment, the grandfather kicked the doctor. The doctor's wife flew into the glass display case with great force. The glass display case broke and the doctor flew down screaming. The apostles stood and looked at their grandfather. The apostles were surprised. This old man was called by Yilin. He just fell from the sky. Was he really Superman? So he knew that someone else would come to fight for him. At this time, the sound of an elevator arriving was heard. Li Chang'e fell out of the elevator. His face was covered in bruises and bumps. He asked for help. Behind him stood the apostle beasts. One of the apostles pressed him with his foot. Grandfather stood and looked attentively at the animal apostles. Someone realized that the grandfather was from a special team. Legendary Special Teams Captain Mo Rendoy. They would be doomed if he caught them. The command was given to run. One of the apostles asked for forgiveness. He said they were here for sightseeing. They didn't think that Grandpa seemed to be here. They are already leaving. And they kicked him out of the elevator. The apostles are certainly stronger than ordinary people, and they have gone through a lot. How come they are afraid of this old man? They were afraid of this old man because he is the strongest man in their kingdom. He is the Special Teams Captain. Everyone looked at Grandfather in surprise. Special Violations Comparison Team, abbreviated as Special Team. This is not an official department and is out of sight of ordinary people. He is responsible for dealing with the wrong things in the real world. Even if there is a mass murder in some city, as long as it is not wrong, a special team will not take on it. When someone becomes an apostle, he is already an unusual person. It is only a matter of time before he comes into contact with a special team. This time because of Molly. Yilin must face Morande, the special teams captain. Grandfather was also surprised to see the young man. At this time, the doctor appeared again. She asked the old man how dare he attack her. After all, she was not interested in ordinary people. He asked for it himself. I wanted to wave my hand. But Grandfather tilted his head and dodged. The doctor was stunned. He really dodged it, or it was an accident. The girl swung again and wanted to hit the old man. but he bent down again and the hand passed over him. The doctor was surprised again. How is this possible? After all, he is an ordinary person, not an apostle. Besides, he is also old. Slowly, too slowly, Grandfather approached the doctor, and he attacked her with a powerful blow. Grandfather turned around and looked at Yilin. He had the feeling that the brat was leading him by the nose. At that moment, Grandfather felt a sudden strong pressure. It wasn't only the grandfather who felt this. The keels of all the apostles suddenly became heavy. Some invisible force was pulling them down. Nobody understood what was happening. Li Chang's breath caught. It was really a lot of pressure. Zhang Huichun used the skill card. The number of apostles received many skills and items from their storage. The apostles realized that this was one of the reasons why Yilin involved the old man in the matter. Let him fight the doctor. And Lin felt cheerful at the same time. He wasn't being pulled down. He was held by two spirit girls. Well, the apostles did not see them because they were invisible. Usually the attached soul is lonely. Two attached souls are very rare. He just didn't want the doctor's wife to know about his trump card. Grandpa told everyone to be careful. Zhang Huichun disappeared. Erpan was surprised that the old man knew this doctor. His team had been monitoring her for several days. Did the apostle really think that the old man came here to teach Yilin a lesson? The doctor approached Erpan and Xiaosu from behind. It was difficult to deal with the blue man. She wanted to change her strategy and kill the weaklings first. Yilin didn't understand what was happening. This doctor's skill was exactly like his shadow. The doctor waved her hand. At this time, Xiaosu covered Erpan with herself and used the enhanced defense skill. It was amazing. I didn't expect the girl to have such a strong skill, and it was a big surprise for her. At this time, Ji Tianwu jumped up to the doctor with the legendary clanking sword. She wanted to attack the doctor. Grandfather assessed the situation. The girl wielded her blade with determination and powerful explosive power. She is exactly the talent his special team needs. The doctor's wife thought that the old man was mistaken. Did he really think that this girl could hurt the doctor with a dull blade? If the girl wanted her dead so greedily. The doctor decided to give her what she wants. She grabbed the blade of the sword with her hand. The doctor threw Tianyu high into the sky and said goodbye to her. The blade couldn't cut her body at all. Yilin used the fast running skill. The doctor just used Xiaosu's skill, enhanced defense. Ji Tianyu landed on the ground with force. This blow would be fatal. But Yilin managed to catch the girl in his arms. She remained unharmed. He held the girl in his arms and flew. After all, if they fall to the ground, they will die. But this will not happen because the young man knew how to fly. It seemed as if he was flying on his own. In fact, it was the red-robed spirit that supported both of them. It's just that no one saw her. The doctor saw this picture. And again she accelerated to attack. The spirit told the master to be careful. After all, the doctor will attack. And Lin his catchphrase. At that moment, the doctor disappeared. Did she really get scared and disappear? Everyone understood that the doctor knew how to copy the apostle's skills. How then to deal with it? Grandfather replied that it did not matter what abilities she had. The old man knew how to pretend to be tough. But he was the only ordinary person here. It was unclear why he still remained so calm. The old man answered. It's simple because, and he directed, an open palm directly at the doctor. And he attacked her. The old woman said that no one could defeat him. At the time, he didn't understand what yes or no meant, so he accidentally refused to answer the tower's call. Otherwise, there would be no place here for you apostles. As an apostle, what she did in the real world crossed all boundaries. Now the old man was personally going to execute her. The doctor laughed. She realized that it was the old man who was the strongest. She took out one of the cards. She raised the card high above her head. The clod of power flew towards the old man like an arrow. He wanted to attack him. The old man didn't know what item she had just used, but this was not the first time he had dealings with the apostle. The old man always relied on his fist to crush all the abilities of the apostles, and he hit with his fist. Energy seemed to emanate from the fist. At the end of the day, it's just a skill or an item. The essence of it all was the parameters. Only by increasing their parameters can they rise to a new level of life, where he understood everything what the old man was talking about. She looked at him carefully and smiled evilly. At that moment, the old man saw, as it were, his ghost. Grandfather was surprised. What is this happening at the moment? He had never encountered these before. An invisible force left the old man's body. The girl lay on the floor and attracted the force to herself. She wanted to get it and become the most powerful. Strength filled her. It was a great feeling. Her entire body was filled with strength in an instant. The old man was really strong, and the doctor raised her hands up. The apostles sat and watched the old man and the girl. The old man asked the apostles not to do anything. He wanted to deal with this girl himself. Li Chang noted that they are not even able to get up right now, not to mention helping in any way. The old man said that he was not talking to him at all, and again he prepared his fist for attack. The doctor's wife and the old man struck fists. The apostles were thrown back by the shockwave. The old man was clearly an unusual person. He was not an apostle, but he was the strongest man. The doctor's fist was immobilized. She couldn't do anything about him. She didn't know how to overcome the old man. She copied and absorbed 80% of his power, but he was still able to break her arm. At this time, Yilin sneaked up to the girl. He put his blade to her throat. He used the shadow skill. He couldn't resist cutting her throat. The old man was upset. He called Yilin a brat. He told him not to do anything, and he killed the doctor. The young man stood silently. His spirit stood on both sides. The spirits decided that the old man was able to sense him and her mother. At this time, a hand appeared from the doctor's body. A little later, another girl got out of there. It turns out that the tench also destroyed another layer of it, but she still remained alive. Everyone was surprised. Ji Tianwu remembered Lin. It was the same guy she was chasing on the G13 electric train slash, and Yilin guessed. It was he who killed the former owner of the ownerless soul, derailed the train, and sent the bomb as a gift to Li Chagu. Yilin looked at the young man. The apostles were surprised. This man disguised himself as many people, and he did his dark deeds. Yilin guessed that this male body was not his either. On one of the young man's hands was an iron bracelet with a chain. Grandpa said that he talks too much when he comes face to face with the enemy. And the old man ran straight towards the young man. At this moment, the chain tightly wrapped itself around Yilin's arm. He didn't understand what was happening. The old man was surprised. He couldn't hit this young man. And Lin stood connected by a chain with the young man. The young men were in a different space. They were now in space. The system greeted them. Space, D-204. The young men moved to another space. They simply disappeared from the sight of the old man and the apostles. No one could understand what kind of skill was used. It was some kind of strong control skill. The old man was surprised. He came here in person, but everything still got out of control. A very rare card was used, a duel. Yilin asked the spirits to scatter the things that he asked to be quietly taken from the Joint Investigation Department. The young man replied that he did not want to use this trick, but he would not have been able to defeat that old man. He's scary. He was only able to avoid a fight with him. And since he is not an apostle, he is not interesting. There were only the young man and Yilin in this space, but there were spirits here too. The young men were bound to each other by the power of the rules. It was impossible to leave this dimension until one of them died. This young man was the spirit of death who crept into the real world from the inner world. The young man was surprised how Lin knew this. And Lin kept wondering if the tower could release such a strange crossbill in real life. The apostles' group was demanded to kill another apostle. But if he changes his point of view, the next question will arise. What is on the opposite side of all the apostles? There is only one answer, the spirit of death. Because Yilin found out who this guy was, he had nothing left to hide anymore. The young man had two skills. The first is to copy the skills of others. The second is to receive the body of the apostle after his death. Now he can copy Yilin's skills. He had what the Tench has and what he doesn't. Since he has already killed a large number of apostles, he has many protective layers. At this moment, the young man's eyes widened. Yilin said that he also took several bombs from the Joint Investigation Department. At this time, the young man stepped on one of them. Since he loved bombs, Yilin decided to give him as many as he wanted. I didn't like this turn of events. This made him angry. At that moment, the bomb detonated and there was an explosion. A girl in a black robe appeared from the smoke. The young man again lost one of his protective layers. She said she had a lot of layers of protection, and Lin is just wasting his time. And Lin was cheerful because he had taken with him a huge number of bombs. And Lin picked up the chain. He said it was suicide. If the bombs explode at such close range, everyone will die. Yilin shouted that he shouldn't worry too much. There was an explosion.